mind at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan. Hey, I've been saving all I can.
Hello and welcome back. We are here for the final day of the regular season of UKEL. I am J-Roll, your host, and I'm joined by Doctor and Kabir. And I gotta say, are we sad that it's the last day of the regular season? Are we happy because we're going to be moving to playoffs? What's your feelings, Doctor? You can kick us off.
Yeah, no, we've had a pretty spicy season thus far, so yeah, I'm happy to move it on into some playoffs. I'm happy to see what's cooking on over there. You know, Tempest winning every single best of one except for that one, but most of their best of ones that they played. As I've been saying from day 2, it gets a little boring. So maybe now we take them into a into a best of 3s and so on, and get into the bracket, and it gets a bit more spicy.
Yeah, I think completely.
Yeah, go on, Kabir.
Yeah, no, completely agree. I think playoffs and regular season, same game, different beast, right? And now it's a different challenge. It's still League of Legends. There's still 3 lanes. There's still a jungle, but drafting, mental. There's going to be new, different challenges that the teams are going to need to showcase, which will be fun.
Yeah, but one thing that you can get used to is pressure, because it is going to be applied today. It is on the back of pretty much every team except for Tempest today. We do have the standings, if we can bring those up, because I'm going to talk you through what can change today. Who is in the hot seat? Who is in the driving seat? We'll find out quickly, but the important ones are, quickly, I will say, Venomcrest and Ruddy, their logos are not correct at the moment. They have been switched around, but to move past it, we all know whose logos is what. Either way, Tempest, sitting pretty. No dramas, all Gucci. Ruddy need to pick up a win here, and Venomcrest would have to lose for Ruddy to take second. Otherwise, it will be going over to Venomcrest if they get the same, both win or both lose. There is a potential world where DMG also fight for second place. If they win and both Venomcrest and Ruddy lose, they could also take second place. There would be a tiebreaker though between Venomcrest and DMG for that. And then if we go all the way down to the lower parts of the table, Verzik looking to secure their spot in 6th place to take them into playoffs in the lower bracket. If they pick up a win, they axe out Arcadia's chances. However, if they lose, it's all down to Arcadia in our final game of the day against Lions Creed to pick up that win, and there will be a tiebreaker if that does occur. So with that being said, let's bring it back to us. Let's have a little bit look at our faces, you know. And the question that I got to ask for you guys is, we've talked about tiebreakers. We know what's going on. We'll talk about them when we go into the pre-game. It's the last day. Is this the day where we get the funky surprises? Is this where we get the crazy picks? And if so, I want you guys to tell me, what is the pick that you want to see on the Rift today? Kabir, you can start us off.
Oh, I know. The second I say it, I know you're going to hate me for it, Jerry, but Morgana or Brand Jungle. Oh, I love it. I love the picks. I love the picks. As people are happy that I haven't seen Trundle, because I'm a die-hard Trundle fan.
You get me some Trundle action. No, I'm on board.
Yeah. I'm a die-hard Trundle fan. I wish people played it more, but Morgana Brand Jungle is hitting the spot right now. I've been playing it a bunch in my games, and it's really, really fun.
Okay, and from you, Doctor?
Yeah, Jerry, we've been over this one twice this week already. You already know the answers. We're getting the Trundle support as a rail counter coming on in. I don't know. I got nothing else. Maybe we finally get... I've been watching a lot of Addy VODs, so maybe we get some Galio top coming on through. It's not going to happen. It'd be fun if it did. But other than that...
I'm partial to a very simple request. I kind of just want to see Garen, really. I just want to see a bit of Garen gameplay. I think it's funny. I think it's just hilarious. Like, everyone's like, oh, it's such a simple champ. And then they just keep with hit Demacia. And it's just like, well, yeah, gaming. You know, gaming.
I tell you what, I locked in the old Rakan top, as I'm often one to do.
Okay, yeah, I did see the screenshot.
Yesterday. You saw the screenshot. And my support goes, oh, you're trolling? I'm like, no, I'm playing Rakan top. He's like, cool, I'm playing Garen support. And we're like, great, it's over. And he went like 6-2. He popped off on Gale Force Garen support. I was like, right, well, this situation has resolved itself perfectly, and that's a plus 25 LP for me. So if we do get some Garen, I'm just saying, fellas, Garen support, maybe there's a bit of something there.
Could be legit. It could be legit. Well, with that being said, let's talk quickly about the patch 13.21. What I want to know from you guys, and we'll keep it short and sweet because we are on a bit of a sketch. What is the way on 13.21 to win games efficiently? How do you secure the bag and make sure you get that W? Kabir, kick us off.
Ban Cassante. Just ban that champion.
Okay.
No matter what you do, just make sure that champion never sees the Rift. Again, I think you can nerf jungle as much as you want. Jungle is still going to be the most influential lane, right? Especially in combat. So, bearing in mind, maybe not Brand Morgana jungle, but if you can play around your jungler, if you can give him the right tools to with the lanes to gank with, games can go by very quick.
And Doctor, do you feel a similar vibe?
Yeah, well, definitely on the back is Ante part for sure. The jungle nerfs come through. I mean, at the end, they'd like. I think competitively, jungle's probably not going to be all too different. Like, as long as you're staying inside your own jungle, like Dunlossie, who only turns up just to farm KD, then you're probably going to be fine. But outside that, because of the changes to scaling and like mid lane as well, snowballing, it's probably going to get a little stale. You know, we're going to have the old Orianna Syndra versus each other on mid, and so we're going to have Jarvan Xin in jungle, and that's just sort of going to be the end of it. There could be opportunities for a bit of spice if we are slowing down the game by playing mages in mid lane. Then you can go for something that we haven't seen for a while. A lot of people are picking up things like the Fiddlesticks in the jungle, and you could also go for then something like, you know, Nocturne or Rengar if you really wanted to get spicy with it. Just something the way you could actually play a jungler who just waits until level 6, because that's what your mid laner is doing. Your mid lane is just waiting for 15 minutes anyway, so you're probably not going to get pressured too much. So there's a little bit of a couple of avenues around about there, but it is also the last day of the split, so we kind of can't really be taking a lot of risks.
Okay, well, with that being said, I love that, right? I love that some things in the UKL, they differ, they change from week to week. The one thing that has been consistent is Doctor stating that Dunlossie cannot keep getting away with this. But we are going to be getting away from this screen for now. We're going to throw it to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be breaking down Game 1 for you. Game on, game one. Let's get it done. It's DMG versus Verzik. And like I said in the pre-show, this one is quite important. If Verzik pick up the win here, they solidify their spot in the playoffs. No more chance for Arcadia to come back and pick themselves into that lead. But if they lose, well, then all hell breaks loose, because then the game is on in our last game of the day. It really does matter who wins. But also, DMG are putting themselves in a situation where potentially they could even snag second place away from the likes of Ruddy and Venomcrest, depending on future results. So with that being said, there is quite a lot riding on this game. And Doctor, you've been about a bit, but DMG switched a lot of things up on Monday and looked like a crazy different team.
And that's what you want to see, because, I've been a bit of a fan of DMG since the start of the season, but it did feel like they were getting a bit stale, and, you would see the same sort of things in their games, where it starts off pretty strong, and then it's just like, once we run into a wall, we just sort of keep running into it, right? And so to see them come in, to see them start switching up, so, okay, it's a bit late, let's be honest, week 7, maybe we could have done it a bit earlier, but that's fine. It gets a dub is a dub, and it now, as you said, puts them in contention for that second place tiebreaker.
And could be kind of like leading back to what I talked about earlier. This is obviously a pretty much must-win game for both these sides. Are you thinking wombo combo? Are you thinking what's comfortable for your team? How do you kind of situate yourself on this game?
I think when your back's against the wall, comfort is like what you go to. It's like mom's home cooking, right? That's how I kind of look at it. Is it's gonna hit, it's gonna fill you up, and both these teams just put them on what they're comfortable, put them on what they know. So even if things go wrong, they still have a plan. They still know how to play, whether ahead or behind, because they're familiar with these champions. They know these champions in and out. They live, breathe these champions and these comps. So yeah, I think comfort is mainly the answer to a lot of problems teams face.
Okay, well, we'll see. Let's introduce the first team, though. Let's have a little look at DMG and see what the roster is saying, because they brought a different roster coming into Monday. It feels like they're switching up a little bit still, right? They have Nata back in. Pighead, though, has returned to the team. Shroudy Rowdy coming through once again, and Yang and Steven are there too.
Hang about, because I've been bamboozled before.
Oh,
when I was here last week before, and the mid laner had a different name, and I said, is that Saber Avalon? And we said, no, it's a different guy. And then I got, because it apparently was still them. So is Nata a different person, or is it another name change? Oh, it is a different person.
I'm pretty sure it's different.
All right.
I think they're different. And they were quite good. They were pretty good. I'll say that. They had some movements. They were able to hold it down. But also, I do love your speculation there. It's like, is this just guy just changing his name again? Are we on a Scooby-Doo moment? Are we take away the name and boom, he's back. It's still him. Well, not this time. Okay, it is going to be a bit of a switch up there. Obviously, man like Torok, shout out to that geezer as well on the coaching role. But that is DMG. I'm expecting a lot from them, to be honest. I think they've been growing a lot. They do scale. Play the meme, post the meme right now. You're winning, son, or DMG if you want to change it up. Yeah, we scale. That is exactly how their season has gone. But let's meet the other team, right? Doctor, talk me through this other team. Talk me through Verzik, because I feel like they've been the most okay, they were a one-man team, then they weren't. Where are they sitting at now?
No, it's still, it's very much the Lars show, right? When you look over at Verzik, we're looking for the split push 1v9, right? And to their credit, it's worked pretty well, but not quite well enough, right? And that has sort of always been a problem with the team. It's like, look, fellas, if Lars doesn't get it going, if we don't get cooking up in the top lane, it does all sort of start to fall apart. And so now today, obviously, very much a lot on the line for them. Not just for them, but for all of the standings for Arcadia as well. Coming on into this game, we're gonna have to cook a little bit. This is gonna be the moment. Prove it. Do or die. Can Lars 1v9 it? Because we don't really have time to try and cook up another strategy anymore.
Yeah, and I will say Geno obviously has been growing throughout the season. I think they have had some pretty nice moments. They've been able to put out some good plays. So maybe, just maybe, it's their time to shine. Maybe it's not going to be all on Lars. But let's bring it back to us. let's come to us, right? Enough of the teams, okay? They're not important yet. They'll be important when they're on the Rift. But what I want to ask you, Kabir, okay? We heard a little bit about Lars. If you've watched UKL, you know about this player. He loves a bit of Fiora. He loves to carry the team. He played KL on Monday. That was a little bit weird, but that's not the point. The point is, Kabir, he's a one trick. Obviously, the first port of call is you ban the one trick. But then what do? How do you beat the one trick, the top carry? What is your your plan of action to take away the power that is in their top lane?
I mean, I think there's two sides of it, right? It's how I view it is if you know the guy's a one trick, you can either give him the one trick and prepare for it. And yes, Fiora is an obnoxious champion, but it has very clear limitations in terms of what champions you can play into it to counter it. Like I think Pantheon's a really good champion that can play into it and match that carry potential in the early. Malphite's obviously the stable, rock solid option. But again, if we entertain the angle of we ban the one trick, but he's still going to play a very carry style champion, then you then have to say, okay, we need to draft around someone we need to draft in a way that someone can always match him on the side. Because if you can't match him on the side, the Kayle, the Fiora, any sort of kind of these champions, he's just going to set on the side because that's what a carry top laner is nowadays. There's very few carry top laners that want to team fight that are really, really effective in the meta. And looking at Lars and understanding him as a player, I think he prefers that sort of playstyle as well, where he just want to sit in that side lane, be that sponge, that pressure sponge. 1v1s, 1v2s, 1v3s is his style of play. So you either prep for that through your draft and say, whatever he picks, he's going to have that sort of mentality, and we always have someone who can match him on the side. Or we give him Fiora and we basically kick his teeth in and make him feel bad for being a Fiora OTP.
And Doctor, obviously you play a lot of top lane. We're not going to bring up your OPGG. But
hey, my OPGG is looking clean right now.
But the point is that obviously we have seen teams not ban the Fiora, right? Classically, it's been done. And it hasn't really worked out for anyone. So are you of the mindset as a top laner yourself, just like, nah, get rid of Fiora, she's just too much of an issue as a champion themselves? Or are you saying, okay, maybe they haven't found the right strategy? Like Kabir is saying, if you do really kind of work out how you can find to beat this player, maybe you can kind of just make their own strength a weakness.
Look, I have a secret strategy when it comes to dealing with Fiora. It's called locking in Poppy and then praying that they don't know that they can QW and get a free stun on me. If I ever have the W up. This works about 80% of the time. Unfortunately, I think it might not work versus Lars. And at some point we say, look, fellas, we can just ban that one out. He's going to have something else in the tank for sure. Maybe we throw a second or third ban at it if we're feeling that disrespectful towards the rest of Verzik. But definitely, like, we've seen the stats. We've seen the numbers of Lars on Fiora versus Lars off Fiora.
Yeah. It's a whole new world. It is a little bit of a crazy one, and I feel like the off Fiora not as good. Although I will say was quite good on the Kayle, but Gangplank just a little bit too difficult to deal with. Now, come here. We're going to talk about DMG a little bit, right? They're a team that's given us a lot of looks, not just from different players, but from different play styles. They kind of come in and go, and they stole a Baron with Tam Kench one day. They're a team that kind of is a little bit difficult to predict. And what I want to ask you is, with those teams that are kind of hard to lock down as what they're going to play, is that, although an advantage because other teams can't read you, also a little bit difficult because you don't have that kind of core style?
That's a really good question. I think the way I see it, successful teams are teams that are really adaptable. Then they so like how when I coach, something I try and speak to the players about is there's 100 different ways to blow up the Nexus, and knowing Torek and having him kind of mentor me and talking to him a lot, I think he views somewhat similarly, and I think that's why DMG has this sort of experimental, they're like jack of all trades, not really a master of one, and I think that is a strength, but yes, it has its limitations. There's no comfort, there's no plan B that they can just fall back on, and sometimes it can leave you misguided. But I think the long-term development, if this became a long-term project, it can become their biggest strength, because as meta changes, we can go from a tank meta to a carry meta very quickly. DMG are ready, DMG will always be ready for that.
Yeah, I'm feeling it. And Doctor, obviously this team is going to make it through to playoffs. Do you feel like DMG's success will really rise in that playoff state when they get a little bit more games, they can kind of adapt a little bit more? Or do you feel like actually the best of ones is the best time for them?
Well, from what I've seen for the majority of the split, adapt hasn't really been the word. I mean, it's obviously very different
Change,
adapting
definitely.
between
Yeah.
games versus adapting within a game.
Mm-hmm.
But, they switched it up on Monday. Maybe they're switching it up today. And then maybe, they have a pretty good run of it going on into the playoffs, going on into those best of series. And especially given that they will be coming into the top side of the playoffs. They'll be coming into the upper bracket. So they're going to have, plenty of opportunities. Even if they get 0-2 the first time round, they're still going to have another go of it. That's more time to prepare if they are now fixing a few things and switching stuff up in these, this week and the coming weeks.
Yeah, Vampires may have gone away with Halloween, but here are the stakes for this matchup. If DMG win, they could play for second. If Verzik win, they've taken away sixth. Let's get into the draft, though. Let's have a look at what these teams are looking to... What, you not like my vampire joke? Is that why you're giving me the...
That was a crime. This is jail on the spot.
But either way, we do have the teams coming up. Now, Verzik, admittedly, are on the blue side here. It says Arcadia, but we're gonna ignore that, right? That doesn't exist, right? It's Verzik, okay? Just know that it's Verzik. And they're going to ban away the Aurelia and Smart. Let's go. Well done, DMG. They banned Fiora. They're already on step one of success.
Big moves. We figured it out. Excellent opening, lads.
That's like, what? Like, in chess, there's like different openings and stuff. I feel like this is like the Verzik opening. You ban Fiora. Boom. Done. You already
This is the cheeky D4 of the situation. It's just like, ban Fiora. All right, what's next? Like,
they're hovering Garen. They know that I want to see Garen, right? They already know that I want to see it. I'm going to get baited by this. Also, I want to talk about some of the other bans. They banned away Briar, which I feel like isn't a pick that we've seen too much in the league so far. It's a little bit niche, so maybe they know that Goldie been playing it a little bit more. But the Rel coming in, very standard. Obviously can be flexed in that jungle or support.
yeah, very much so. And hey, just saying it, like, if we've got Rel support, let's get a bit of Trundle support going. Let's get cooking. Come on, fellas. I've been saying it for like 4 years at this point. That one would be a bit of fun, but it is kind of interesting because we've gone ahead, we've banned out the Orianna, and then it's like, oh, Syndra is left wide open. Those are sort of the two premier mids. Doesn't look like anyone wants to contest that though, and we may end up seeing no mid laners picked in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, Kabir, let's know your thoughts. Like an early Nidalee pick?
See, I'm confused, right? Because I think Poppy's like the best counter to Rel. It's really efficient in the support. We saw the Kalista hover, so that could have definitely opened a Kalista angle, and you can just send, and it's even better, Poppy into Rel jungle. It matches the clear speed. You can actually have some pretty nasty ways to put a Rel behind if you play Poppy jungle. But now Verzik just don't have to flex anything, right? They know it's Nidalee jungle, so they can just break the Rel flex straight off. And now this draft is just gonna go into pandemonium. I think
This is the best Trundle support I've ever seen in my life.
You're so
Come on, lads!
obsessed. Like you're just like, oh, I see the angle. It's like veteran.
Oh my
yesterday
God,
with
it's
Royal
even
Guards.
better
It's just
Trundle
like
support
it's
angle.
a Vayne angle. Now apparently it's a Trundle angle. It's the Yone early pick. I wasn't expecting this one, but can be flexed mid, can go top lane as well.
Yeah, it is one of Lars's most played champions. At least in solo queue, of course. In the comp, that would be the Fiora. It's a little bit different, but we still managed to get through the whole thing. I would say without any mid laners being locked on in. These are both technically flex picks, but I think neither of them will be coming on through. And then we have to wonder, I mean, look, what's the setup for this Nidalee here, right? We've got the Renekton. Fine, great. You've got a topside thing, but now it's like, we can't really go for a mage mid, and Tristana's already banned. And it's like, is there anyone with CC and AD mid that could set up for the Nidalee? It's like, well, yeah, Kiana. It's like, that doesn't really count. I can't think of much else. So we're going to leave it to the last minute because we could still send the Renekton mid instead.
I mean, you can play Pantheon mid. I think you can take the Pantheon, and Pantheon and Renekton are both very, very good counters into Yone. I think Pantheon is significantly better than Renekton into the Yone, and that is an angle you could definitely entertain. Point and click CC, easy way to set up the spears. Now you have 2 spears on your team, and 2 spears are always better than 1. But I don't think that's going to really happen.
DMG subscribing to the fact that Rakan not super good into Rel, picking up the Alistair there, not trying to take the Lovers duo bot lane. The the Alistair obviously going to be able to set up quite nicely for the Nidalee too, but now they draft the Ezreal, so they're going to keep it a bit safe. It does feel like they're kind of saying, look, we're going to send Jolly Boy on the roam, we're going to keep our bot lane safe and farming up from a decent distance, and we're going to play for other parts of the map.
Okay, this is a Pantheon angle if I've ever seen one. Pantheon, one of the best champions into Jax, amazing into Yone. Pantheon's even fine into Gwen. Pantheon is a Gwen counter. So you can lock in Pantheon here, and it'd be great.
Are they going to do it?
I mean, look, I think the Renekton goes fine into either one. I'm curious, I mean, is there a world it's a Gwen mid? Probably not, but with Lars being such a massive fan of the Yone, he would probably be preferring to take that, but his Gwent is fine as well. The most important thing here is that we've got two really high attack speed and auto attack reset having melee solo laners who are going to pair up real nicely with that there Sejuani for some early aggression on top of Jolly Boy roams. Not a huge fan of the Victor Nidalee combo, it has to be said. I mean, look, I've never
got a good team fight though.
Your team fight goes crazy. This is just something that I just like as a human being. I just don't get it. You know, I'm never gonna. This is like when I asked my roommate what it was like to have synesthesia, and he got 3 words in. I'm like, you know what? I'm just never. This is not nothing you say is gonna make sense to me about this. Whatever, and it is, you know, picking Victor, because there was the whole era of like Victor Kindred was a crazy pick, and I've seen that as a Kindred player as well. I was like, I never want a Victor on my team. Surely they're going to swap. Surely that's a bug, or something crazy's going on with a bit of a role swap. It's not Nidalee mid. I'm confident to say that. I'm pretty confident saying it's not going to be Nidalee mid Victor jungle, but I don't really get what the Victor's doing to help for the Nidalee.
Oh, apparently there's a player role swap.
Oh.
So actually, it is going to be Victor mid, it is going to be Nidalee jungle, but they're now having their previous jungler in the mid lane and their mid laner in the jungle. We'll see how that one works out. But I'm not going to lie to you, there are parts of me that do like it. I do also agree with you. I'm not really sold on this kind of like Nidalee, Renekton, early game focus. Then they've gone for the Victor Xayah, which is like, okay, we're trying to kite. We're not like on the same page here. But at the same time, if Nidalee can start the game off strong, if they can get a lead, they can set up for the Victor, they can set up for the Xayah to scale later game, and things could work out. I like DMG's team fight comp from aspects, but I feel like Arcadia have the much easier to play comp.
Yeah, agreed. I think DMG is kind of said like, okay, we're going to try and shut down Lars before the 14-minute mark with this Renekton Nidalee. We're going to try and get some form of like level 3 chi shenanigans going on. But if the Nidalee can't get the ball rolling, I don't see a world where she does get the ball rolling later on. Because how are you getting past Sejuani, Rel? And then once you're past them, you're then into a Yone, Gwen. And if you're past them, then you're into an Ezreal. Like, realistically, there's so many layers to this onion that the Nidalee kind of has to skewer through. The only time she can is in the early game. So, nameplates off. This could be Jankos, this could be Canyon, this could be the DMG jungler. It's not an easy task.
We might be cooking J-Real.
Oh,
we could see a run back of what we saw in the Iberian Cup just 2 days ago. A couple of people, you may have seen this one on Twitter, where Rel got executed by her red buff 3.5 minutes into the game at level 1. And this was because it's the Rel, it was versus Poppy. It is Sejuani jungle, but the point still stands. It's not as great, to be honest, because Sejuani's clear better. But I'm still going to keep going because I'm committed. And the Poppy just flashes into the enemy jungle level 1 because she just clears that much faster, gets a crazy invade going. Admittedly, again, the Sejuani clear speed is just 10 times faster, but there are still opportunities for a couple of crazy invades as a Nidalee into a tank jungler, and you do just clear faster. The one thing to note is maybe not on the very first clear, because, you know, Sejuani gets a bit of cheeky armor abuse on the current patch when her passive comes on through, so she actually does like a chicken start really, really fast. But it's Nidalee. You have to go crazy. You've got to be living in the enemy jungle, and surely we can turn this into a kill at some point. We can get a bit of a kingdom going, because if that's not what you're doing on the Nidalee, then why have you picked for champion?
Yeah, and I think that, look, tank junglers, yes, they have solid clears. Yes, they can kind of get through there. But at the same time, it's Nidalee. As you said, maybe they go for the 3-camp start. They go play for that top side blue buff because I believe the DMG are on red. And then Renekton has that priority. Could potentially help out on their invade too. I'm with the plan. I'm down for it. I want to see it as well. But they need to get their ball rolling. Like as you said, Kabir, like you said, Doctor, if they don't get off to a good start, what is their backup plan? Because they do have late game insurance with the Victor Zaya, but is it going to be enough?
No, I really don't think so, right? Ultimately,
Damn.
that top lane needs to come out with anywhere near 2k gold lead. And if it's not, then there's like a lot of pressure for Victor Zaya to play Pixel Perfect. And ultimately, DMG, there are stakes, but they're upper bracket either way, right? There's more stakes on Verzik, so Verzik needs to play pretty much consistently stable throughout the whole game, and then the Nexus kind of falls into their hands. So they just need to make sure there's no unwanted variability, there's no real chaos, and they are just keeping it cool, calm, and simple. So DMG, by all means, go have fun, go crazy, and let's get into the game.
Well, with that being said, let's throw it over to our casters, Brackish, Brit, Jika. Take us through game one. The stakes are high.
Thank you so much, J-Real and the desk. I am indeed Brackish Brit, joined by my forever friend, faithful companion, Jika. Only the second time we've got to rest together on UKAL. Feels pretty good. And I know there's one champion in particular I know you want to talk about, but I want to, let's give it a little time perhaps before we get into that one. Fantastic observation work. Thank you for that. But obviously, there is an Italy on the field. We'll get to her in a bit though. Elsewhere on the map, how are we looking to start off this early game?
So I'd imagine we'll see a standard 5-point from both teams. The level 1 isn't amazing for either one of these. We might see Nidalee push to get a little bit of vision around these chickens. But I want to work my way up the map. Start in the bot lane. We'll start with the AD support duos. Both of these supports, both Jolly Boy and Steven, want to be getting out of these lanes. And
I mean, that's 5.
well,
We said about some early vision, and funnily
early
enough,
vision.
DMG do exactly that. They will get a ward down on the blue buff, but Lars did spot it out, so that recall coming out from Goldie should result in a sweeper pickup, as it does. And of course, we've got that lovely little benefit of sweep, give the ward kill across to Lars, give him the ability to level up just that tiny bit faster.
yeah, just a little bit quicker. Tiny incy-wincy little bit. But as I was saying, these supports are going to be looking to get out of these lanes ASAP. You don't want to keep an Alistar and a Rel locked in an Ezreal Xayah lane. Nothing's going to happen. You're going to bore yourselves to death. The mid lane, very similar story. You're Victor looking to play a little bit more passively, scale up into the game, as I'm sure you well know. And Yone might play that a little bit more aggressively, roam with the jungler, see if they can find anything, because the interesting thing, and I'll move on to the top jungle duos now, the interesting thing about this top jungle duo for Verzik, along with this mid laner, is you've got 3 melees. You've got 4 in the team entirely, but you've got 3 melees, 2 of which love to build attack speed. So these stacks,
good.
Yeah, these stacks of Frostbite for Sejuani, the Permafrost going to be coming out left, right, center. Frostbite is Braum, my bad. On the other side, you've got your very standard Nidalee Renekton, and it's worth pointing out, Shroudy Rowdy, normally the jungler for DMG, has moved into that mid lane and allowed Nata to play this Nidalee, and he's going for an early invade here.
Yep, going straight in onto that blue buff. Goldie opting to start on the bottom side of his own rift, but, I mean, they see the vision on this. I would like to think that they would be aware of this invade idea. We'll see, obviously, where Goldie looks to go after he has finished up his Krugs in just a moment's time. That does mean, however, it's a double buffed Nidalee on a split map situation, sitting towards top side.
And as we all know,
Lars gotta be careful.
Renekton's scary. There is a saving grace in that Lars will have Hollow Mist, so you can dodge out on these spears really easily. But, I mean, Renekton really is scary. There we go.
Does it matter? Does it matter when you get Flash Ruthless Predatored on? Absolutely not. Nata will pounce on in and pick up First Blood.
And Lars is already under the knife of DMG we know Lars to be one of these big carry players, and the performances on Gwen, I said it on Monday, have been very similar to the performances on Fiora. DMG saying, actually, no, we're not going to let you have that today. You're not going to get to play the game. Renekton Nidalee level 3 gank completely annihilates anything that Lars wants to do. And because Lars doesn't have this flash, if Skip and Slash is down, you have no real way of doing anything.
So cheeky. He steps on in, will be able to steal some of those chickens away, and now is going to try and deny Nata back towards the top side. However, the Nidalee kind of feeling themselves right here, but will have to pounce back out over the wall. Can't let that permafrost stack in. That does mean that Pighead's in a little bit of trouble in this lane, because Lars is able to shove in without fear of another Nidalee gank.
But on the bright side, Nidalee has an entire bot side to clear, while Sejuani realistically only has that one camp coming up here in a second. You may be able to get the scuttle, and you now know Nidalee's entire bot side is up, and because of that ward, you'll be able to track her very, very well. You'll know when she moves into this top side, and Lars can play that a little bit safer.
Flashed in onto the mid lane. We see Shroudy is forced to burn the flash there, so jungle flash for mid laner flash, especially for a Victor, that is very much worthwhile, because Gravity Field only offers him a certain amount of protection.
Especially against a Yone who can Soul Unbound out of it pretty effectively. Now, this is an interesting thing that's just come up. Hollow is someone we've known to be a mage player, specifically the Orianna.
Yep.
Playing the Yone this game, I don't know if that's going to translate. I'm kind of concerned to see if Hollow's going to be able to step up and be one of these big carries for the team off of something like the Orianna.
Well, he's doing okay right now. Obviously, slightly behind in CS, but that's to be expected in the range versus melee matchup. However, bot lane is the next place to feel Nata's embrace. Gino is able to jump back under the tower. Nata does not feel confident enough to go forwards. Goldie might be going a hunting himself, but is elusive enough, this Nidalee, that will not be caught.
We just see Nata putting pressure down left, right, and center onto everywhere on the map. This time, the victims, Gino and Jolly Boy, struggling to really find anything of their own, especially with that Ezreal. Hollow? Just looking
Attempt to roam.
Yeah, maybe
he's got to be
find
careful,
something
actually.
ahead.
Got to be very careful getting back towards his own lane here, because
Nata.
Nata has been spotted out.
Scryos does catch onto this Nidalee. Question is it too late for Lars? Flash isn't up for Pighead, but you do have Slice and Dice, and there's a big wave that you can Slice and Dice through.
Here comes Shroudy as well. Lars trying to get on out of there, uses the needlework to prevent Pighead from being able to land that Ruthless Predator, and that final proc will clear out the wave, and that dive play is effectively nullified.
You've largely got one of the safety mechanisms of Lars out of the way now, that needlework being down.
Nata,
Going
how
toward
comfortable do you
Festigoli,
feel
flashes.
flashing straight out? Hollow is here as well. If you pounce, you're going straight into a Fate Sealed. You do not have a flash available. Lars is joining the party as well. There is the Ignite from the Gwen, and he will wander back to top lane, his vengeance secured.
Cougar walks into a bar. They're surrounded by a boar, a doll, and a wind brother. They don't walk out of that bar. Nata losing their life.
So,
For largely
almost
nothing.
all of the action thus far has been focused on top lane Pighead. Nearly cancels Lars's back, but not quite able to manage it. A lot of the action this game thus far, as I was saying, focused towards the top side. See Nata showed up bot briefly, but didn't do a whole lot. Are we expecting this to be the continued state of the game?
I'm not
yes,
sure.
it seems.
Yeah, I would say so. I think Nata and Goldie are now on the same timers. They're going to be in the same place a lot of the time. The split map didn't last very long. Which is worrisome, considering you really need to get this game rolling if you are DMG, because sure, you've got a little bit of insurance in Victor and Xayah, but you've not got anywhere near as much insurance as Verzik do. You've got a Gwen, you've got a Yone, you've got a Ezreal, and you've got 4 melees with a 4 melees with a Sejuani. You don't really get to play the late game. The only saving grace is Yone and Gwen are going to have to be so focused on cutting through Renekton and Alistar, because Ezreal will not be able to do it, that maybe Shroudy Rowdy and Yang have that little bit of a chance to start to deal some real damage, but I'm not convinced.
that we will we'll hold off on seeing. Right now, with all of this pressure being towards the top side of the map, no presence at all towards the Drake for either side. Nata will start off the Herald. Goldie is not looking to contest this one, so it should be an easy enough pickup for DMG. And by the
Ready
looks
to
of
wait
things,
top?
we're talking... Oh, hello, good... or goodbye, rather, to Steven. Yang. Gets exhausted, doesn't feel the need to burn the Featherstorm, and in the meantime, Pighead goes very aggressive, but Lars punishes him daily for it.
Okay, and Yang just got a return kill onto Jolly Boy. Everything
I
is
think he tried
happening
to
all at
dive.
once.
I'm pretty sure Jolly Boy just tried to dive, and throughout all of that, Goldie and Hollow are able to pick up the Drake in trade for the Herald that Nata secured. So, never mind that about all the action being top lane. Like, they clearly took that personally. They heard me.
I got dizzy there. I was whipping my head from top to bottom so fast that I think I got myself whiplash. And this dragon does finally go over, but it's not the most impactful dragon for either of these teams. Heal shield power doesn't really help either of these teams a huge amount. Sure, you've got Nidalee healing, you've got Renekton healing, and on the
Goldie's
other side-
right there. Nata has stepped forward, gets hit by the Glacial Prison. Steven now tanking up all the damage. And Nata is doing damage to Goldie, who's not going to be the target that is actually killable for Nidalee at this stage of the game. And at the end of the day, it's a whole bunch of posturing, bit of damage back and forth, but nothing doing.
The big thing to think about there is I don't think Yang ever got to back off the back of the initial fight. So Yang could never really enter that fight there at all. You were looking at a 2v3 at best, and it was between a Nidalee and an Alistar, and you don't really have the damage to cut through a Rel or a Sejuani this early in the game.
I got solo queue flashbacks from what Hollow just did to Shroudy. It's just like, okay, cool. I'm doing my thing. Okay, there's a Soul-bound Yone doing, like, annoying poke damage and then disappearing before I can retaliate.
So,
Right now, Shroudy still maintaining a little bit of that CS advantage, and we see that animation indicating that the first upgrade of Hex Core has been completed. That upgraded death ray is a massive increase to his damage potential.
not only that, but it significantly helps the wave clear as well, which really helps in this game. Because Hollow wants to be moving around the map, wants to be getting out of this lane. So having the empowered death ray will just mean those waves die so much faster, especially with how close to Leandri's Shroudy is sitting. Now,
Lars
on the
knows
top
about
side,
this.
Lars does know.
Does he think he is better? This is the thing. Lars, he steps up towards the wave, knows what is going on.
Goldie.
However, immediately gets responded to by the True Shot Barrage out of Gino. TP now coming forwards. My word, Nata just melts under the damage of Lars. Hasn't even completed the Natures yet. Pighead will drop as well, and Hollow is not going to want to let Shroudy run away. He does relent. That's 2 more kills for Verzik on the top side.
And you saw just how fast the permafrost stacked there. If Shroudy stepped an inch too far forwards, death was coming for them as well. Verzik running this game right now. They do not have to let anything go. But meanwhile,
Gino, I mean, Arcane Chef plus Flash is a heck of an escape combo. Does mean that cooldown is burned.
Yang
but-
fell for the common ruse.
Gotta be careful though, Nata was there towards that bot side. If any real damage had come through, then we could have seen her pounce for the kill. Speaking of, she's pouncing into that bot side jungle of Goldie once again, looking to take away this red buff. Goldie more focused, it seems, on trying to help Gino and Jolly get to a position where they can take a reset.
And they might just lose chickens for it as well. These Krugs are still up and available, and the dragon spawning in about a minute. So having no camps up on this bot side is arguably helpful. Sure, you lose the gold, but it puts everything back on reset. I was going to see Herald dropped in mid and a good spear onto Hollow. It's a good chunk
Really
of back TP.
Yeah, teleport, really easy to predict where your opponent is going to be. And Nata, yeah, big slap. That's a nasty slap on the wrist for Hollow for daring to TP in proximity of an Nidalee.
Yeah, it's a choice. It's definitely a choice. Taking a bit of a wider scope, 40 seconds on the dragon. Herald has just been probably looking at another minute on that one to spawn the second Herald. Goldie potentially looking for something onto Shroudy, giving them edge over this
Currently
dragon.
unseen. Shroudy now stepping in. May look to clear out this control ward. Goldie, if you can find the angle, still choosing not to go for it.
You have Soul Unbound, Fates Unsealed. Fates Sealed, rather.
Does that even go far enough? I mean, he's got flash as well, to be fair, so...
I was gonna say, there's Flash, there's Soul Unbound, there's Fate Sealed, there's Glacial Prison. If this Victor doesn't die off of an engage from Goldie, there's a problem. But Steven walking straight to the face of everybody.
Yeah, gonna get stunned by Jolly Boy, but there's no damage to really provide an actual threat.
I'm gonna be
So,
honest, I
Steven-
was expecting an Arctic Assault to come through and just say, I can headbutt 2 cow.
Well, instead, Steven wanders on back towards the bottom lane. Verzik are going to look to pick up their second Drake of the game. Herald, of course, number 2, will be spawning onto the Rift very shortly. Nata is in a position to potentially do it, but they may be looking to set up a dive.
XXL.
And with their Dominus activated, Lars is very much not going to have an easy time of it. Ignites a burn, but Lars already picks up 1. Nata is going to be able to get the trade kill, but again, Lars stands up and says, "You want to bully me? You come into my house?"
Problem with trying to dive a Gwen is you have to play it so carefully because of the innate lifesteal that this champion gets,
Nata,
because of the true
Gotta be
damage.
careful. Does have flash available.
Oh, we've been
Hollow
here before.
on the chase. Flash already used. Fate Sealed, however, does not catch. Neither does the Glacial Prison. Flash forwards the healing coming out as well. Nata still on the run. Goldie, can you find it? Flail not going to catch. And in the meantime, Shroudy Rowdy picks up the first turret of the game in the mid lane.
And we could see the second fall in this bot lane. Just see.
Great aim from Gino, but the healing of Nidalee just about enough to keep Nata alive and kicking on this map. Does mean, however, that they are going to have to concede the second Rift Herald as Verzik members converge.
I just had a heart attack. I just had a heart attack. I think there's been a pause at some point in the game that was pretty instant, that we missed it, and so we're getting the spectator bug. Unsure. There we go. We're back. Hello, everybody.
It's fine. Give me a second to, center myself. So we're at 15.5 minutes. DMG are currently in the gold lead, about 1.5k, but that's not to say that Verzik haven't been fighting tooth and nail at every single engagement. They are up in the kills right now, of course, but yeah, they need to turn it into some structures.
Yeah, something has to come of this. You can't just keep leaving things to kills because you're slowly going to bleed the gold lead back to DMG. And as we know, gold equals DMG, so DMG can really start to do some damage, also known as DMG. No?
No. No. Anyway, Yang and Steven trying to push out the top lane right now, but there is a goon squad of Verzik members looking to collide into his. Featherstorm already used. Steven, you could hit the Unbreakable Will. It wasn't even up. It wouldn't have helped you all that much, I don't think. There were members from DMG coming, but they were far enough away, but it didn't really feel like there was any way of preventing him from being turned into a burger.
How do you like your burgers, Brackish?
But burger. Brackish likes burgers. Is it a burger? Yes, Brackish likes it.
Alright, because I think that one's a little bit charred with the amount of heat that was on his backside during that fight. 4 members strong in this top side. Verzik still not letting up the pressure, but again, they're losing on objectives. Outside of the 2 dragons and the Herald, they've got their down 2 towers, possibly a third if Yang keeps being allowed to just free fire in this top side. There's not really much left for DMG to get outside of starting to fight for these neutrals. And I don't know if teamfights is the way you go at this point. You're still only at 1 item on your 2 carries. Your Renekton and Nidalee have not snowballed far enough. And the enemy Gwen is 4 and 2.
So we're around 90 seconds in towards this third Drake of the game. Of course, it is not a Cloud Drake as per the spectator bug showing. We are on the Hextech Rift, which is, I believe, widely concerned to be the best soul. If Verzik pick up 2 more Drakes, that soul is theirs. And as you said, DMG right now are not necessarily in a position where they want to fight. So do you give up the 3rd one and hope to fight for soul?
I don't think you can. I think if you're going to give, you have to trade it somewhere for something. And if you're going to fight, you have to pick someone off first. You have to take an uneven fight. It might be dirty tactics, but it's the only way you are beating Verzik as things stand.
Yeah, no need to keep your hands clean in this game. Any means of victory will suffice. Right now we are
No
seeing...
TP for DMG. Both TPs are up for Verzik.
Yeah, it's worth something we didn't actually zone in on specifically, but Pighead going for that Ignite to really try and put the boot in on Lars with these 2v1 situations. And it's really not paid off all that much. Pighead is 0-3 right now. He does not have a TP, which means he can't side lane anywhere near as effectively. And Lars, the side lane machine that we know him to be, is kind of unlocked.
Worth mentioning, Shroudy has decided that the tanks don't get to play this game, going for that Void Staff second.
Yes,
Not
correct.
sure how I feel about it, but, you know, I mean, you're into 2 tanks. Makes sense to a degree. I just don't know if you're going to have the damage to really be shredding them at all. But hey-ho, we'll find out. Dragon is up. DMG look to be the ones to start it.
Double TP's coming through though. Verzik don't want to let this one go away for free. Goldie now looking for the angle in. The flail completely misses though. Jolly Boy going through the Hex Gate. The fight still not truly started. Feels like DMG, trying to wait for the angle themselves, and they just allow Verzik into the pit to pick up the Drake, and now look for the fight afterwards. Pighead, however, gets completely melted with a faint sealed coming through. Shroudy does manage to get Lars, and it's now a 4v4. Jolly Boy trying to play bodyguard. I think his life may be forfeit, and it will be a double kill for Shroudy. Gino able to flash away from Yang's Feather Storm. Verzik do lose out on the fight, but they pick up their 3rd Drake. They have Soul Point in pocket.
And a beautiful turn from Verzik goes a little bit awry when the Victor gets to run the fight alone. We saw the Rel on the flank, couldn't find the angle for the engage, had to leave it to Goldie and Hollow, and a beautiful engage it was. But DMG just that little bit quicker on the turnaround. Shroudy able to pick up 2 kills and really put themselves in this game. Make that a killing spree, I guess. Hollow decides to try and take the
feeling
fight.
pretty hollow right now. His insides just got burned away.
You know what? I cursed it. I was praising Hollow, and then that I retire. I'm done.
Anyway, Shroudy, however, feeling pretty good about himself right now. We were questioning if this build was going to do enough damage. Yeah, I think he's fine.
He is now. It's matching the...
He was doing fine in that last fight, and he didn't even have the
Yeah, but be fair, that was a 5v5. We can't really... Unless we have, like, direct damage stats for that fight alone. But you are now on par with the enemy's most fed member. Problem is, the enemy's most fed member is a Gwen. And you can't really hit a Gwen because of the Hollow Mist. So...
He does have to get closer, though.
True.
I'm not saying
but
I'm not saying that's where Victor wants a Gwen to ever be. As Pighead tried to push out top lane, now potentially going to get caught out. Do have the stacks going in, but here comes the Goon Squad. Steven looking for the angle in, gets hit by the Glacial Prison. Steven still trying to get the damage down. Jolly Boy does get caught in. The damage will come through. Shroudy will pick up his 4th of the game as the support will drop. And there's a lot of DMG members towards the top side of the Rift right now. They
Baron
could
should be
well
gone.
look to start off this Baron. I think Lars is still towards the bot side, does not have TP backup either. Goldie is going to step in and spot this one out, but it doesn't feel like it's going to be an easy thing to ever try and step into this one. Nice damage from the True Shot Barrage, but Steven is completely zoning Goldie away from this. The Sejuani now tries to step forward, but it's far too late. The Baron has already been secured by DMG, and now it's Verzik looking for the angle. Lars is going to get the damage through, is able to pick up Steven with the needlework, but the chase is still pending. DMG doing a decent job of getting away from this one. Pighead might find himself the target. Goldie, in fact, gets aggressed on someone. And Jolly Boy has found the flank angle, has found the stuns, has found the angle for Verzik as Lars continues to run forwards. That's a double kill after picking up Yang. He's going to continue to chase on towards Nata. The final, the return of the Glacial Prison is what secures the fight, is what secures the ace for Verzik, as Lars once again, so huge, this top laner, 8-3-3, gets 3 in the fight.
An insanely well played fight from Verzik. They lose the objective, but for all intents and purposes, so did DMG. They may get the smite, but with an ace to follow. I mean, it's just beautiful. It's just really well done.
Nice Baron, bro.
Yeah, nice Baron, bro. It's just so well done from Verzik. They find their targets, they force the fight, and they manage to make it happen. Lars and Jolly doing everything in their power.
I wanted to make sure that Jolly got fully respected for that flank, because it looked like the play was over. It looked like DMG were going to get a little bit of, chip damage in and then make good their escape. But there he is. He comes over the Krug wall. He finds the stun onto 2 and he reignites the fight for Lars to get those 3 kills. And now we're looking at even gold despite a Baron pickup for DMG. We are 30 seconds away from a potential Hextech Soul for Verzik Esports and DMG. Are they in a position to fight it?
They haven't got much of a choice. 2 items across the board on your carries for both teams. We'll have to
TP coming
see.
in. Lars on the flank. Steven already in retreat. Pighead absolutely nowhere near this fight. The Unbreakable Will can be used. Steven can flash. He will be able to get away. The chase is still going to come through, however. Gino should just about be able to finish one up, and the chase continues. Shroudy may be huge, but Hollow is going to pick him up. Gino, you got to be careful, my man. Is able to arcane shift over the wall. Nata still looking along with Yang and Pighead. They know that they can't just let this dragon go, but it's a 3v5. What can they do, Sheikah, as the dragon's health drops lower and lower, and Lars steps forwards again, annihilating Nata's health bar. DMG has to give up the Hextech Soul to Verzik at 25 minutes.
And this is an insane injection of damage to Verzik for what was already looking like a really solid set of damage anyway. A beautiful fight, a catch onto Steven while Pighead is off in Narnia in the mid lane. Just the sheer awareness that Verzik are showing us this game for their ability to find someone to kill before or during an objective is unmatched by DMG this game. It is absolutely beautiful to watch. And DMG, I mean, we've seen them struggle throughout the split, but not to this extent.
And you know what's scarier than a really fed Gwen? A really fed Gwen that doesn't even necessarily have to use her ultimate to slow you down and catch you. Hextech Soul. When it procs, Lars can run at you with impunity and hold on to Needlework, potentially. That said, he could also just run you down the old-fashioned way, as Shroudy is discovering. You can put a Chaos Storm on his head. The Ignite is simply for style points, as Lars goes unstoppable. 9-3. And again, the shining beacon of this team. That is not to say, look at the rest, however. Look at the rest of Verzik this game. This is not entirely the Lars show. Yes, he is fed. Yes, he is absolutely huge. But it was Jolly Boy that enabled the topside fight. It has been Goldie who has been finding these engages. It has been Hollow who has been following them up so well. And Gino, who has been skirting these fights fantastically, has yet to take a death.
Absolutely insane performance from all members of Verzik, but I was saying this on Monday, and I will reiterate it now. Put Lars on Jax, Fiora, Gwen, anything that works anywhere near as similarly as this Fiora, and you will see a different beast to this player. Again, like you mentioned, shining light for Verzik has been all split long. The reason so many of their wins have come through to them, and why they are in this position as we stand, as Pighead might just be dead.
The chase is there, and the needle works back. Yeah, never mind. He's got another one of those. That's another dead croc. You can sew
Anybody
him
want
into
some
some
crocodile
shoes
skin sandals?
or a
Yeah.
jacket. Yeah, this is. And I want to remind everybody, DMG picked the Renekton Nidalee to counteract Lars, to shut down Lars. He doesn't look
How's that
very shut
helpful?
down to me.
No. Seems like he's thriving, if anything. Thriving in chaos.
In his lane.
It's poor Steven, man.
Has to pop the Unbreakable Will just to have a hope of seeing tomorrow.
Nash. That's Nash.
And yeah, Pighead's still not up, still doesn't have a TP. Shroudy doesn't have his up, and the Baron will indeed be started by Verzik. The gold lead had already started going their way. Jolly Boy is going to muscle Nata away. This Nidalee cannot step forwards. She is not tanky, and just like the previous Baron, it is gone before the other team can do anything about it.
Completely gone, and I will reiterate what the... Okay, Hollow losing a fight to Grom. I will reiterate what the desk said. Verzik taking that one step closer to bashing DMG down, getting rid of their chances of fighting for second, but also locking Arcadia out of playoffs and into relegations.
Yeah, if Verzik win here, I think the desk said the list of potential outcomes becomes a lot less interesting.
Yes.
Because, as you say, Verzik lock themselves into playoff, lock Arcadia out of playoffs, and they do destroy DMG's dreams of fighting for that second position. Everything looking in their favor right now. They're about 5k in the lead. It's 90 seconds before an Elder Drake comes up, but they've got a Baron power play to still work with, and the remaining structures outside of DMG's base, they're basically forfeit.
Everything is given to Verzik on a silver platter as things stand. Shreddy Ridey, the person with so much of your gold in a side lane. Yang, the only person you can leave to clear mid-wave. And if you can start fighting around this Xayah, you're looking very strong. 3 items deep, these tanks won't exist, but can you start playing around her? The answer, probably not.
And the final piece of standing gold outside of the base has been removed in that bot lane inner turret. Verzik still keep up the pressure. The mid lane inhibitor turret will be broken open. DMG still looking, waiting, hoping for some power spike. Shroudy is really close to a Rabadon's, but he does not seem like he is going to be able to get it in time. He is able to sell an item and pick it up. They're now going to look for the engage. It is Lars who is targeted, but he is going golden. He has 10 stacks on a Medjay. They are able to find the shutdown, however. The rest of Verzik are continuing to push in. They still have Baron empowered minions. DMG, they know this is a 4v5. They know this is their time to find a fight. But Verzik, they don't give a damn as the fight is found. Goldie goes in. Hollow will be able to take out another one. Verzik are dissuaded from looking to continue, looking to end the game at this point. Gino still feeling pretty confident, stepping forward, throwing back Mystic Shot, Mystic Shot, Mystic Shot as they retreat. DMG, they live to fight for just a little bit longer.
How long to be seen to, but again, a beautiful catch from DMG onto Lars, turned into team fight. The Storm into pullback, managed to spell death for Jolly Boy there as well. It is a 2 for 2, but in a situation like this, you will take that.
Every day of the week.
I believe you are down 3 inhibitors. You are stuck in limbo. You cannot leave your base. As Elder has spawned, you must choose. Your Nexus fights power.
There is a TP up for Hollow. So if they came to fight for this, which they have done, by the way, Elder has already been secured, however, so DMG are walking into their own demise. Hollow, if he felt like it, could just TP into the DMG base, already found the kill onto Lars. Shroudy is able to kill Goldie, and there's the TP from Hollow. It's a scramble from DMG to get back to the base. It might be a backdoor that isn't Lars, as Hollow continues to smack away. DMG are not able to escape. Shroudy able to get back to the base. Soul Unbound is going to continue hitting onto the Nexus. And it's Hollow that closes out the game, who closes out the win, and locks Verzik into the last playoff spot.
And a beautiful game from Verzik. It was well played, well executed, and well done against DMG from start to end, all throughout. As Arcadia are now locked out of playoffs. Verzik will secure themselves 6th in this playoffs bracket, putting them in the lower bracket. Commiserations to DMG for the game. I believe that locks them into 4th. I'm not sure on that. Maybe Desk can clarify for us.
We'll let them figure that out, Jacob, because after that game, I need a drink. That was pretty intense. I don't know. We'll be back in a few. Jay and the guys will break it down for you. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, man, I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
Well, you've made it boring now, Verzik. I'm not going to lie. Because everyone is locked. There's no more tiebreakers. They have won, and therefore, we are set. Everyone is locked in place. Verzik will make it through to playoffs. Arcadia will not. And DMG can't contest for that second place playoff that we talked about. So the stakes have been made. They've been cooked. Well done is the choice they've gone for, which is it's all right, but it's not the best. It's not the most exciting for our future games. But either way, let's break it down. Right, we had a lot of question marks from the start of the game. Right, from the pick and bans, you guys were a little bit like, hey, this ain't really it. Kabir, you obviously expressed quite a lot about how the Nidalee isn't necessarily going to be able to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw it there, right? Like, it looked okay. Like, everyone's like, yeah, level 3, we got the kill, Nidalee. And then it's like, oh, well, I have no camps to do for the next 18 hours of the game. So,
yeah. But let's keep it on the bright side first. Let's kick off with the first play, all right? Because in the green room, I was like, doesn't feel great unless Nidalee can do something a little bit wild, a little bit crazy, a little bit early game focused. Let's run this VT because this is where it all began, right? They started off the game. They went for the invade. They got the blue buff still. They stole the Gromp. They're 3 camps up. Sejuani clearing their bot side. Things are looking good. They go for this play. Invade. Classic. Flash stun. Nowhere for Lars to run. Boom. The gank gets done. But then Doctor, talk to me what happened next.
Well, it kind of goes a little bit downhill after that one, right? Like, we go off, we do the Krugs after, okay, fine, great. But the thing of it is that we know that there's nowhere else for Sejuani to be. Like, Sejuani started bot, she's clearing up, and you end up seeing the Nidalee comes down, tries to contest the chickens. And it's like, look, you're not going to get them, all right? Maybe, I don't know, maybe you will, but given that you don't have Smite, you're probably not, and they're the chickens. It's literally the least important camp. You can take this time, you can maybe reset if you really want, or you can just run straight there. You run, you get your whole bot side, you get 3 camps, maybe you get the crab as well, or you can get an invade and take away the enemy chickens, because in that time that you're running down to the bot side, all Sejuani is going to be able to do is take 1 camp from you, and then just wait for crab to spawn. So you've got this opportunity to create a massive kingdom, but instead of that happening, you go for the crabs, or you go for the chickens, which slows you down. Sejuani comes on in, steals them away anyway, as she was always going to. Then you feel like, oh, I got to reset. You back off. Sejuani gets that top crab and then is back out onto the map and hasn't had to really wait around for anything. And then also, once you do get to your bot side camps, the spawns are now really disjointed. So it's like, oh, I've cleared my bot side, but then my top side's not up. Their top side is up, obviously, because I took that, but I don't really have control because I can't go over there and get it because that's really too reliant on my top laner. And it's like, if we just ignore the chickens and we say, hey, we got 2 of their camps and a kill, so I will hand over 1 of mine, and that's still a net positive of 1, then you have an absolute kingdom cooking. But it didn't really go that way. Maybe because we had a mid laner playing for Nidalee. I don't know how much much experience
let's diverge a little bit. Let's move on to how the rest of the game went, because I feel like this next replay, and Kabir, you can break this one down for me, is where it all started to go a little bit wrong, and it was kind of the end game button. Obviously, the game went on a little bit longer, but this is where everything really went over to the hands of Verzik.
Yeah, so like this is a trap that we see not only teams at this level, but we see teams at Worlds do this, right? The 20-minute ban, this big purple worm is so attractive that people just get enticed by it and seduced by it. But so much goes wrong. Ultimately, what Baron gives you is the ability to siege. But right now, the side of DMG don't have that chance, and it's not even they're still risking the Baron. Yes, they can sacrifice the cow and then say, okay, cool, we'll lose 1 and we go back. But ultimately, if we break it down, Baron gives you 1,500 gold across the team, so 300 gold in everyone's pocket. It gives you a maximum of 1,400 XP, so almost a level's worth of XP at 20 minutes. Apart from that, and the buff lasts 3 minutes. In this situation, even if 3 people of DMG go, they've spent maybe 45 seconds of that buff just running, then it takes them 30 seconds to get back on the map, get the lane, get the waves in the right position for it to actually get the value. If you get a Baron buff and get no towers, no one cares. You've just got a bit of gold and a bit of XP.
Yeah.
But
and even worse than that, they got Baron buff, and then they lost all the buffs. So it ended up being very positive for Vertic, and obviously from then they were able to start to close out team fights. They were able to pick up the win and then put themselves in that playoffs. Now let's go on to the second game of the day, a match that could actually have a bit of impact on the standings. This is Ruddy's last chance to try and take away the second spot from Venom Crest, but it requires them to win and Venom Crest to lose. Now let's get into this one. Let's bring up the first team that we're going to talk about, right? I believe it should be Tempest, as the team that has been running around the scenes, just strong. Dunlocy, Doctor, I know you got a lot of words to say, but he does keep getting away with it.
It does. It's disgusting. And it's so gross because I thought he would have some sort of rebuttal, you know? It's been about 4 different times I've gone on a tirade against this man and how his pathing always just sort of works out. I thought he'd have some sort of rebuttal. He hits me up. He messages me. He's like, hit the nail on the head, mate. Spot on. It's team diff. I'm like, no. Because I was saying on one of them, I was like, look, at the end of the day, he's been doing this for like 5 years.
Yeah.
Surely at some point he's doing something right. Like,
well let's see who he's playing against.
I'm not behind the scenes. There must be something going on that we're not privy to. And he DMs me, he's like, nah, it's team diff. They got it. They figured it out.
Well, let's jump on to the next team. Let's see who they're having to team diff against. Because obviously Tempest, great team. Bear Tree really been popping off. Kusai has been having some great matches, but they're having to play against Ruddy, who, in my opinion, are the perfect team in terms of fluctuation, right? They have some amazing highs and some not so great lows. It's a situation where on a good day, Ruddy could come through and win against most of the league. On a bad day, they might even be losing to some of the lower teams in the league. But I do feel like they've stabilized a little bit recently. Right now, they're running their full team. They're back to their full strength. So they should be looking to put in a bit of a heftier performance. But obviously, this is the toughest challenge that they are going to have to match, which is Tempest. And I don't know if they're ready. But I kind of want to see an upset. Now, if we bring it back to us, it's time for us to be on the old camera, right? Don Lewis has been getting away with it, right? He's been making his way through the league. He's getting away with it. The team's kind of popping off. They've only lost when they decided to put Bear Tree in the ADC role, and they decided to put Scream in the top role, which didn't work out too well. There was maybe some motivations to do that, but it didn't work out in their favor. Now, against Ruddy, obviously for Tempest, they are locked. They have no issues. They have no drama. Nothing can change for them. Ruddy still have something to play for. Now, Kabir, with that being said, obviously the whole playoffs is looming. For Tempest, do you just kind of play something a little bit fun, or do you just kind of go back to your old books? You play something you've already played before. You keep it very low key. You don't show any new strategies. Or is this just a time where you can actually practice something that you kind of want to play?
All I'm saying is if I have to watch another 45 minutes of Tempest playing Alawi and then not building Hullbreaker, I'm not going to be a very happy guy, because that's what I had to endure last week. But no, in all seriousness, I just keep it simple, right? Don't show anything that you don't need to. You're gonna ultimately, Tempest's goal is to win it all, so they're gonna play some of these teams again. So there's no point giving them additional info if it's not required. So just keep it clean cut. Just get the win, and then move on. Say, see you guys in playoffs. See you in the best of threes. See you in the best of fives. Thanks for the win, essentially.
Yeah, and Doctor, we kind of mentioned this a little bit in the green room. Both of these teams have quite well-known players, right? They've been around the scene a long time. They've played against each other. They've potentially played with each other. Is there a bit of more rivalry from these sides than just necessarily we're playing in the UKL?
I mean, very much so, right? Like, all of these players are going way, way back. We got, obviously, Akers and Bear Tree, titans of the top lane, even if Akers is only 12 years old. And I mean, across the board as well, like Sin and Scream, they've been tearing it up. Buzzy and Jams. I think Jamsu's a little bit newer, but maybe we have Fuyu come back, not today, but maybe another point during the tournament. Don't really see why we would now that Jamsu's actually here, but it did make for some entertaining games when we did have Fuyu step up to that support role play. So across the board, we've got some pretty storied players on both sides. And then, of course, with Ruddy, it's not just the players that are storied, but the management and organization as well.
Yeah, shout out Worlds. So that's definitely a first. But at the same time, before we get too deep into the lore, I know you love a good lore story, Doctor. But it is about the game, right? And we are on 13-21, which is a little bit different from 13-20, not just because of K'Sante, but are we expecting any kind of pocket picks that we haven't really seen too much? Obviously, the World's Match being played on 13-19, so maybe people haven't seen too much of 13-21. Kabir, as a coach yourself, is there anything that the teams are maybe missing out on that could be a gem in the rough that could potentially bring them a win?
I mean, I think Doctor's going to be really happy, right? How do we still not know how to draft against Rel? Trundle's great.
Hey.
Poppy support's great. Zyra support's still good. Into a Rel, right? Like, yes, Rel can still be really good, and Rel has the option to flex it. But if you pick Trundle, if you pick Poppy early into that Rel, you just put it where the Rel goes, and you're happy days, right? Like, you can it's definitely a viable option. I don't know. Teams just don't want to do it. We just want to go Sejuani, Maokai, in this case, Nidalee. And yeah, it's just a bit crazy sometimes in the UKEL.
Okay. Doctor, anything from you? I know you want to see the Trundle. We're moving past that. We're not going to keep shilling the same champions. Anything
Just
else?
the
We're going to
support.
go into draft, actually. Less questions. Let's get into draft, and then you can tell me what you want to see.
It's only Trundle support. But again, I think it's like I said before, I wouldn't be too surprised if we see some of those more like slower junglers coming out again. Things like Fiddlesticks. Fiddlesticks just insanely slept on. But, Fiddlesticks,
my
Vi,
favourite, yeah.
Nocturne, stuff like that. Get it a little bit cooked up, get a little bit spicy with it. It favours Dunlossie's play pattern of do nothing and then pull up to one bot lane fight, get 3 kill participation off the rip and finish the game with a 20 KDA. So he's going to be happy to lock that one in, even if it's not going to be his, his Sejuani or his Xin. But other than that, for the most part, it seems to be pretty locked in.
Okay. Well, we'll see how it does play out. Orianna, Jinx taken away from Tempest, some pretty standard bans there. The Draven, the Jace, and the Nico all removed. Scream, I believe, is one of maybe 2 to play the Draven, but definitely piloted it very, very well when they were able to get their hands on it. And the Nico being removed. Always a pretty dangerous mid lane.
Nico, I hate that champion. I was playing earlier today. Had a Nico rock up as a minion. I don't want.
Oh boy,
Okay.
7 minions! It's my lucky day.
This was Kabir's like mentioned at the start of the day. How do you win games? Ban K'Sante. Well, Tempest, they have not done that, and now
Trundle
already
top.
have got the pick.
Trundle
on
top,
their-
guys.
on their side.
It
I'm
works.
pretty sure that's a terrible matchup. I'm going to be honest.
No, I've won it. I've won it 3 times out of 3. It's scientifically proven.
As much as I love Trundle top, every single time I'm trying to look up a matchup, I'm like, okay, what's good into this champion? Every single time, Trundle was always like one of their best lanes for every champion. I'm looking it up. By the numbers, it's pretty heavily K'Sante favored in the top lane.
They've never seen Donner Kabir on Trundle. So.
No, they've never seen true power. What is it that people keep saying? I think it's like Warwick or Rumble. I think it is the
Rumble. I think Rumble's quite good.
I keep seeing
Tom
on Twitter
Kench
people
Shop
like,
is
oh,
really
that's the
good
counter.
into K'Sante.
Okay, well, what's your take on this, by the way? Just bringing us back to this draft. They've locked in Rakan to take it away from Tempest, right? But would it not have been just time for the Rel? Like, is Rel not just the counter to that bot lane?
Well, not according to certain active chatters in that game a week ago or whatever it was that we were all saying, oh yeah, great lane for the Rel, and then the Rakan absolutely 1v9s it, and chat pops off a little bit, and then after the game, I forget which player it was, but they got involved as well. They turned up like, yeah, no, unplayable lane, lads. So maybe it's not as hard as we think. I'll tell you what is impossible is the Lissandra lane that we saw bust out of Worlds. I'll tell you that. I was feeling happy the other day playing Rakan top when they locked it in. I said, haha, you're first timing something you saw at Worlds, and I'm not even in that lane. Then I had to play the game for the next 40 minutes, and it was insanely painful when every time you try to do anything, you get rooted into Everfrost, into ulted. But we're not going to be seeing that one today. We've instead got ourselves the Alistar coming on through.
Yeah, indeed, and I do kind of like the Alistar. I think it has a lot of potential, right? It can set up pretty nicely. Also, the Sivir, I'm pretty sure the interaction is you only get to block one of the 2 of the combo, so you're either going to get knocked really far away, or you're just going to get knocked up like normal. So realistically, it's still a pretty good pick into that one. The Sivir, obviously, not that commonly pulled out as well, so I am a little bit surprised already have gone for that. Does this potentially open up for the Hecarim from Crysis? Obviously, a very namely champion for them.
It's definitely
That's
the angle
Brexit,
for
by the
it.
way, in case anyone doesn't know.
It's definitely the angle for you put the Hecarim in, you get the Zillion mid, that's it, you got a fast ass horse there.
Oh, we got the Dunlossie Graves special though, so I don't know if anyone can step to that one. Even if they do bust themselves out, you know, a nice little juiced up Hecarim there. Dunlossie Graves, a timeless classic, which I haven't actually seen yet in the tournament in the games that I have been casting. And looking over here on some of the hovers, there's a bit of a possibility that this could be a bit of a Gwangul situation. As we see what gets locked on in, it's the Yone, so it is going to be the Gwen jungle.
Okay. How do you feel about that? Because I feel like interesting decision. I don't know if I love it, to be honest.
This is what
I've
we
never
call
seen it.
for fun gaming. They're just pressing random 4 times and they're locking in whatever it lands on. It's ultimate bravery all over again. I don't know. These drafts are... There's one team trying to draft. I want to say one team's trying to draft, but I see an Urgot. I see a Sivir.
Just trust Battery. Trust the process, bro. Like, he's figured something out. He's cooking. That man also owes me a copious amount of LP because he made Alawi look fun and playable, and I've got like a 20% win rate on it. So
did he make it look fun? He did not make it look fun.
Dude, he was kingdoming from minute 1. I was like, oh, this guy's crazy. I'm gonna try his champion, and we all know how that one went. But given the benefit of the doubt, he does get a little bit custom with it up in the top lane in these counter picks, and it usually ends up working in his favor.
Urgot, Numid to Cassante. We'll have to see how this one works out. At the moment, though, I'm pretty happy. I feel like we got a lot of different picks. That's what I kind of wanted from this game. I was like, okay, look, there is a little bit of stakes, but it's not going to change too much in the ebb and flow of it all, really. So I was kind of excited for something a little bit different, something a little bit new and fun. The Gwen jungle, the Urgot top. I'm pretty happy about it. But who do you feel like won the draft? Kabir, you can kick us off.
I think Tempest. I think Tempest wins the draft here. Like, Gwen, not really going to be able to do too much in terms of Graves. Graves is just going to do the Dunlossie special, as I've come to learn, is just power clear, power clear, power clear, Nexus go boom. Urgot kind of makes sense because he is one of the few champions that can rush Black Cleaver. But then again, Warden's Mill does exist, and that is a champion, that is an item that can be built really well because 3 auto attackers, you have Xayah, Graves, and Urgot. They already want to auto attack you, so Cassante no brainer to rush that Warden's Mail. But yeah, I think draft-wise, still easier for Tempest.
Okay. Doctor, are you on the same opinion?
I don't know. I mean, it is that Ruddy just sort of want to run at you, right? And they do have a lot of options to enable that, right? You're going to have Ghost on the Gwen, and Cassante goes in with, you've got Sivir and Rakan going in as well. So they're great at running at you, and other than, breezing on the Alistar, yeah, sure, there's not really a lot of ways to deal with that for Tempest. But I just refuse to believe that they're not going to get outranged by it. But then, I mean, you look at the comp and it's like, well, it's only a Xayah, and you don't want to run into a Xayah. But other than that, like, it's Urgot, LeBlanc, Graves, they're not going to do too much. So we could get some very messy fights. My major concern for Tempest right now is, obviously we know the Dunlossie special, it's clear. He insists this isn't true. It probably isn't, but I'm going to say it anyway. Clear. And then turn up bot lane when there's just like a 5-man play going on and pick yourself up some kill participation. He insists that he does not do 6 camps every game. He's like, no, sometimes, I mix up whatever. Don't care. Didn't ask. But the problem is that you've got LeBlanc versus Yone, who I think is not going to be able to get too much prio in that lane. And you're playing Graves, so you're not really bringing a lot to the play either. So in terms of setting up these like 4-man dives that they like to do, or responding to a dive on the bot side, I don't really know how Tempest are going to get that one going proactively, and that's not too great for Dunlossie. But again, it's Dunlossie Graves. He's a one-trick that's never played for champion in the league, but he's still a one-trick on that champion, absolutely. And so he'll probably find a way to make it happen.
Now, just pinpointing on the Graves, because obviously we talked a lot about the Nidalee last time. We could talk about the Gwen, but I kind of want to get into this Graves pick, right? We saw it a little bit yesterday in the Iberian Cup, I believe, Doctor. The build path is what I want to ask you about, Kabir. How do you build Graves in the modern age?
Good question. I've seen Gore Drinker, I've seen Shardbreaker,
Okay.
I've seen Eclipse, I've seen Yomu's, I've seen the Umbral Glaive first. I'm a big fan of Umbral Glaive, especially in competitive play, just because keep the map dark, map go dark, people don't know how to think, they need to see to believe. So that just ruins the function. I think Yomu's is a really great buy here. I really value movement speed as a jungler. You're at places faster than you should be. You can be at Baron to smite it away before teams think. But I think Gore Drinker is really good, especially into this comp. That's pretty melee focused. They want to get on top of you. Gwen can't do damage unless there's a Cheese on top of you. So I think Gore Drinker is definitely a good option here for the Graves.
Yeah, I also like the thought of no vision, right? Because then they can't find out if Don Losi is clearing camps. They won't know because they can't see him, you know? So that could potentially be a play that they want to invest in. But either way, we'll have to find out. Is Don Losi going to get away with it again, or are Ruddy going to come through and pick up a win to take themselves potentially to second place? We'll find out. Brackish British Zika, it's over to you.
Will it be another heist for Dunlosi on his graves? Jika, what do we think?
It's possible. It's definitely possible. I mean, Tempest have been showing a very, very strong side to themselves this split. Go back to Frog Cam. We love Frog.
Hey, buddy.
Pat Pat.
Well, there are also 4 other roles in the match. So let's start by looking elsewhere. Maybe we start towards the bot side again. We've got a champion that hasn't seemed super high priority. Really putting quite a bit of that actually on towards this.
Champ's not great. Champ's really not great in current meta. Very, very hard to find the damage that a lot of other AE carries have, especially something like Xayah. Battery, calm down. We'll come to you in a minute, but we need to cover everywhere else first. Yeah, Sivir just not a very strong champion in the current state of the game. Can't really get the same damage out, and just doesn't have the early game for it. And in this lane specifically, you actually can't use Spell Shield. It's better to not use Spell Shield in this lane on the Alistar engage, but to use it on the stun from Trample. Because if you use it on the initial engage, you're giving them a free knockup, because you cannot time it between Headbutt and Pulverize. You're always going to have to take the knockup. So by holding it, you're saying, okay, I'm hoping that Buzzy screws up the combo, and if Buzzy screws up the combo, you're bashed to safety. If you block it, you give them free Pulverize, whereas if you use it to block the Trample, sure, you've taken that initial engage, but you can continue to free fire the DPS for a little bit longer and heal after the damage has come through rather than before.
Crisis not being allowed to have any peace in his early lane. Dunlosi doing his best Peaky Blinder impression. We'll walk on in there with the aid of Bear Tree, and it should be a fairly simple matter to steal away that blue buff. Crisis spotted on the chicken camp as well, so even with that, Tempest have full information of what Crisis is up to.
It's a bit of a damned if you do, damned if you don't, as Dunlosi continues to steal away the top side of Crisis. Might be another split map situation, but let's move on to this mid lane. Kusai got a
Kusai is
Kusai
playing
champion.
a Kusai champion.
Yeah, Kusai got the coveted LeBlanc that Kusai is oh so good at. Meanwhile, Ketsuo on one of their signature picks in the Yone, gonna be an explosive lane, and yeah, Ketsuo's already half health under his tower. That sounds about right. You hit level 2, you Sigil of Malice, Distortion, you half health someone. How LeBlanc works. It's just the way of it.
Kusai also completely unafraid to step up and land auto attacks, which are going to stack up in this range versus melee matchup when you haven't got Soul and Bound, when you haven't got the ability to dash forwards to trade back on towards this LeBlanc. Then, yeah, it's free real estate. And we are currently focusing on the top lane as well. Bear Tree going that little bit spicy by pulling out the Urgot. How do you feel about this matchup specifically? I mean, in Green Room you said, I believe, verbatim, if Bear Tree picks up Cleaver first, then Cassante cries?
It basically is. Urgot can only really go Cleaver first item, as we see Crisis now in a bit of
Crisis.
trouble.
He went in, he did manage to steal away the blue buff, but he has no flash, he has no means of escape, and Buzzy will serve up first blood to Dunlosi on a platter.
Might have lost the cigar, but has gained a doll. Whether that's a worthy trade, I'll let you guys decide. But
Never.
yeah, Urgot, we're seeing rush Black Cleaver anyway in the current state of the game. Again, it's not an amazing champion. Because you have that Black Cleaver rush, Cassante has a much harder time. Because you get shredded outside of All Out, and if you do All Out onto this Urgot, there's a lot of displacement, and again, there's another fight in the bot lane, it would seem. You are subject to being thrown over Urgot's shoulder into shotgun, interfere beyond death into dead. So Sante's really gonna have a difficult time in this lane. Akka is probably gonna hate life Now Dunlosi looking for something mid lane.
Ketsuo has already used the Soul Unbound. Dunlosi patiently awaits for the end of that ability. Gonna throw some damage in. I don't know if Ketsuo
Flash.
is going to... Yeah, never mind. I was wondering if he was going to have to burn the flash. He did not end up having to do so. We see Crisis able to pick up the top side scuttle, but is still behind in levels compared to Dunlosi.
First Blood will do that to you. First Blood will indeed do that to you. But yeah, this game is going to be a more standard game than last game, I'd wager. We're going to wait, we're going to hit team fights, we're going to start to see an all-out slugfest and not really look to snowball any specific lane. Granted, we've seen Kusai Dunlosi for years as
Ketsuo,
Kusai.
you have no flash, my friend. Crisis has to show up to extricate his mid laner. And TP has already been burnt off of this Yone.
Yeah, Ketsuo in a very, very dire position. You cannot step forward. It takes one distortion, one sigil, one ethereal chain, and you'll be dragged back to the depths of which you came. Now being bullied under their own tower. Gonna be a difficult game for Ketsuo. Oh, good lord.
Kusai's still looking for it. This is why I have so much respect for Kusai as a player. He plays on the very edge, the very limit every time.
Okay.
And also, Dunlosi's here. He's actually playing underneath
solo
the
kill.
tower, takes 3 tower hits, and
It's a
does
solo
not
kill.
get in on the assist. Can you call it a solo kill when Dunlosi basically shepherded him into Kusai?
Did,
Like, I know he
did
didn't get the
Dunlosi
assist.
get assist credit?
This is a technicality that, you know, I'm not a lawyer. I don't care about the fine print.
I do. Stuck with me. You asked for this.
Uh-huh. I mean, this is why we work so well. You care about a lot of the things I don't.
But in this case, we both care about the game at large. And just to reiterate the stakes of this game, if Tempest walk away with this win, that will lock Venom Crest in second. Ruddy can win, could be an upset. Venom Crest then have to beat Belfast Storm in order to take second. We'll have to see. But as the early game is going, Tempest sitting quite comfortably, looking for this first Cloud Dragon.
Yep, that will
Excusez-moi,
be
s'il vous plaît.
secured. Battery, however, does get taken down towards the top side. So, a good cross-map play from Crisis. Understanding that the Drake is going to be the price that is paid here. Battery had to burn Flash, does not have TP up, so could lose a heck of a lot as Akka shoves that wave into tower.
Okay, that's my bad. I should have been watching the map. There, I guess. Battery is just screwed under his tower. Gwen does Gwen things, snip, snip. You don't have legs at that point. I mean, they're attached to you mechanically. So, I mean, if the scissors are magical enough, as Buzzy...
Oh, big dive attempt here. Buzzy does take 2 tower hits, is able to flash away from the ultimate. However, Dunlosi going to be able to pick up onto Ketsuo. Crisis still trying to make the damage happen. Dunlosi is having to try and weave between, but Jamsu enters the fray. Gonna get a flash away from the pulverize. He would have been in some real trouble if he'd been caught by that. But as the fog clears, as the smoke clears, roughly even.
Kind of. I mean, if that Fate Sealed had landed, it could have gone much differently. A very good sidestep will cost Ketsuo his life. Bad thing about Fate Sealed is you're forced to follow through even if it misses. So if you're not in Soul Unbound, you're up the creek without a paddle. Problem is, you're now looking at Dunlosi, 2-1, nearly at this lethality mythic. Could be any of them at this point, let's be honest here. Probably a Ghostblade or a Duskblade if I had to guess. And Kusai getting very close to mythic as Ketsuo.
Is not going to let Dunlosi get there for free, apparently,
but
but
that's 4.
has also found himself in the middle of 4. It will be given across to Kusai, and the Herald will be for Tempest to pick up also.
That is not Ketsuo's game today. Forced to play on the edge, forced to suffer for his transgressions. And Kusai, eating good today.
Already 2-0, doing fantastically in this lane. Nearly a 30 CS advantage over the struggling Ketsuo. Already got 5 stacks on a Dark Seal as well, which is terrifying if you know even the slightest bit about how Kusai plays.
Yeah, we could see. Do you think we see the fully sat Magi's by 25 minutes this game? Is Kusai going to get that
knows?
challenge?
But Kusai now being engaged upon
I thought he'd cancelled the
Does-
distortion.
is able to get on out of there. Does have to use the Mimic Distortion, as you say. That will give Ketsuo just that little bit of breathing room in the lane for a moment. That doesn't mean he's in a good spot.
No, it's definitely not amazing for Katsuo in this game, but it's something, and that's what matters. It's just a bit of a wet noodle fight top lane and a bit of a snooze fast bot lane, as we predicted.
So, thinking about this Urgot, obviously, it's not been doing that amazingly thus far. We haven't seen Fearboy on Death used at all, as yet. He's down about 15 CS. In fact, no, he's 20 CS. And he's taken a death in the lane and does not seem to be slowing down Akers in the slightest.
Yeah, I mean, this is...
In fact, it looks like he's getting dove again as Crisis shows up for a second time. Akers going to be able to keep them at arm's
That's-
length. It will be traded, however. He does get one back onto Crisis.
I mean, very well played.
Kusai might not be done with this. No, okay, he's just going for the wave.
Very well played from Battery to take one on the back end there. I don't think it was quite a shutdown, but it could have been. I just wasn't paying much attention. Kusai looking to cancel the back. Akers, oof. Distortion forward and maybe you get it, but not this time as the TP comes in from Akers again. Not too much fear as Kusai moving back down towards the mid lane. And I'm curious, I'll be honest. Now, typically when we see a game state like this, where your top lane is being a little bit railed, I think your mid and jungle are popping off, we start to see the mid jungle pair up and go and influence top and bot. I'm curious as if we are going to see that this game, because they have the champions for it. LeBlanc Graves are very strong 2v2, so if they find anybody in the river, very easy to play and very good at roaming in their own rights. And it's the style that we tend to see from Kusai Dunlosy anyway. So that's what I want to see from them in the next 5-10 minutes anyway.
A lot of pings coming down towards mid lane. It looks like Akers may want to try and help bail Ketsuo out.
Dragon in
Kusai-
20 as well.
Kusai fully respecting it though. Not playing that fast and loose that we expect from him. Puts another trade into Ketsuo, and as you say, the Drake coming up in 10 seconds time. It certainly feels like Tempest are in a way better position to take it. You do see Crisis now looking towards the mid lane, try and punish possibly, but Kusai, again, just in and out before you can blink.
This dragon has already been started up. Let's see the first big team fight of the game.
It's technically a
Actually,
3v4
yeah.
right now as Kusai has not joined the play. Sin goes up with the Feather Storm, comes back down, takes a huge chunk of damage, but hasn't gone down just yet. And I say it, it's going to be Crisis picking that one up, and Ketsuo going to be able to find that kill onto Buzzy, also still looking to try and chase onto Kusai, will be able to get out. Dunlosy, you are in a very unfriendly place, my friend. One more hit will do that, and that's a double kill for Ketsuo. Kusai not going to go quietly though. The flash forwards as Ketsuo will get the damage down, Sin will get the shutdown, and Runny will take the fight.
I know what looked like such a good fight for Tempest. A beautiful blade caller from Scream into a really well played fight just doesn't work their way. Dunlosy stuck in the pit, can't join the fight. Kusai zoned off at the back by Ketsuo. It was a really disjointed fight from Tempest, which isn't something we're used to seeing. But what that does mean is it's 2 dragons for Tempest. It's a small saving grace.
But 30 seconds until plates fall. Shelly is currently running down the mid lane as Battery is finding his way back to base for a 3rd time this game. If Runny can deny this charge, then it would be pretty big. It does not look like they're going to be able to do it though. Tempest, again, just have their numbers.
Big knockup from Katsuo. If the Fate Sealed had followed, I fear Scream may have died. Featherstorm's still on cooldown. But Sin has just been feeding off of this bot lane while Scream is off in that mid lane trying to get that crash.
Yeah, slight gold lead for Sin thanks to the kills and assists he's got, but that is mitigated a little bit by the fact that Scream did, of course, have that cull, which has been fully stacked and completed. Right now, gold is still really favored, but as you say, the objectives are all Tempest thus far. We've got 2 Drakes, 1 Herald secured, another one's coming up in less than a minute. Dunlosy is looking for this push in, but there's the numbers of Ruddy looking to punish back. Dunlosy is able to step far enough back that he does not get caught by the knockup. However, the chase is so disparate, it may not be that simple. Dunlosy does get taken down. Kusai will get procced into the mirror image and is looking for the damage still. Crisis able to duck and weave. Buzzy now looking to join the scene. Scream also trying to play this one forwards. There is the immediate knockup. Ketsuo goes a little bit too far forwards, and it feels like Crisis may not survive this either. And the pull back on the Blade Caller from Scream will secure it.
So well played from Tempest to find themselves that way back into evening up this gold. A beautifully played fight in the bot side will allow for the perfect injection into Scream, into Kusai. Dunlosy does have to give their life, but it doesn't quite make it worth it for the side of Ruddy. It's just beautifully played left, right, and center. I mean, Scream playing around the Hallowed Mist perfectly. Kusai and Buzzy playing around the Soul Unbound. Very happy with how that fight went, as the first tower will go solo to Scream in the spot side.
It is post plates, so slightly less gold picked up from that. But as we can see from the gold after that fight, Tempest have pulled themselves out to just over a K in the advantage, which, considering they were down before that, is moderately notable. Dunlosy has now completed up that jungle item, while right now we see Crisis still 6 camps up, and Dunlosy and Kusai, they're hunting.
They are hunting indeed. Dunlosy potentially found Ketsuo, could just look to steal the buff away. And that will be the prize. Stealing the buff
Dunlosy
away.
continuing
Crisis.
to invade and take camps. Now, Crisis is able to take the second Rift Herald, but we see there's a 40 CS disparity between these junglers. That said, we also see that Crisis is 6-3 right now.
Crisis is 6-3 right now. But is it enough to stand up to the 5-1 LeBlanc? Our survey
Item-wise,
says...
they're looking fairly even, but as you say, Kusai, very, very scary right now. 7 stacks on the Dark Seal. Already has the Seeker's Arm Guard as well, try and mitigate some of that damage from this very auto-attack heavy team coming out from Ruddy. There's 20 seconds until the third Drake spawns onto the Rift. It is a Mountain Soul. We see that Ruddy are very eager to try and jockey for position, but already in the dark, Kusai is hunting, looking for prey.
Has found Ketsuo
And he's
at
found
that.
Oh my. The burst is disgusting. Soul Unbound is used. They know that they don't have to wait, and Dunlosy will pick up the kill. The Herald was burnt on towards mid lane, which does give Ruddy potential angle in, but instead, they're just going to look for Bear Tree. This Urgot has been beaten down, taken down for a 4th time. Scream taking a good chunk from Sin. The follow-up will not be there in the meantime. Buzzy and Dunlosy start off the Drake. Will they be able to finish it, though, with all of these Ruddy members nearby?
They can try. Kusai being zoned off by Akers currently. Dunlosy jumped on.
Crisis trying to jump forward onto Dunlosy. There is a knockup with the ground entrance, and Sin will be able to clean that one up. Heal keeps Crisis alive as well. Buzzy is going to be simply beef for the slaughter of Ruddy. In the meantime, Akers has had enough of Kusai. Will find himself the solo kill in the mid lane.
Well, it seems Tempest are struggling to fight around objectives, which makes sense. Their comp not that great at holding the line for objectives, and Akka does a beautiful job of pushing Kusai out, so a lot of the gold was not in that fight.
Has to use the Feather Storm immediately as Jamsu goes forwards, and will mean the red buff gets taken away. And there it is. Remember about 2 minutes ago? 2.5 minutes ago, we saw Dunlosi complete his jungle item. Just now, Crisis has finished his own. Still 30 CS down in the jungle, but has been having such a huge impact in these fights.
A massive impact coming out across the board from, well, everybody on Ruddy, honestly. Everybody's putting in the work. Question is,
So,
how long does this train roll for Kusai to stop in the track?
I do want to kind of return to the pin that I kind of put in Urgot earlier, which is, when does this actually, when does this start working?
You want the honest answer?
Has he been shut down already? Or is he
answer?
able to...
He probably won't. Okay, it's a very similar situation to several. The champion's just not very good in the meta at the moment. I've got mains have been complaining for a long time that their champion's just kind of unplayable. You don't really exist until you're basically full build at this point in this game, just because you don't have a good mythic to go. So you kind of have to pick up things that band-aid a lot of what your kit can't do. Things like the the Black Cleaver for the shred, the
That's
either
impressive.
Titanic or Ravenous for the wave clear. It's gonna be
I want
hard
to point
for
out
Beartree to
how
have that
rare
impact.
it is, by the way. I want to point out how rare it is to see a trade involving Kusai where he misses everything.
Yeah,
Like,
happens.
everything missed there.
Does happen. It's not very often.
Yeah, very true. We are past the 20-minute mark now. Of course, Ruddy able to slow down Tempest Gaming's dragon stacking by picking up that first mountain. And again, Kusai Dunlosi still just looking to find picks. However, look just on that minimap, just outside of what we can see, Crisis is there, and he will look to help out his mid laner who is being dove upon. TP's now coming forwards. Ketsuo will get taken down, but can Ruddy take their pound of flesh? Dunlosi on the run. They are being chased, however. The arrival of Beartree is enough to scare Akaz and Crisis off. Jamsu also coming up. Sin also coming up. The wave gets cleared. The play is diffused.
But Scream just opting to stay in this mid lane, not really been in any of these skirmishes or any of these fights, and is getting so much value, so much gold pumped into them as they now switch places with Kusai, knowing, expecting someone to be coming around the corner for them. They will go into the enemy jungle and allow Kusai to play bodyguard.
Dunlosi looking to get some damage down onto Crisis, but at this point, the Gwen is seemingly tanky enough. Jamsu now going to look to try and find Dunlosi. The knockup doesn't land, but it doesn't matter. The quickness will send Dunlosi into the ground. And with the jungler dead, it will be a Nash start for the side of the Ruddy Painkillers. Tempest Gaming now scrabbling to try and find an answer. Buzzy goes in. Kusai, Beartree and Scream, they're going to try and make it happen. Akaz is tanking so much damage, but he gets pulled into the furnace as Beartree comes alive on the Urgot. He makes so much space for the rest of his team to play that he will go down eventually, but he was the one that made this happen. Ketsuo looking to find the chase, has the soul unbound, but he returns empty-handed. And in the meantime, turrets get taken down. In fact, that's a red turret dying. I'm not too sure what killed that. Jamsu tries to go forward onto Scream, but he is able to hit the Feather Storm. Sin gets him down, but it's the counter shutdown with the Feather Storm. And Ketsuo comes over the wall with the... Oh, I lose the... Ketsuo, he finds it. He gets Kusai as well, and with but a sliver left on his health bar, will be able to get out alongside Jamsu.
What is this game? I said it would be cool, calm, and collected, and it's been chaos from the start.
By the way, in that play, I completely forgot the name of Yone's ultimate.
Fate Sealed.
Yeah, for some reason I was thinking Last Breath, and I was like, no, that's
That's
Yasuo.
Yasuo.
Yeah, they're brothers, close enough. But in the
Sure,
meantime,
works.
Ruddy have the freedom to now start up their second Mountain Drake of the game. And look at the goal. It's flipped back in Ruddy's favor. The kill's still there for them as well. And with these stacking resists, things starting to look better and better for the side of the Painkillers.
Yeah, they're slowly making their way back round to a favourable position. I don't know. for how long? I still feel like they're on a bit of a clock. I think they're going to get a bit outscaled. So, it's just going to be a wait-and-see scenario. It might... Kusai and Scream are starting to come online in these fights. Scream now sitting on 3 items, already doing so much damage, as we saw in that fight there. It's going to come down to good team fighting and good positioning from both of these teams. And based on what I've seen all split long, I think Tempest have them beat.
Kusai is going to stop Akers from pushing the bottom lane right now. Already up to those 2.5 items with that Balmy Cinder up over Bear Tree right now. And the Urgot, in that last fight, it did something. It found the kill, it took out Akers, and it commanded a lot of space. Is that basically Bear Tree's role going forwards?
Yes. You aren't like a big carry for this team. You're a way to give Kusai and Scream a way to play forwards, or a way to play backwards. Ideally backwards for Scream, but in any case, you're looking to just play the game out in a specific direction. And
What is that direction?
well, that's up to Tempest. They can do it either way. They just have to do it in one direction
Hang
per
on.
fight.
I've seen this before. Katsuo
Deja vu.
steps forwards, is able to get a good chunk of damage. The fate sealed will result in the death of Dunlosi. Crisis also trying to find the damage on towards Kusai, but a little bit too slippery. The needlework won't find its mark.
It's, well, I mean, we're starting to see Katsuo really come online here, being able to take down Losi in that fight.
Has a stopwatch in inventory. In fact, there's a lot of stopwatches in Ruddy's inventories right now. All of the top side have one picked up. So they're looking to go big, potentially, at this next big fight. It's not another Drake for 2.5 minutes. That might say to me that Ruddy might be looking for a Baron.
And they definitely can do it. I mean, if you look at the sheer amount of damage...
Oof, Kusai!
Yeesh. The sheer
That's
amount of
some
damage
burst.
they've got onto an objective with Yone, Gwen, Sivir, an objective is going to melt very, very fast for Ruddy. So... I mean, if Tempest are caught slacking or drop the ball at any point, it's a very, very free Baron. We are 2 minutes until the next dragon, both teams sitting on 2 Drakes apiece. So I'm curious to see, are we going to see a fight for this next dragon? Or are we just going to see one team say, you can have it, we'll play the next?
I mean, whoever plays for the Drake loses footing on towards the Baron. Right now, I wonder if Drake becomes an afterthought, because the Baron is so important right now. Neither team is at soul point. This Bear Tree may now be the one who finds himself in trouble. Akers and Ketsuo are going to go to work on this Urgot. It takes a while, takes a bit of slicing, but he does end up prepared and served up to the fountain once more.
But that's 2 people bot lane and 2 ultimates used. Only they both have TP, but they won't have the ultimates when they get to the fight. This could just be a Baron angle for Tempest.
They're looking to start this one up. Jamsu already stepping in, ensuring they... But there's a quite
Double
a
TP.
lot of Ruddy members here. There is the TP coming forwards as Jamsu is able to find the charm onto several members, but goes incredibly low in the process. However, Crisis, Ketsuo able to take down Dunlosi. Scream goes for the flash away after the Feather Storm, but Crisis will run him down. And Tempest are the ones forced to flight. Bear Tree coming back up in 5 seconds time. He has a TP available. Can he make this happen? Kusai going forwards. Huge burst. Akers so very low. There is the TP from Bear Tree. If he can find the damage, he flashes in with the disdain. He's trying to make that space. But it's Crisis.
He got one!
Who gets caught? He gets caught by the Fear Beyond Death. Not quite able to make it out, however, as the rundown from the Sivir is too much for him to handle. Kusai still looking for targets, still looking to do that damage. Meanwhile, Ruddy looking to bait him in, I think.
Kusai just being a pain at this point. Almost finds one.
Forwards. I was wondering if he was going to go and try and find another poke onto Sin. Instead, he relents. And after another absolutely mental team fight, we find ourselves at a lull. Dunlosi is the first out of base, so he will have the inside line on this 3rd Mountain Drake. Tempest Gaming will be able to pick up their soul point. I don't know how much it matters. Right now, to me at least, Drew, it seems like all eyes are still on the Baron.
They are, and as you see, Soul Point there picked up by Tempest, no contention whatsoever. But because Akkers did fall in, or not Akkers, Crisis fell in that last fight, the Baron is only now just being started with Crisis and Ketsuo on the way. And now you've got the entirety of Tempest here. If they can find this way in, if they can find a way to get into the pit, this is a very, very different story.
It's a big if, though. Baron's health dropping down. Ketsuo goes in to ensure that the Baron can be secured. Jamsu gives his life as well. It's all about retreat now for Ruddy. Can they get away? Sin is being chased down. Kusai looking for the damage, not able to find the ethereal chains. And 3 members of the Ruddy Painkillers will be able to make it out with their Barons intact.
But now they can't be the ones to siege. They've lost their mid laner, who is one of their big split pushers, and their support, their safety net. If they're gonna try and siege, it has to be through Akkers. And Xante, not known for being great at taking towers, I'll be honest. So now, Tempest, they get to take the last of the standing gold outside the base, across the map.
Tier 2 is still up in the bot lane. Donosi was looking to try and take that one down as well. Crisis does the heads up on that, will clear out the wave. And we'll return again to this calm state. Ruddy do indeed have the Baron on them. But right now they're in no position. Their wave states are in no position for sieging. So while they're sorting out their waves, Jika, what do you want Tempest to do?
Back, spend the gold you got from the fight, and then look to pressure in a 1-4. Leave Beartree to his devices in a side lane, and pressure as 4 down bot. You need to be able to break this last tower open, and confine Ruddy to just their base. And we're kind of seeing it here already. Beartree's been left to his devices, and 4 members strong in this top side, looking for the 8-legged creature. 8? Is there 8 legs on Urgot?
6, I think.
6. 6? 8? One of the 2.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
He's crab walking. Crabs have 6 legs, I think. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah. Don't. We are not here to teach biology, we are here to cast League of Legends.
Right now, Ruddy now making use of their Baron. They will be able to take down the last piece of standing gold on Tempest Gaming's side of the Rift. And their gold lead still sits around 2.5k. This Baron has not hyperinflated their lead. Tempest still very much in it. And right now, I think we are waiting for the next big target, which is the potential Mountain Soul pickup for Tempest Gaming in just under 2 minutes.
And if you can pick that up, you're looking at a very good situation, because you have nobody on the enemy team who can build Serpent's Fang. And let's be honest here, if you go Shadow Flame this late into the game, you're kind of crying a little bit. So having that little bit of extra shielding onto Scream, onto Kusai, onto Donlosi could really change the tides of a fight that we're already seeing are so close.
That they are. Again, we see the members jostling for position on the Rift. Akkers going to push out that wave once again in the bot side of the Rift. And we're going to do that little bit of that check-in again. Beartree is now up to 3 items, has got the Jack Show completed, has shown that he can be useful in these team fights. He has found kills with the Fear Beyond Death twice already in these fights. He is commanding space as you said he should. Akkers, on the other hand, it feels like he's yet to have a pop-off moment.
The one kill that he does have under his belt was, of course, a solo kill onto Kusai. But yeah, Akkers is struggling to find any kind of value against such a mobile team, largely speaking, in Tempest. You can't really all-out anybody away, and if you do, they can get away from you pretty easily, so you're kind of sacrificing health for no reason. So the question is...
I mean,
can Ruddy
Sivir
find
is one of the only AD carries that can do that against LeBlanc. In fact, the only one.
Hullbreaker finished for Ketsuo is just going to push down this top side while Tempest try and fight for their soul.
Means Ruddy are down numbers, however, 4v5 right now. Ketsuo is pushing in towards
Kusai?
that inhibitor. There is the TP coming forwards. Kusai was looking for the angle in. Ruddy instead say, no, we're going to be the ones finding the engage. And Kusai is finding himself on the outside of the fight. Might not matter, however, as it looks like Tempest Gaming are getting the better of it for the most part. Scream forced to flash away from Akaz, who had gone all out. Ketsuo gets taken down. It's a 4v3 right now, but this fight is perhaps anything but done. Both junglers are down, so this Drake could be secured by anyone. Sin trying to make the damage happen as Kusai comes in, but immediately goes golden. Soul will be secured by Tempest Gaming, but can they get anything more? Bertri trying to make the damage happen. Sin will run it down. Akaz is going to try and find some chase as well. Jamsu looking to go forward, but goes way too low. Sin, one more hit will do it. He stays alive for just that moment longer. Jamsu will give his life as the perfect bodyguard, and the boomerang blade barely scratches past Kusai. Buzzy is going to lock them in the corner. However, the ethereal chains will get Sin, and Scream will take down Akaz also, as Tempest Gaming take the soul, take the fight, and are in a great spot now.
And finally, we see Tempest come forwards in a team fight and show their worth. Scream take on two people at the back end of that fight. Took on Sin and Akaz and came out with their life and several kills to boot through a good use of the stopwatch. Kusai and Dunlosi skirting around their targets perfectly, and Bertri and Buzzy just playing to buy so much space for these carries. It's a beautiful performance across the board from Tempest in that fight, and they secure themselves the soul, and now they're looking to the Baron, and Ruddy, they're left scrambled, they're left wondering what can they do.
There's nothing for them to do, it seems. Jamsu and Crisis step out onto the rift, but the Baron is already gone. Hope may now rest on this man on the screen. Ketsuo with the Hullbreaker on the Yone. If Tempest Gaming overcommit to a fight at any point, you can be on the other side of the map. You can be taking towers. But right now, realistically, is there any way Tempest misplays so hard that you can backdoor from this position?
It's hard, because there's no real wave clear on the side of Ruddy outside of Ketsuo, because, I mean, sure, Sivir can do something, but Sivir is also very vulnerable to, Alistar, LeBlanc, Urgot, Graves. It's very, very hard to clear these waves properly, so if you siege in a 1-3-1 or a 4-1, it's very, very hard for Tempest or Ruddy to do anything without Ketsuo there. Or, alternatively, you can move your two hovers towards this bot side, punish Ketsuo, completely shut down that plan of a backdoor, which looks like to be the plan for Tempest here, and then play to break the base.
Even if backdoor were the plan for Ruddy, there are no wards, no good waves available for Ketsuo to try and play off. And as you say, currently opting for the 1-4 on Tempest Gaming. Kusai alone on the mid lane will continue to shove that wave in as Tempest Gaming, with the Baron empowered minions, will look to break open the bottom inhib turret. Kusai being patient, knows he doesn't necessarily need to do all that much. Akaz is going to come and try and contest that wave, prevent the push in that Kusai has been facilitating. And for now, the bot lane inhibitor turret will hold.
For now is definitely the term to use, though, as still 3 members strong. Scream and Bertri, if they get a step to this tower, it will crumble before the eyes of Ruddy. Question is, will that happen? Because it seems Ruddy able to hold the line relatively well despite having a limited amount of wave clear.
They're doing a good job of clearing these waves right now. Akaz looking a little bit worse for wear after going toe-to-toe with Kusai for a little bit. Ketsuo going to help him shove that wave out. Akaz really does need to return to the fountain for a little bit, but the tower's health is still going down. It's just not coming down far enough.
I mean, the cannon is going to do a lot of work, but that Baron not got long left on it at this point. I'd say another 20 seconds or so at most. Meanwhile, Elder up in just under 2 minutes. That's the next big pressure point for this team. And, I mean, Tempest, they know it. They're already back on the map.
Ruddy need to be ready for it. You can see Akaz trying to push out the mid lane. The Baron empowered minions do fade away. That does mean that pushing waves, catching waves, defending against waves for the side of Ruddy will be that much easier. But as you say, 90 seconds until the Elder Drake. Tempest Gaming want to close out their split as cleanly as possible. They're already in first. But if they win this, they guarantee that clean, well, pretty clean split. Jamsu, my god, taking the burst. The collateral damage used from Dunlosi, it does not find its mark. Thankfully, it's on a pretty low cooldown. Should have it up back in time for that Elder fight.
Not only that, but the Fear Beyond Death was used as well and went a little bit wide of its target. Now Kusai just playing to annoy. Has to be very careful. It's taking a lot of damage though, and that's kind of what we'd see. Is Kusai starts to jump forwards into this team, Tetsuo and Sin can really start to get some real damage down.
And right now, Tempest Gaming are just trying to stranglehold Ruddy. They were keeping the mid prior. They were keeping them in the mid lane. Kusai rather, nearly gets caught. Akaz is going to be the one who finds himself in some trouble. Has to flash away. There's the collateral damage out once again. Beartree takes a chunk from the needlework. Many members low. Akaz is looking to get a reset. He has TP available, as does Beartree. And again, the teams are jockeying for position. The Baron is indeed up. Here are the TPs coming in. Akaz, look at the very bottom of that mini-map right now, looking for the flank angle. The TP of Ketsuo coming in as well. Kusai is somehow keeping Jansu and Sin in the mid lane as Akaz tried to play for time. He doesn't keep stay alive long enough, however, and Ruddy are being shepherded through the jungle of Tempest Gaming by Kusai. They are utterly unable to do anything to prevent the Elder from being picked up by Tempest Gaming. They are now trying to find a fight, but how are you going to win it when you're down in numbers against a team with Mountain Soul and the Elder? Jamsu will go down. Ketsuo is trying to clear up the waves as best he can, but his death will come shortly as the double for Kusai is secured and the game seems to be falling out of Ruddy's hands, Zika.
They were so close, and one bad fight has flipped this game 180 back in Tempest's favour. And now, for the last 5 minutes, 10 minutes, we've seen Ruddy really struggling to find their foothold back into the game. And this may just be their end. Crisis, the only member left alive. Tempest barreling down the mid lane. Akaz is back
up. How much does it matter though? The needlework does good healing. Crisis will go golden. Akaz, however, is but paper before the Tempest, who will walk into the base, will take down the Nexus, and will close out their split with that singular loss to Belfast Storm.
A beautiful mid to late game from Tempest, and this is what we know Tempest to be: a cool, calm, clinical team. Bit of a rough early game, but well played to them nonetheless. That will lock Venom Crest into second place and Ruddy into third. We now have our standings. I do believe there isn't too much change to happen. But that was two Elders. It was two very explosive games. Thank you for joining me, Brackish. It was a lot of fun. And,
we've still got two more games, by the way.
Yeah.
Which
we're just not here.
Milky Cereal. Yes. We got Milky coming in. Who's colouring with Milky Cereal? And Rail's coming in as well. Glorious. And they get the fun games. Because as you say, standings are now locked.
Outside of potentially one, but it largely won't make a huge difference because it's between 5th and 6th.
Yeah. Standings, for the most part, are locked. And they are jostling for some pride points at most. And that means, especially the last game of the day, Arcadia versus Lions Creed. We could be in for a fiesta, and you do not want to miss it. I sure as hell won't be. We're going to throw it to a break, though, after which Jay and Co. will break down that Tempest win.
Well, Ruddy make it a game. It was a game where Tempest, I will say, throughout the rest of the season, the later half has been a little bit more shaky. they've not been as solid as previously had. They've had a few close games now, and Ruddy do push them. Now, obviously, Ruddy is a side that we would think would be the one to test them the most, but this time Temporal, it was maybe a little bit closer than one would have previously expected, especially with the draft that happened, which we'll get into in a minute. But all in all, are you saying that maybe, or are you thinking, is there potentially a world where Tempest find some difficulty in the playoffs?
Definitely looked a little scrappy, didn't it? I think Ruddy, while they kind of suit that style, kind of abandoned their strong point in mid, and from there had issues getting into these big fights. Tempest also didn't sort of over-execute and just make it look clean. I think we've got some end of season blues, and with the pressure and excitement of playoffs, we're going to likely see a different showing from both of these teams.
And then for you, Kabir, obviously, I don't know what to say. There was just so many ups and downs in this game. I said about Ruddy being a fluctuating team, but they made the same out of the side of Tempest too. Like, where were you kind of feeling about this game? Were you feeling that, okay, for either team, they haven't looked great from it, or actually are they showing that both of them are ready to kind of take the hits and roll with it?
All I requested was not a 40-minute game, and God damn,
you've been let down.
That's a casting because well, the two times I've had the pleasure of watching Tempest play, it's definitely felt that they know that they're very confident in that team fighting portion, that 25-minute mark. But I think they're overly reliant on getting there. I think they have the tools, and they definitely had the tools to be a lot cleaner and not let it get as scrappy as it did. So maybe teams are figuring Tempest out. Maybe they're getting a bit complacent. Maybe they know that, okay, we're first seed. It doesn't really matter. It can't get taken away from us. So there's a lot of things at play here. Outside of it, I think respectable from both teams to like stay through and not have like a massive throw. I think each fight looked relatively competitive, relatively edge to edge. So congratulations on that part at least. It wasn't like we've got to 40 minutes and then someone's just misstepped. It got blown up for no reason, doing something completely bizarre. So at least that's like the good point for both teams, right? Both teams can go away and say, okay, how do we take this, make it cleaner, sharpen up the edges, and move forward into playoffs where... Because if they have 3 games, a best of 3, which is 40 minutes each, I can tell you, a player's coming out of that feeling like a zombie.
Yeah, let's have a little look at the draft here, which is going to be below us. Now, obviously, some new picks that we weren't really kind of expecting. The Urgot coming out, the Graves Jungle from Dunlosey, which is something we haven't really seen from them, and also the Gwen coming out from Crisis. Temporal obviously breaking down this draft. Does the gameplay match up with what you saw?
Kind of. I think LeBlanc without the Shiv, it's higher execution. Tempest have played it already. It's not a huge surprise to see them, just essentially get an extra scrim game on that one. The Urgot really should have been as lane dominant as we've seen in the past from Battery, and didn't really eclipse the Kazante, didn't really get going, didn't get that meaningful lane bully advantage, draw all the pressure top lane gameplay. So a lot of early game objectives that these champions enforced on the game were missed, and from there the sort of scrappiness started to ensue as both teams just started landing bigger and bigger punches, not sure where they're going, turned into a bit of a boxing match.
Yeah, and let's talk about the scrappiness of it, right? Let's get into our first replay. Let's look at our first VT, because it started off with a bit of punching here, punching there, back and forward, and Ruddy actually were able to make things happen and pick up fights. And Kabir, you can break this one down for me, because Ruddy were able to set themselves up for a bit of success.
Yeah, I think what's really good is they get the whole kind of funnel them into that goal. And when you're attacking from those two fronts, it becomes really hard, especially as Xayah. Where do I ult? Where do I put these feathers? Who am I stopping from getting onto me? If I put it up towards the mid lane, then I'm exposed from that side. If I put it towards the people coming from bot, I'm exposed from that side. Really good way to set up an objective, even though they weren't first there. So I think it shows the mentality that Ruddy are approaching games like this, especially a team with the caliber of Tempest, saying, okay, yes, you're going to find your advantages because you're Tempest, but we have our answers. We're still going to try and make things happen. And, hashtag Ruddy up. That's what they do.
A man of culture, I see.
Man of
okay.
the people.
Man of the people, indeed. Now let's go to the second half of this one. Let's have a look at the other side that was this game, which is a little bit less Ruddy favoured, a little bit more Tempest favoured, and I guess what most people, if they were tuning in, would have expected from this series, because as Ruddy were able to set themselves up, it wasn't all great. It wasn't all blue skies and nice weather. The Tempest did arrive, and they were able to pick up multiple teamfight wins. They were able to find some objective wins, and overall, they just... I don't know if they're necessarily saying they were the better team, but they scaled better into the later stages temporal.
Yeah, Storm Kieran's raging outside. I think Tempest definitely growing in power. Please all stay safe and check your local weather warnings. And unfortunately, Ruddy not able to batten down the hatches. We'll see them approach this objective here. Kusai's got that nice flank. There's no vision. There isn't even like a backline assignment. Sin holding off at the side, trying to avoid this coming forwards from Kusai. And while he does, it sort of exposes his teammates. The roof comes off the house. The door blowing wide open and the glass missing from the windows. As even though Akers gets the play back in, Tempest having a whale of a time here.
And even this fight is not super clean, right? Like it's a sentiment of there is still playback from both sides, and it goes on for a while, right? They even take an objective in the middle of the fight, a little bit of a objective break, but it was one that obviously is ultimately going to be won by the side of Tempest, but it could have gone with a couple of autos here, a couple of skill shots there. Maybe it could have actually gone into the hands of Ruddy, and I feel like this really just tells the tale of this game, which was that it was very close between these two sides. It almost went to the side of Ruddy, but inevitably it was to be Tempest to pick up that win. But with that being said, we are going to close that case. We're going to move over to our next game number 3 on the horizon now, and it is Venom Crest, who have been improving a lot this season, especially in the new roster with Galul in the mid lane. They've really kind of rose to their power versus Belfast Storm, who are locked in to playoffs. They are in the lower bracket side, but they could maybe end the season with a bit of a bang. So let's have a look at these teams, right? Let's get into this one. Let's bring up Venom Crest, I believe, first, because a team that I feel like started off a little bit shaky has evolved really nicely. Temporal, talk to me about this one.
Yeah, Venom Crest really coming alive. They lost their first best of 1 to Belfast pretty handily. And, we've seen Eno and Bart have a great showing. Galul coming in and mid, swapping out for Dandy, has had pretty pop-off performances, His mechanics are great. KZ, a common mainstay of the UK scene. Big team fights, something we spoke about yesterday on E-Universe, Jay. Just his big thing, and the Xayah performances have been really good against a team like Belfast. We expect to see that come together. And Fastleg, also a bit of an alumnus around here. I think they've got the ball rolling just in time for playoffs, so it'll be exciting to see if they manage to stick that through the first round.
Yeah, and let's have a little look at the second team, the team that are taking them on, Belfast Storm, the next ones to bring up and talk about, and a team that I feel like has had very, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like they've just had really interesting results, right? Like sometimes I'm like, damn, this team is looking good. They could be up in the top 4. They could maybe even be top 3, right? Like they've had some really good moments, but then there've been other games where I'm like, damn, like okay, these guys are losing to teams that I would have expected them to walk in the park, right? But I think all in all, they are setting up. I think this team is actually probably one of the teams that I think will come alive a little bit more in the playoffs. I think that they could have a pretty good stand when it comes to the longer series rather than the best of ones. But I do also have some question marks, because I feel like Rengus has been really solid for me across the most of the split. I think that it's been just very, like, they're kind of rock in the side, and I do feel like their bot lane, although really good, is very much temperamental.
Yeah, a very discordant team. They're 1-1 against nearly everyone. They're only losing records to DMG and Ruddy at 0-2. Venom Crest going at 2-0 tonight would put them in exactly the right place in the standings. They would have beaten everyone below them, bar a 50-50 versus Verzik. The 50-50s that they all have against everyone against Lions Creed. And Belfast, they are a team that sort of need the pressure to rise to. I don't think they've given themselves the best setup here. I think Limsey and Rengus very, very solid in the solo lanes. We need Vanguard and Zerg to really, really sort of coalesce under that pressure, come together, clean up the lane, and transition into the sort of gameplay we saw in early weeks. We're at 25 minutes, 2 team fights, 2 taps on the Nexus, and the job is done.
Now, I've got to come to you with a bit of a question here. Obviously, Belfast Storm, I would say the underdogs in this matchup. As we talked about, standings not going to change, right? They're locked in. There's no dramas, no kind of new things that can happen. So for this matchup, is there a world where we just see a bit of fun, a bit of a fun gaming? Or is it still, you know what, you take this one seriously, you play it all the way to the end?
I think you're always going to take it seriously, right? I guess, again, we have to remember that these teams might see each other in playoffs. Yes, Belfast is going to go straight down to the lower bracket. They don't really have any room for error in the playoffs. But Venom Crest, if they don't perform in the upper bracket, they could face Belfast. So Belfast here has a really good chance to say, hey, upper bracket, if we beat Venom Crest today, you guys have to face us. So it puts pressure on all the teams in the top 4 to say, don't come down, you don't want to be facing us. We're not going to be a walkover like the standings or the playoff structure makes it look like we are. Yes, we might be underdogs, but ultimately anything can happen, right? NRG beat G2, Belfast can beat Venom Crest. Why not?
Yeah, and I'm going to come back to you again, Kabir, and then I'll get your take on this one, Temporal, after. Is Belfast Storm obviously a little bit more compact in their champion pools, right? They have played the same champions quite a lot. Obviously, Vayne and Kaisar, big for Vayne God. And in the bot lane, Thresh, a renowned support pick for Zerg. Does that kind of small champion pool feel like it limits teams a little bit? Or actually, is it kind of a bit of a strength where, you know what, you know we're going to play and you still aren't taking it away from us?
So for teams playing them, I'll answer this question from like a preparation perspective. If you know, kind of like when I talked about one tricks,
One
right?
tricks, yeah,
right. You know what you're going to go up against. You can prepare the best for it. But the caveat here is because they're so comfortable on it, even your best preparation might not be enough because they just know these champions. It flows through their veins. So I think for Belfast, it gives them a strength because they know they're so clear on how they want to play that if it gets banned away, they might feel really uncomfortable. But because it's not getting banned away yet and it's not really getting punished, they're like, yes, cool, we're getting the things we want. We know how we want to play. Are we now going to meet the standards that we've set for ourselves? I think that's how Belfast are kind of viewing this season, and that's how they're viewing the games that have come by them.
Okay. And Temporal, are you kind of feeling the same? Because obviously it has been noted that this bot lane does like to play certain champions. They do feel very comfortable on them. Is that a little bit of a weakness for Belfast Storm?
Not necessarily. I think these are the sort of champions with that level of depth where evasion within a game by changing playstyle, changing your decision making, especially the Thresh, very present. I think Kaiser and Vayne, sort of champions that can sort of define the meta they're in by just doing a bit of everything. You know, the AP Kaiser's falling away, but it's still so flashy and you get so many choices on the champion. I think Belfast are probably going to try something creative tonight, knowing the guys. They're going to come in and say, you know, we just got to tick the register. We just got to show up for this one. If playoffs is all the same, maybe let's get some data. Maybe let's try something out there and then draw that in the advantage into playoffs, win or lose.
Yeah. Fair enough. I get it, right? Sometimes you just have to turn up so you don't get fined, you know? Shout out to I can't remember.
Not getting fined might be the vibe tonight.
I'm thinking so hard about what the name of the player is. All I can remember is that the Seahawks running back, and I just cannot believe that the name is out of my mind. So please, someone tell me.
He's been on the. Hang on. I'm going to do a Google because this is hilarious.
One of the most famous NFL players ever, and I cannot be Marshawn Lynch. That's it. It's Marshawn.
Marshawn Lynch. Yes.
Yes. I'm just here so I don't get fined. Give me the energy of some of the players tonight. So we'll see if that's what happens. But one thing that I do have to bring up, because we talked about it earlier on the show, right? We talked about banning away people's one tricks versus not keeping them open. We also talked about the patch and what is strong and what is not. And the big thing that came up, and the kind of a crossover of those 2 points, is K'Sante, right? Eno is in the game. Eno mains K'Sante, one trick style, right? This is probably the best patch to play K'Sante that there has been in a while. Temporal, the golden question, do you just first ban it?
even if you do, Rengis's champion pool is horribly weak to Camille, which is why first made his name on in this championship. Not only does he play these like mage tanks with like high, low cooldowns, high execution to a high standard, he plays the biggest, most implementable counter pick that is like just absolutely you can send that in. Doesn't matter what the 2v2 is, send the 1v1, wait for a moment and pick the tank off. It's so difficult for Rengus to stylistically match up against Eno despite him being such a strong player. Maybe we'll see a little bit of Belfast creativity to get around that tonight.
Okay, the stylistic switch up. I like that. Now, one lane that I feel like we haven't really talked too much about at this moment in time seems to be mid lane. We've kind of just let that be throughout the whole show. And Kabir, I want to get your take on mid lane, right? Because I personally, and maybe I'm just ooga booga caveman jungle brain over here, right? But I personally feel like mid lane in a 5v5 setting is in a little bit of a stale point, right? Like, okay, sometimes we get to Yone's, sometimes we get to something a little bit flashy, a little bit of Sylas something, but I feel like we often just see Azir, Orianna, Syndra. Is there like more to this lane that I should be aware of? Is there more that we can maybe see today?
No. The short answer is no. Mid lane at the moment was what top lane is for the past 13 years, where you get 4 champions and you play them. If you don't play them, you're probably getting fined. So I'm playing Syndra to not get fined today. But like, I mean, we saw it last game, right? Yone LeBlanc. There are like small signs of life. There's small pockets there. But then again, I think mid lane connects this whole rift together. It kind of dictates. It's so constrained by the draft.
Yeah.
I wish we could go back to the days where you could just play Fizz. You can just pick out, Twisted Fate and all these things, but it has such wide implications of the draft. You pick Twisted Fate, they pick Jarvan. It's game over. How do you play?
Well, you mentioned the draft. I believe it's time to get into it. One that I want to see, because we've had a lot of long games, Aurelion Sol. Very good late game. Scales well. If the game's not over in 40 minutes, well, it might be. He can just kind of end the game. But we'll see if it is locked in. Right now, though, the Xantake banned away. Belfast Storm, congratulations. You have started off well. This is a good point. Venom Crest, though, answering back with their own. The Vayne gone.
It takes away that 2v2 sort of twist where they can go later on. I do like the Xantake ban. I want to see what Venom Crest are going to give us here. The Rakan, not a huge surprise. B1 is not quite good enough. R1, 2, you can get something nice and spicy. Belfast Storm also banning away the Orianna, so they're trying to take away from that situation that can suppress something like an Akali, something Limsey has played a little bit of, and try and get us into that assassin pool that sits just below our ridiculously overpowered control mages. And Limsey's Azir will cement it.
Okay, it's a flex, but it might still be a mid lane control mage, right? We have the Talia. We even casted a Talia yesterday, by the way.
Yeah, Talia in the blind. Very unusual. I think that's going in the jungle. I think that's out of here. KZ, I mentioned in the pre-show, really great team fighter. Going for the Jinx here, something we've seen drift into the meta. Get one setup, get one reset with a team that can just absolutely plow through one person. We might see a Xerath mid here if there's a control mage to break the Talia flex. And with that, you can get the single reset and you can run forwards like crazy.
Yeah, and I do like the Bard. It is a pick that Zerg has played quite a lot. It goes really well. Surprised they didn't want to go for the Thresh, but you know what? They've locked it in. The Kai'Sa also following Bard Kai'Sa. Not something that I'm super common with.
It's a creative lane. The Thresh you'd want to pick something like an Aphelios with it. Sort of these big all or nothing carries. Kai'Sa doesn't quite get there in competitive. Needs some range to go with Thresh.
Okay. Well, come here. We got the first 3 from both sides. Any kind of expectations that you have? Let's start with Belfast Storm. Any picks that you're looking for them to kind of take into their comp or maybe ban away?
I think Olaf is a really big one for Belfast. It's really good into Maokai. Like, again, if we look at the layer analogy, right? When we come to these team fights, you play it like layers. If you have Rel, Maokai, and Olaf is just going to walk through it. Right? Like, he doesn't care. He's going to get on that Jinx. He's going to buy so much space in these team fights. And if there's so much space between the Jinx, Rel, and Maokai, because there's an Olaf in there, Kai'Sa can either free hit because they're going to peel the Olaf, or the Jinx is going to die.
Well, we'll see if they decide to take your advice and go for the Olaf. The Jace being locked in, I'm imagining that's going to go mid. I don't
that's
see
a good
Eno
little
playing
pick.
it. But I do like it. It's shown its head on Monday. It was very, very strong. There were some really good Jace performances. I think it was Kusai that played it to the top tier in one of their games. And we'll see what can kind of be made of this one, though. The Xin Zhao, personally, I just think it's B-Tech Jarvan. I think it's Jarvan from Wish. That's what I'm saying.
Jarvan's not even been banned. Very
That's what I'm
unusual
saying.
behavior.
It's just Jarvan from Wish, man. Like, I
Jarvan,
don't
especially
like-
if you're going to bang the Rengar special in right after it, you can play into the terrain quite nicely. Xin Zhao does get going a little bit quicker. You can try and force something with the Talia or try and play people back over the wall and onto the pebbles. It's a bit of high execution though, and Wildstars will have to try and work some magic to get an advantage on that pick in this game where it's so difficult to approach Venom Crest.
Yeah.
Indeed it is, and I'm not gonna lie. I'm just not thinking out of the box enough, right? Maybe it's just this is too high level a draft tactic for me. But I'm not loving Belfast Storm's comp, right? Because I'm thinking at it and I'm like, okay, Xin Zhao, good in the early game, but has to get going. Like, cannot chill out. He has to have zero chill, because if he does chill at any point, the game is over. He's done. He becomes useless very quickly, right? So needs to be quickly on tempo. But then mid game, okay, yeah, you're gonna have the Kai'Sa, you're gonna also have the Talia, who will pop off. But then where do you go if it goes to the late game? Because you're into a Jinx who is gonna absolutely rip through your whole team. And yes, you might have the ornaments, but ornaments are only good if you have someone that can stand up in the later stages.
You get at least the duration of Xin Zhao's ultimate to not give a reset. That's why he was originally seen as acceptable in this sort of setup. Unfortunately, he's got 3 lanes he can't gank till at least Kai'Sa has Dirk or the others have an item. This is way too late, and this Xin Zhao is going to be in a real pinch.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think there's so many viable options here if you're looking for an AD jungler. And I think Viego is like the highest on that list. I think Viego is like the standout option. You can be Born, you can play Jarvan. Lee Sin, if that's in your wheelhouse, if you can make that work, that for goes. Kha'Zix, great option here again. But I'm so surprised to see just, Ornn. Like, I think you could have picked Olaf here, and there's very few bruisers left. Maybe a Jax, maybe a Camille to be played. But like Olaf into Gwen, still favorable to the Olaf for the most part. And it really just lets you imagine you have like a Viego Olaf. How do Jinx play? How does Jinx really want to step up? She can't. She has to sit in base and hope she hits a rocket for that reset. So,
well, we'll have to see. Like, I'm definitely intrigued by it. I think that there's been a lot of Gwen. I don't know if like UKL is like trying to kind of push this new Gwen meta, because I feel like it's coming through here way more than anywhere else. Like, I'm not seeing this many Gwens anywhere in any other league. Maybe I'm just not watching closely enough, but it does feel like we have a particular affinity for it. But you know what? Every time I do see it, it is doing well. It's going to do well into this Ornn. It's going to be a bit of a problem for that Xin Zhao as well. And I do kind of worry a bit for Belfast Storm. I feel like Venom Crest have a very solid team, right? They have a bit of poke for around those objectives, right? They have a bit of range with the Bard, the Jinx, and the Jace, but they also have the Nature's Grasp, which means that it's going to be very difficult for the side of Belfast Storm to kind of get in on team fights. And if they set up around those early Drakes, Venom Crest could realistically just control the map for the majority of the game.
Probably what's going to happen, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think an interaction here that's, I mean, we don't have to dive too deep into it, but Maokai saplings can be funneled into Jinx traps, right? Imagine you Jinx trap a corridor off, and the other viable option to walk into an objective is Maokai saplings. You just sat there like, oh, okay, the objective's gone, guys. Okay, let's just go back to our lanes. Like, there's so much that Venom Crest can do to just control the map and just make things so difficult to walk through. Yeah, I think if I was to give a percentage, I would value this draft at like 70% Venom Crest favor.
Ooh, okay, Temporal. I've never played this percentage game on draft. What are you saying about it?
I'm pretty similar, yeah. I think 70-75% chance. I think Venom Crest have found something they should be comfortable, not only in execution. They haven't had to get outside the box. They haven't had to work very hard. And in that vein, we should see their typical gameplay, which was enough to push Belfast over in a similar position first time round.
With that being said, what are the odds in the favour of Venomcrest? We'll have to find out. Obviously, the stronger team going into this, the predicted favourites, they've potentially won draft as well. Can Belfast Storm pull up a big upset? We'll find out. But let's throw it to the casters. It's time for Milky Cyril and Rail to take us through Game 3.
One week ago, I found a lamp, and after rubbing it, a genie came out. The genie asked me, "What are your 2 greatest wishes, Milky?" And I said, "To see G2 back at World Finals and to cast with Rail." And the genie says, "Well, you got to pick one. You got to throw the other one away. G2 are out, and I'm casting with Rail. You know what I picked. It's time to go for Game 3.
Did you really have that much hopes for EU? I mean, sure, wishing for me is probably the easy option there, to be honest, but big game here, especially for momentum. Both teams have momentum, especially for the playoff. Belfast have a fairly standard comp in terms of what they want to do. It's a very much play for Vanguard comp, 4-5 man bot lane, so we're going to see a lot of that this game.
Yeah, and kind of looking at these comps, there's a few champs I'm quite interested to see how they're going to perform. Number one being that Bard. Bard in the support role. The other one is being this Gwen. It's kind of been popping back up in the meta, at least here in the UKEL. And I'm interested to see how both of them will perform, as we're seeing Venomcrest going for a little sneaky invade on the top side of the map.
I like this because it gives you so much information. Even just getting this ward down, if you don't pick anyone, you're still getting good information. I mean, you are getting spam pinged out, so I know you're warding this side, but still, any information is still good information, right?
Absolutely, and it'll just make things a bit easier for Bartholdi to kind of figure out exactly what Belfast Storm want to be able to do and provide some extra security for some of their lanes. Kind of speaking about those lanes and what the junglers want to do, where do you really want to see the action? Because looking at both of these junglers, these are relatively early game junglers.
Well, for one, we know where both junglers are going to go, just from these teams alone. We know with Bartholdi, he's going to go get Galore about 6 times, maybe 7 times, if you're lucky. Whereas with Wildstars, there's one goal in this comp, and it's feed Vanguard on the Kai'Sa. So a lot of the priority will be down there, but there's no missing out on early gank mid. He can make something happen with the Taliyah, and then use that potential to roam together either into the jungle or towards the bot lane.
Zerg taking a little bit of damage in the bottom lane, and Belfast Storm, and particularly Vanguard, if anyone hasn't seen it, go back and watch the game against Ruddy that happened a few days ago on a Monday, after, of course, you watch the rest of the games today, because it was such a fantastic game. It was back and forth for over 40 minutes. Vanguard was on Vayne, got to about 5 items, but sadly for Belfast Storm, they weren't able to upset the Ruddy, as you know, just trying to zone away Sengia from this topside wave.
Rengar not allowed to touch his wave so much in the early game. With Gwen obviously having them stacks, has to be a bit respectful and just looking to trade whenever he can or looking to collect minions. It's not a fun matchup for Ornn, but you don't really play for the matchup. You play to get out of lane and just impact team fights as much as possible without dropping too much gold to the Gwen. That's the aim of the game here. And the aim of the game for Bartholdi is just, he wants Galore head. Him and Galore become the gank squad. This is what they've been doing in all their previous games. Some games it's worked, some games it hasn't. But overall, they still look stronger as a team.
Now, I am a little bit sad, Rail, as I'm going to hold that thought, because we're getting that promised kind of Bartholdi gank towards the mid lane. They're looking for the kill. They're looking for first blood onto Galore. Limsey flashes away. The shock blast and the auto secures first blood for Venomcrest.
What can I say? I rubbed my magic lamp and it just told me it was going to happen. Who knew that Bartholdi was going to gank mid, guys? I mean, he'll probably be back again very soon. And they've already found Wildstars.
They are back again. They're looking for another play. Fastlegged is here as well. Really nice seismic shot from Limsey. Bartholdi will fall, but it doesn't matter because KZ will get a kill of his own. It's a 1-for-1, although Fastlegged might not be fast-legged enough to get out of this 1v3 play. Galore is making his way down, and Fastlegged has been able to escape to safety.
Pretty criminal behavior by Venomcrest being able to walk up river and actually get away with that. They only dropped 1 kill in the trade, but I mean, taking the jungler off the map is pretty massive.
And it's another assist as well for Galore. We'll see what that item he picks up is. Once he has reset, should be the serrated dirt coming through, as, just completely ignoring the damage that Sengir is doing, building up a nice wave. Wildstars, though, making his way up to the top side, and kind of knows something's up as he backs over to his side of the rift.
Yeah, with where the wave was, it's a dangerous place to step up even further with no information. Did actually ping out the Xin as well, so he knows he's topside, so he's given the information to his team. Make him work this pretty well. If Bartoldi works his way towards bot lane, there's no vision for Belfast. They can work this really well if they play it carefully.
Something that I'm a little bit sad about is Zerg hasn't really done any roaming yet. And I know we're only 5 minutes into the game, Rail, but I see a bard. I want to see this bard everywhere.
Usually it is the case, but I feel like just because of the lane state with playing against the Rel Jinx, they're a bit scared of leaving the Kai'Sa at the moment. So just playing it a little bit safer than they usually do. But I think you're exactly right. They need to get Zerg out on the map, Zerg impacting. He is a very good roamer when he gets the chance to do so, but as of right now, he's kind of still stuck in lane.
Some trades coming through in the bottom lane as Bartholdi has started up on the Drake. It is a Mountain Drake and an early Drake start for the side of Venomcrest. Now Fastlegged and KZ are making their way up. We'll see whether Belfast Storm want to contest this.
Looks like they're trying to work their way towards it, but Vanguard has no mana, so this will be a very limited fight if they choose to take it. Galul has the first roam too.
Maybe too far forward for Wildstars. He's locked up, he's taken down. It's a 1-for-1, but it's a jungler for support. Venomcrest will take that any day of the week, but now they are forced on the retreat. A 3v3. Bartholdi's taken down, and Belfast Storm win the extended fight.
And that is the beauty of Taliyah being able to zone off complete segments and they're looking for more.
Galul's exhausted, but he's still putting out so much damage onto Zerg. Now has to turn his attention towards Vanguard, who flashes out of the play. The Drake is going to get secured by Limsey, or is it stolen away by KZ, and an absolute fiesta in the river?
That's absolutely devastating for Belfast Storm. Just when it looked good, they catch out the jungler, they completely zone him from getting to his team, and then they just get completely caught out. They split up. Galul's able to work his way back in, and they zone out Vanguard so they could just walk back to the dragon. And it was on 97 HP, and they stole it away right underneath Belfast's nose.
When Belfast Storm almost secured the Drake, but then you realize it's a mage without any spells available, and KZ and Galul are able just to throw out an auto each. It's enough to secure the Drake. And Venomcrest, well, actually, the gold is pretty much dead even here with Belfast Storm, but you look at where that gold is, Galul and KZ exactly where it needs to be for the side of Venomcrest.
Yeah, you can see the gold split across. The Gwen only has a minor lead in the top lane right now. It's not too much, but that Jinx is the one that's starting to accumulate the biggest lead as of right now. So they're going to try to funnel all the gold down towards there when they can. Some dangerous trades for Rengeir up in this top side. Cannot underestimate this Gwen.
And it's also leading me to kind of just think about this top lane matchup, because it's nice when you're playing Gwen and you've got a relatively free matchup, right? You're not going to be too scared about what the Ornn is going to do. As for a second I was wondering whether Zerg wanted to make a play in the mid lane, but he's just going to take the magical journey out.
I like this from Venomcrest. Continuing momentum. They have the pressure, so they know they can go for this. And knowing that they just seen Zerg go through the mid lane towards the bot side, so they know he can't come up and contest this. So it's completely free. And honestly, this is a mix of where you can play this Herald. You can play it towards that top side, funnel Gwen even more, because it makes it really hard for Kai'Sa to play the game against a Gwen when she's ahead. But also, feeding the Jinx is also very important. Them crits can also just change a team fight entirely.
And something else as well is when you have Wildstars, trying to engage in a fight and trying to tank up damage from KZ. KZ can't get inside that ult without risking dying. Whereas, melee champion needs to get inside that range. So if you want someone to be able to take down that Xin Zhao quickly, you're looking towards the Gwen, not the Jinx.
Yeah, exactly that. And that's where some of the value of a Xin comes into the draft. Able to just use the Crescent Guard and buy time for his team, blocking Jinx autos, not letting her get a crits, but she might not be getting any crits if there's a 4-man in bot lane.
It's party time in the bottom lane. There might be 4 members of Belfast Storm, but there are 3 members of Venom Crest, and they're just turning onto Zerg. Can't take the magical journey out, and now KZ is excited, throwing out the autos towards Vanegod, as out comes the Weave as well. Fastlegged is going to flash forward and secure the kill for KZ. 2 kills for the side of Venom Crest. They want more. Limsy flashing to safety. Galul is on the hunt, though, for Wildstars, and I think that maybe, possibly, Limsy's gone too far forward. Galul gets the kill with a tower dive, and another tower dive under the outer tower secures another kill for Venom Crest. Overall, it's 4 kills for 1.
Huge momentum by Venom Crest. Just the way they knew how to turn that fight on a switch. They had 2 members split off from Belfast who can't get past. There's no wave at the tower, so they have to loot all the way round. And Venom Crest just completely exploit that. They go forward with a Maokai ult and completely catch them off guard.
You know what? It's quite cute. KZ and Galore with the exact same KDA, the exact same CS as well. If only they had the same items as KZ picks up that completed Mythic of the Kraken Slayer. Sorry, not Mythic, just the completed item.
And it's nice to see how they're rotating around the map as well with Venom Crest. Constantly trying to move the pressure towards bot. They said, we've got full faith in you, we don't need to help you, but right now he needs some help.
Yeah, so play towards the top side of the map. Inno is very low. Fastlegged is in a world of hurt right now as Limsy trying to land the threaded volley. The flip comes through, but, well, it's going to be in the end. Fastlegged that gets burger flip. Inno gets stacked on top to make a double mac in the top lane. And sure, Zengir will fall, but it is still 2 kills for Belfast Storm, and it's only an execute onto Diorn.
Yeah, 2 for 1, they'll happily take that, especially with the way the game was going. They needed to make something happen, make a play somewhere on the map, and that was exactly it. Taking down a Gwen, slowing down that momentum, not letting her get more CS. And I like the way they caught Fastlegged out there. They completely isolated him.
It has been a very, very skirmish-heavy start to this game. You're looking at 14 kills in under 12 minutes, and Zerg is looking towards the bottom lane. There is no Tempered Fate available, so no real way of catching out KZ on the Jinx.
It's mad to think that we're only just getting started in this game. This game is going to be so skirmish-heavy, like you said, especially when we hit our mid-game mark. Things are going to pop off, and there might be some contention around this dragon. They're pinging it out like they don't want to give it away.
Well, remember what happened on the previous Drake.
Well,
it was
actually,
a KZ auto that was able to steal it away. This time Belfast Storm do not want to contest the Drake, and the Cloud Drake is picked up by the side of Venom Crest.
Yeah, I guess they didn't want to risk it. They didn't have enough vision to work off. And I'm not sure they wanted to take the TP for a TP fight yet, especially with Ornn not having Call of the Forge God. Very big tool to be missing for a dragon fight. So, with it only being the second dragon of the game, I think they're not too upset about giving that over.
I think as well, Limsy not having their first item completed, whereas Galul had that Yomu's available, just makes things a bit difficult for Belfast Storm. And as you mentioned, kind of want to get these items coming through before they go for any risky plays. As Inno stepped too far forward, Wildstars is going to go in for the engage. There's a teleport to flank, but I think that Gwen is going to die, and now maybe they can just turn on to Galul, although Bartholdi is making his way down. This is going to be a 2v2. Wildstars sidestepping the ultimate, but now has to run up for his life. Will be able to land a slow, and now the Weaver's Wall coming in. Belfast Storm want to make the turn. Bartholdi flashes over the wall, but he's now on the wrong side of the rift. Where is his Maokai going to go? Presumably towards the tower to get executed, but Limsy is on his way to stop the back. There's a shutdown on the bottom side of the map. Vanegod outplaying the tower dive to get the kill onto KZ, and where is Bartholdi going? He's slowed down by the Bard, and Limsy surely will be picking up this kill.
He's just playing time, he's playing with them. He's just trying to delay his death while he's also wasting their time on the map. So, for Bartholdi, it's actually not bad for how much time he bought, but the big factor is what you mentioned. Vanegod outplaying the dive, 1v2 on the bot lane.
I don't know what happened bot lane, but I saw the kill come up and I kind of saw where it was, so I'm presuming it was a tower dive that did not go well, and Vanguard still has a flash available as well, so didn't even have to expend everything. And to talk about Limsey getting that kill onto Bartholdi, he didn't even lose anything because he was actually able to get to mid lane before Galul was able to crash the wave under his tower.
Yeah, that's pretty big for him, and that's also one of the beauties of Taliyah. Getting around the map so fast, especially when you're hugging these walls, means you won't miss too much, and obviously having Weaver's Wall as well can also just get you around the map constantly, like that Weaver's Wall towards the top side, which cut off the fight.
Potential
We're going to fight in.
Wild Stars clipped by the Nature's Grasp, but side of Venom Crest can't follow up, and now there's a Rift Herald and no Maokai ult, and Bartholdi almost down to half health, taking so much damage from Limsey, who all of a sudden, Rail, is 4-2.
Yeah, Limsey's looking pretty big, and it's nice to see him on another playmaking champion. He's constantly been playing as Azir and just delivering people on the plate, but he can also deliver people as a Taliyah while being really, really safe.
For some reason, my mind just went to, oh, if he's delivering on a plate, what's the knife and the fork for Belfast Storm? I'm guessing the Kaiser is the knife, and Bard is the fork to hold them in place? Is that an analogy I can use?
I mean, I'd probably look towards the Ornn being a fork to hold people in place, but
who
I
has
get
more
where you get at.
CC? Who has more CC? Ornn or Bard?
Ornn?
But
I feel like
Bard
Ornn-
is stun.
Ornn has a knock-up, and then another knock-up, and a slow.
True. Bard has slows
Ah.
and autos, so
That is also true, but I feel like Ornn's is, like, really consistent.
yeah, fair enough. You know what? We live in a free world, Rail. They can both be forks.
They both can be.
Yeah.
Especially in this comp, they're just the forks of the comp. They're exactly what they need to be. And just be annoying and hold people in place as much as possible. Going for a pick
We'll
on
figure out the
Galul.
spoon. Well, one fork doesn't quite work in the bottom lane, and Limsey making his way down. Galul will just be burning the flash, and a couple of ultimates spent by the side of Belfast Storm. This is going to give some agency to Venom Crest, who now pushing the mid lane and try to get some damage onto this outer tower.
You know, we still don't have first tower.
Very true.
And it's 16 minutes. It is kind of wild considering how much fighting there's been, how much priority there's been towards bot lane, and we still don't have a first tower being taken. Dragon is in 20 seconds. You can already see Venom Crest is setting up for it, trying to take out any vision in the process. But is Bartholdi going to get pincered? Taliyah's not moving, so no, they're actually just working towards the mid for now.
Just clearing away some of those control wards as Inno stepping forward, maybe looking for a play onto Limsey. Doesn't use the needle work as the Rift Herald has been dropped down. This is an attempt by Belfast Storm to try to get control over the river, but it completely fails for them, and they can't even get that Rift Herald charge off.
Yeah, the Rift Herald being stopped, so there's no pressure of that mid tower. Galul is rotating around, but he is actually pinged out, so he has to walk the long way to join his team, and being in a chokehold is ideal for Belfast Storm.
Out comes the Nature's Grasp. Remember, 2 ultimates missing for the side of Belfast Storm. Shock Blast goes wide. Zerg is a little bit low. Here comes the call of the Forge God. Only lands onto KZ. Out comes the Magnet Storm and the Crescent Guard. But there's just too much damage coming out from KZ. And Venom Crest are slaughtering Belfast Storm. Vanguard going into the backline, able to get the 1 kill, but now being run down by the Jinx Rockets. And KZ turns the fight back around. Inno over the wall, and out comes the Tempered Fate. That's going to allow Fastlegged to get into the fight. A double kill for Inno, and Venom Crest get the ace for 2.
Yeah, they put all that priority on trying to get Bartholdi, trying to get Galul, and meanwhile Jinx was still alive in the backline, completely untouched. Vanguard went a bit hyper and got in there, tried putting down the damage he could, but then just isolated himself, completely trapped out. And because of that, Venom Crest actually come out on top. It started so well for Belfast.
Well, sadly for Belfast Storm, the knife wasn't sharp enough, the forks weren't strong enough, and the spoon didn't do what spoons really do, which I don't know what that is. 13 kills to 11 and a 2k goal lead for Venom Crest. They are on the precipice of picking up a Drake Soul, and not just any Drake Soul either, Rail, a Hextech Soul.
It is indeed a Hextech Soul, which is a pretty scary one to deal with. It's a very, very strong soul. With Belfast being a Storm, we can see
I
if
like
they're
that.
a strong Kieran or a weak one.
A strong what?
There's a Storm in the UK right now called Storm Kieran.
Oh yeah, there is. I'm not in the place where I really feel the effects of the storm. Galul though is gonna be feeling the effects of the storm. He's knocked up, he's slapped around, and he's murdered under his own tower.
And if this is the gameplay for Belfast, just singling out Galul and slowing any momentum down from him,
Oh dear.
good way to get in his head, but it's gonna be
Better-
traded.
Yeah, Venom Crest say, hey, you're going to kill us under our tower, we'll kill you under your tower. And it turns out to be a 1-for-1, but it might become a 2-for-1 because Fast-Legged has gone too far over into the enemy side. He's been caught with his pants down, and Belfast Storm will get another. The Tempered Fate lands onto KZ. No Gale Force to get him out to safety, and Vanguard, with that killer instinct, will slaughter KZ where he stands. As out comes a big Crescent Guard. Inno on the hunt gets one. And now it's Vanguard who's on the wrong side of the map. A shutdown for Galul as he gets his vengeance.
What actually is going on? When one team gets something good, the other team is instantly trying to trade it back and getting something for it. They're not attempting it and failing. Every time it starts well for Belfast, they overstep and they're getting punished by Venomcrest. Venomcrest end up still taking out more on this. If we look at the gold now, I want to see where we're currently sat at, because despite Galul being shut down, he's still at the items he needs to be as Jace. The Mana Moon is very big for him, so it's very important. Jinx is looking really strong right now, 2 items and a little bit, whereas Kai'Sa is only under 2. One thing to watch, when them ornaments come in, that does make up a bit of the gold, so it definitely will it more or less will close the entire gold lead right now when the ornaments come through, but we've got another level till that happens.
It has been such a crazy start to this game. And as me and Zathos kind of coined in our cast on Monday, you can have bro lanes or bro games. This is the sis game. The game with all of the kills, where both teams are just essentially saying, you get a kill, you get a kill, you get a kill, you get a kill. Let's get to late game really fast.
Seems the case, and I actually want to point out some of the itemization from Inno. The Protobelt, I like this a lot. Adds extra mobility, helps you get towards these targets, and also gives you movement speed, so almost got the sapling onto Zerg there, but he gets out with his life.
Does a lot of damage on it to Limsey, as I believe Venomcrest are setting up for a dive, and Belfast Storm are aware they back away from their outer tower, and Venomcrest will get what is only their second tower of the game. And now they're starting to posture around Baron, but for now they're just setting up Vision.
Yeah, it'd be a bit of a wild take if they went towards the Baron, especially with how these fights have been going. It wouldn't have really been the play they'd be looking for.
I mean, I've seen, Tempered Fate is going to land, but out comes the Nature's Grasp just to zone the side of Belfast Storm away. Teleport from Inno. And Venomcrest forced to actually throw a fair bit towards that. And now the teleport is gone for Inno, but it's also gone for Sengir as well.
This is pretty big if they can crack the tower, but the minion wave isn't there for them. Completely annihilated by Galul other than the cannon. So it denies them getting that tower. Dragon, 30 seconds, the important objective.
So much damage with that Shock Blast. Limsey's low, going to have to reset, does have the teleport available. And that Drake is going to be the focus for Venomcrest and indeed Belfast Storm. A Hextech Soul would be so big, especially with these Shock Blasts from Galul.
Yeah, and put them on soul point. So, I mean, you have to contest this. You can't give it, but at the same point, if you give it, well, if you contest it, sorry, you're going to have to hold on, because Ornn,
Is zoning. Out comes the Needlework, but a really nice seismic shove. The follow-up from Vanguard gets the kill, but Wildsauce has been caught out comes the Crescent Guard, and now the turn from Sengir, flashing over the wall, following up on the 3-man Call of the Forge God. Is there the damage? A second seismic shove comes in. Galul is so low, gets taken down. Bartoldi jumping into the play, but jumps into his own demise, and Belfast Storm get 3 kills for just 1. Soul denied.
taking down the backline threat straight away at the start of the fight is worth a trade for your jungler. And there's no Super Mega Death Rocket, so this cannot be stolen. So huge pickup for Belfast, and credits to Zerg with a flash stun catching out 2 there to continue the fight.
This game feels like deja vu compared to what we saw on Monday between Belfast Storm and Ruddy. It was such a similar game. Kill after kill after kill. The goal lead flipping from one way to the other. The rule of that game was almost whoever had the goal lead would lose the next fight. And right now it's Belfast Storm who have the goal lead, but Venom Crest, they've started up the Baron.
Yeah, bit of a Baron bait in the end. The caught out Wildstars.
We just fight after fight after fight. Nature's Grasp from the side. Such a nice seismic shove. And Fast-Legged will fall. Is jungler for support. A 1-for-1. And maybe it's time for the team to take a little chill pill for a moment.
Yeah, right now they kind of just want to get Jinx to that 3rd item spike so she can get that Lord Dominance, start dealing with Ornn a little bit better, meaning that her damage will actually start to matter towards him, especially with him not having too much armor just yet. He's only got steel caps, the Warden's Mail, and a bit of armor from Radiant Virtue. I always forget what that item's called.
I'm still trying to learn some of the new items. I know Radiant Virtue because I play too many tank support, but then there's some of the Enchanter items. I think it's like Mist of Helia or something. I don't know. Something like that. But right now, 18 kills to 18, a tiny, minuscule goal lead for the side of Belfast Storm. The next Drake is going to be in 3.5 minutes time, but we don't care about the Drake. Belfast Storm looking towards the Baron will get spotted out by Fast.
Both these teams are chancing it with a Baron, but so Belfast are committing a bit more. Do they have the Weaver's Wall?
Weaver's Wall trying to zone out the members. Here comes the call of the Forge God. The Baron has been secured, and Venom Crest now need to fight. They can't let Belfast Storm get this Baron for free, but it might cost them kills. Never mind, Venom Crest get 2, and now they're chasing after Zerg, looking for a 3rd. The Tempered Fate will land, and Zerg should be able to get out, but Fast-Legged is looking for the flip. Can't get close enough. Belfast Storm get the Baron. Venom Crest get 2 kills.
Pretty big take for Belfast, I can't lie. That Weaver's Wall completely zoning them off, not letting them get in time. Big pickup, and this is going to delay the game for them a bit better. They are slightly ahead on the gold lead now from this as well.
Slightly ahead on the goal lead, and that goal lead should only theoretically increase once they get these Baron empowered minions pushing.
That's all it is right now.
Barely. But key thing to remember, Belfast Storm, that Baron Nashor, that Baron buff is going to go about 10 seconds into when this Drake spawns. And that's a big buff to have before the Drake, because you can get all of those waves push. Maybe you can get a few extra towers as well.
You know, Milky, with the way this game's going, and with our history on Cass,
we're going to get a backdoor.
We're probably going to end up with a backdoor at this point.
Okay.
With, like, Venom Crest are... They're struggling a little bit in some fights. The positioning isn't all there, and it hasn't been as strong as it was earlier. Whereas Belfast have been prioritizing a bit better. They've been waiting for the Gwen, trying to find her out, catch her before the fight erupts, to just completely annihilate that backline threat.
As I like to say, Rel, you can only do a backdoor once the front door is open. And right now, the front door isn't open for either side. Once we get there, we can then see what will happen. The Nature's Grasp comes out. Teleport flank for the side of Venom Crest. The focus is onto Wildstars. Out comes the Crescent Guard. Inno onto the backline, doing a bit of damage. Call of the Forge God doesn't land onto anyone. How much damage can this Gwen do? In goes Fast-Legged. It's a huge Magnet Storm. But where is the follow-up? Galul diving into the backline, exhausted as Vayne God able to get 1 kill. The fight is all over the place. Fast-Legged has been seismic shoved into the side of Belfast Storm. And Belfast Storm get 2 kills for 1 as they continue to extend their goal lead.
Zerg's just a mastermind, that's all I'm going to say. Like, Zerg getting a huge bottle on the backline, completely delaying the fight and putting the fight into such a good position for Belfast. They're able to reevaluate where everyone is, they work back, and they timed it so well. As soon as Galul jumped in, he was instantly exhausted. The damage wasn't there. Galul was taken off the face of the earth, and they're starting to just control things a bit better. And this is the beauty of this comp. When they come together, they're able to front to back really well, and you've also got the extra positioning from this Kai'Sa pick.
The fighting isn't over though. We have another Drake. It is still soul point for the side of Venom Crest. Can they get into that pit quickly enough? There's a teleport flank coming in! Super Mega Death Rocket steals it in favor of Venom Crest, and the miracle has just occurred.
That is absolutely devastating for Belfast. They lined it up. They got the Talia wall, but it was a bit too early trying to zone them off. They lose the dragon and they will lose the tower for absolutely nothing.
If Belfast Storm lose this game, they will look at that play as the costly play. And now Wildstars has been called. Crescent is buying so much time. Fastlegged is going to fall, as is Ino. And Belfast Storm, Hextech, Soul be damned. They win the fight regardless. 3 kills for 1, and they can look to just push forward in the mid lane and maybe get an inhibitor tower.
Galul must be hating his life right now. This is the second time he has found Vanguard, got him low, and not been able to kill him because of one man. And that one man is Bard. Mr. Zerg lands another key ultimate, isolating the Jace. He's not able to run away, completely surrounded. Big pickup, big team fight win, and they're able to start pressuring again. It didn't matter with a Hextech Soul when they got such a good engage.
When I look at this Venom Crest comp and I see a champion like the Jace, I always think, right, this comp needs to be able to poke first. It needs to be able to land Shock Blast before you go for that all-in fight. But you look at all of the recent fights, and they've all had to be snap engages because Venom Crest have had to contest at an objective, whether that's Baron, whether that's a Drake that's already down to half health, and Belfast Storm aren't giving Venom Crest the opportunity to poke them down.
You know, given hindsight, I don't know if it was banned, so correct me if I'm wrong. I'm actually just going to take a quick look. No, it was open. I would have liked the Camille way better from Inno. And
Well-
I feel like Galul's going to wish he wasn't playing against Bard right now.
Yes, well, you might want to see a Camille. Belfast Storm want to get themselves a juicy Galul kill. 24 kills to 22. We are well over a kill per minute. We're getting more towards 2 kills per minute, and Venom Crest not looking that good right now.
No, they're struggling to find any advantage right now. They're struggling to find any gold, even in a side lane, because they're just getting picked off in these side lanes. With Baron coming up, when you fight in these narrow angles, Talia becomes stronger, Ornn becomes stronger. I mean, pretty much the entire roster of the Belfast Storm actually becomes stronger because Zerg, multi-man stuns, Xin, just multi-man zoning. Can we get another steal is the question.
The teleports are coming in. Belfast Storm is searching for a way to secure this Baron. Venom Crest searching for a way back into the game. The Baron has been secured. Call of the Forge God doesn't land. Venom Crest throwing out rockets. Zerg is low, so is Sengir. Galul is not part of this fight. KZ lands the auto. Gale Force. No, the crit isn't enough. Zerg will be able to survive, but now it's a 5v4. Sengir is low. The rocket still up flying. Big Tempered Fate from Zerg is going to force Venom Crest to back away. In Belfast Storm, they get the Baron and they don't give any tilt over to Venom Crest.
They're just operating Mission Impossible now, because like this is 2 Barons they've got away with barely losing anything. Last time they lost 2 people and it meant absolutely nothing to them. This time they've lost completely nobody, and all of what it cost was 2 flashes.
It is looking good for Belfast Storm, but you cannot count Venom Crest out of this game. A kind of reminder of how both these 2 teams stand. Belfast Storm will be going into playoffs in the lower bracket, and Venom Crest will be going into the upper bracket regardless of this result. And I believe even if Venom Crest lose, they should still have the tiebreaker over Ruddy because they have a 2-0 over them. But I do need the admins to confirm that one for me. It will still, though, be Tempest Gaming who get that very crucial 3rd to 4th place choice for playoffs, and it has been confirmed. So Venom Crest will be going into playoffs as the 2nd seed, but as we've mentioned before, this is such a big game to get that momentum. And if you can be Belfast Storm, and Tempest Gaming might see this round and say, you know what, we don't want to play Belfast Storm. And then all of a sudden we might be entering into a situation where Belfast Storm might be playing against Venomcrest at some point. As Tempered Fate does land, but no follow-up.
That's just disgusting. Like, this is why people ban his Bard away. Like, he has multi-threat, he has Bard, he has Fresh, and they're gonna get this tower.
Look how low Limsey has gone from 1 Shock Plus. You can see the win condition for the side of Venomcrest, but they just can't find a fight. The poke that Venomcrest throw out, Belfast Storm throw right back at them. The inhibitor tower falls, but Belfast Storm cannot get the inhibitor.
You're not able to push much more, but at least that is open, and with Elder Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. If we see this stolen, then I don't know what to say anymore if it happens.
If it gets stolen, a 6k goal lead does not matter. Having a soul doesn't matter. The fact that you got 2 Barons doesn't matter. All that matters is that you have that Elder buff, and the entire game will be wide open. Venomcrest looking for the pick. Has Zerg gone too far forward? They want to get this Bard out of the fight, but they can't do it. Zerg is forced away. Venomcrest have control over the river.
That's a massive cooldown lost. Gwen ultimate gone. Rengar a little bit caught out here.
That's giving the opportunity for Wildstars to go into the backline, but Galul able to stay alive, and Venomcrest are able to get the kill. Nature's Cross going to land onto 2 members, giving time for Venomcrest to take down the jungler. Bartoldi flashing away. Vanguard desperately trying to kill the jungler for the side of Venomcrest, but cannot do it. Belfast Storm, they have been in control of this game for the last 10 minutes, but they are at risk of losing it right here, right now. The Elder secured by Venomcrest, and now Venomcrest are on the offensive. Limsey over the wall. Vanguard has got nowhere to go. Stuck between Ino and the rest of the team, slayed by the Elder Gods.
Big take for Venomcrest. The complete zoning of the rest of the team. Vanguard wasn't allowed in. Limsey wasn't allowed in. Rengar already chunked out and then killed. They just weren't allowed close to this dragon. And at the start, again, it's just the story of the entire game. It starts out so well, and it just didn't end the way they wanted it to. Venomcrest have found their way back, and it is in this Elder Dragon, but they need to find time to use this. They need to make use of it. Otherwise, it just becomes a bit of a wasted objective.
They need to throw these waves forward. They need to siege onto Belfast Storm. They need to dare Belfast Storm to fight them. As we mentioned before, you can't backdoor unless the front door is open, and right now it is locked shut.
And Talia, very good at clearing them waves from a very safe distance, and also has a lot of backup in doing so. I'm very interested to see who they'll send to answer Gwen, because as soon as they do, that might be the angle where Venomcrest looks.
Teleports available for both top laners. Galul no TP, but Limsey does have one. Able to get that inner tower, and now Venomcrest moving over to this bottom side, trying to poke down with Galul's Shock Blast. And here they go. The Nature's Cross is going to zone Belfast Storm away. The catch now on to Sengir, forced to go golden. This should be a kill for Venomcrest. Belfast Storm will not over-engage. They're going to give this inhibitor away, but I think Venomcrest know that they need to end the game with this push. Flashing forward, Fastlane looking for the play. Wildstars throws out the Crescent Guard, trying to buy time, but one Nexus Tower has already gone. The rockets are flying. Wildstars will fall to the Ender, and Venomcrest will siege forward and take the win over Belfast Storm.
That has to be devastating for Belfast. There was just so many moments where it looked like they took control of the game, and it just didn't work out the way they wanted to in the end. They got this couple of steals, they got a couple of Barons and got out with their lives, but it didn't matter in the end. That Elder became the determining factor and just completely ended their chances of this game.
And I was commenting on how this game felt like that game against Ruddy on Monday, and it's another game where Belfast Storm was so close. It was a topsy-turvy game. They felt they were in control, and then it just slipped away from them. And as we said, once you lose the Elder, it doesn't matter about the control you had before. Fantastic win for Venom Crest. They locked themselves in to second place, an entire point ahead of Ruddy. But with that, we are going to be heading into a short break. And when we return, our analyst desk will be breaking down the game and sending us in to the fourth and final game of the day and the final game of the season.
Yeah. Yeah. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You can call me David Ramsey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. New era, new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man. Ay, every day been making plans. Ay, they don't really understand. Ay, gotta look out for the family. I
reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. Rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand.
Absolute scenes. That's all I can say for that. Absolute
Brutal.
scenes. When you think that you can secure a dragon because you have Smite, you're wrong. You're wrong. League of Legends, the game where Smite is irrelevant if they have a Jinx or a Lux. Boom.
Only when KZ says so. Like, you've got to line that up pretty nicely. And KZ this game just decided he wanted to jungle just a little bit. Fantastic work to pull out those clutch objective secures.
Yeah, indeed. And I will say, an important moment in the game. Not the only important moment, right? There was a lot of ebbs and turns. I can't believe in the last day everyone is going to like 40-minute games. I don't know what's happened. I feel like we've had loads of fast games in the previous weeks, but today everyone's like, we're going the long haul. We're going all the way to the end. I don't know if it's because people are playing a bit more cautiously or whatever they're going for, but either way, we're getting there to the later stages. Now, let's break down some of the earlier plays. So let's talk about the tower dives early on, because I will say, shout out to Belfast Storm. I will publicly say, I'm sorry. I thought you guys would lose way harder in the later stages, but they made things happen. But obviously, it did start pretty well for the side of Venom Crest.
Yeah, even as we look there, Vanguard picks up the return kill there, but the exhaust and like the surprise factor was a big part of Belfast coming back against a Venom Crest that took an early lead, that had more solid lines of play. I feel like their jungler was more empowered across the map and took time for Belfast to get cooking.
Yeah, it did indeed. And for some reason, my Discord is just closed. I don't know if that means I'm muted.
No, we got you. We got you.
Okay, we can still hear me. All right, that's perfect. Okay, Discord is trying to boot me out. I don't know why. But anyway, let's go on to the second replay, right? Because this game was, as I said, very, very in the hands of Belfast Storm for a long time. They were winning a lot of team fights. They were making things happen. They were in control. When I thought they would fall off, they didn't. They stayed in it. Talk to me about this one.
Yeah, I think the Belfast archetype of just having faith, holding on for a 25-minute swing at a big team fight, just so strong with this composition. As they approach this dragon, you see Eno uses his ultimate, which does so much damage against all these squishies, against the Ornn, and that Xin Zhao pick that isolated, buys enough time for the front to back to come through. Venom Crest have to retreat. The Bard setup is immaculate, holds the team together. And from what looked like a bit of a difficult position with Eno up in the front line, should have been able to assassinate. Venom Crest routed back through the mid lane.
Yeah, my MVP for this game, right? Zerg, absolutely exquisite on this Bard, able to make so many team fights go their way, just causing problems, being annoying, just doing Bard things. That's the energy of the champion, right? He's there all the time, everywhere. You try and escape, but he's back. He's got you slowed, stunned, turned into gold. Like, it's just a great bit of fun, and Zerg plays him really well and caused so much disruption for the side of Venom Crest. But let's go into the final fight, right? The one where, apart from the rocket, it all started to crumble, and Kabir break this one down for me, because this, in my opinion, was a little bit unfortunate for Belfast Storm, right? Because if they win this one fight, they get the Elder Soul, they have the Baron, they can win this game, but it just doesn't go their way.
Yeah, I think here is kind of where the draft really kicks in. You get so much range from the Maokai, the Jace, the Gwen, the Jinx, and then what's really unfortunate, even though after a pretty strong performance on the Ornn, it's just too soon. You just got a bit too soon. You just stepped past that line a little too early, and should have realistically, if all 5 players of Belfast are up here while they're corralled into the dragon pit, there's a higher chance. That's a better fight. But I think it was just a bit too much, a bit too soon. They bit off more than they can chew, and then that Elder just really, really seals that deal. And even though that Zhonya buys a bit of time, ultimately, all down in vain. Unintended.
Yeah, It's a tough time, but that's how the cookie crumbles. That's League of Legends. They got to the late game with a late game comp. Venom Crest were favored in those late stages, and they won it. They took it all, and they left no crumbs, right? They ate that one up, and unfortunately, Belfast, who put in such a good shift in this game, come away with nothing. But they can say that they made it close, which does bode well for them going into the playoffs, right? They have got a bit of hope where they can say, okay, look, we are challenging some of these top teams, maybe in a best of 5, a couple of resets, a couple of changes here, maybe we win that game in the future, and they can look back at that and get a little bit better before we go into those next week. But that is going to be all for game number 3. Let's go into the final game, which unfortunately, standings-wise, doesn't really change too much. Arcadia versus Lions Creed, they are both going to be going into the relegation battle where they will have to try and fight for their spot to remain in this league. But right now, they're going to take on each other. So will they leave the league kicking and screaming in a sad loss, or will they leave the league in a victorious fashion? We'll find out who's going to take that win. But let's first meet the teams, right? Let's bring up Arcadia first. Let's talk about this team, who I feel like have had a really unlucky, I guess is a bit of a word, run. I feel like their scoreline hasn't necessarily matched the potential of this team. Temporal, talk to me a little bit about this squad.
You could say, Jay, that they've got passion, they've got energy, but they've lacked impact. They've lacked a consistent line forwards. I think Arcadia struggled with substitutions on multiple weeks with not quite hitting the ground running, despite a successful play-ins tournament to achieve their spot in the league. You know, look quite strong there. We're all quite excited for them. I think we want to see a bit more cohesive drafting, and with Tea Time back on the roster, you can take your junglers back away towards the sort of things they got qualified on. Synapse has had a great time on these different top laners. We do have a threat from Galaxy and Blank in chat. This draft is going to be a little bit special to celebrate their first split in the 4 nations.
I don't know what that's going to mean.
Neither do I, because I'm going to go out there. Arcadia, I think you draft to mid as they were, and a bit unusual. So you saying unusual, this is either going to be Exodia, this is going to be fantastic, or it's going to be the spiciest thing I've ever seen. And you know what? It's going to be great either way.
Yeah, let's go on to the other thing. Let's go on to Lions Creed, because I will say Lions Creed have given us some interesting drafts, right? We saw Kumiko play Ziggs a couple of times. He was kind of adapting to the new styles. We saw Cormac on some OG Darius, which I feel like isn't a spicy pick for them, but it is a spicy pick for the league. And he did also get a pentakill on it, so shout out to that one. I want to see some new stuff. Ben obviously playing the Neferi as well. I feel like this team has had a little bit of that new flavor, a little bit of that extra sauce, and I want to see what they've decided to cook up on this final game as well. Obviously, Choi and Heathen also playing big roles in this squad, but I want to know how they're going to round off this year, right? Are they going to flip upside down? They're going to go for something a bit different. I want to see it, right? I want to see them pull something out of the magician's hat and just go a little bit crazy, because you know what? I do feel like there's a bit of a tendency in League of Legends where it's like your back's up against the wall, things are not going well for you, you play comfort. If that doesn't work, you're like, okay, let's play meta. Sometimes I'm like, yo, just play something a bit random that people aren't aware of, people aren't expecting, because if you don't know what you're doing, they can't know what you're doing, and if they don't know what you're doing, then you might snag a cheeky win. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm looking forward to in this next game. I don't know how with that plan either of you guys are, but Kabir, let me know what you think about that one.
Yeah, more spice. Sorry, Kabir, go for it.
No. I mean, it's perfect, right? Neither of the teams realistically got anything to lose. They have to look forward to whatever relegations looks like for them. So it's like that Rock Lee moment in Naruto when you can just when you can just drop those weights. Just play.
What scene?
Just express yourselves. Go have a bit of fun, right? I think both rosters, the nature of competition, someone's going to end up bottom 2. Someone's going to be there. In another universe, they could have made it higher for sure. Just not in this one, not in reality. So go have fun, enjoy the UKEL and the research of it, and leave a good taste in your mouth as you leave, whether it's a win or a loss. And it doesn't mean that you can't be back here next year. You still have relegations where you can prove yourselves.
And to push the point even further, right? You talk about Rock Lee, drop them weights, open them gates, maybe even go 8th and just go full all in. If you don't know what I'm talking about, well then just go watch Naruto, bro. It's a sick anime. What are you doing? It's been out for years. But if you don't want to go do that, what I'm telling you is the 8th gate means that you will either win or die, and that's the kind of energy that I want on these compositions, right? I want the level of we're gonna either absolutely crush this game or we will lose in 5 minutes. That's what I want.
That's it.
Yeah,
That's it.
the Chunin
Sion?
exam arc 10 out.
It's the pick Sion into everyone sit bot bush for 10 minutes angle. That's it. I'm calling it.
But what spice are we thinking? Because like when I think about spicy picks right now, I'm like, obviously there's a lot of things you could play off meta, right? If you want to just satisfy some of the casters' personal wants, right, then Trundle support has to be in there, right? It's been mentioned so many times. Even Synergy was talking about Trundle, not necessarily support, but Trundle's been brought up by like 3 different of our panelists now. So it definitely is a seemingly favorite. Obviously, I love a bit of Fiddlesticks. Like, there's a lot of picks that I want to go out there. I will say the one I don't want to see, I don't want to see Shaco, man. I actually find Shaco quite boring.
Unless if there's
Maybe
an
that's
Orianna.
just me.
Unless if there's an Orianna. I would love an invisible Shaco Orianna combo.
Yeah, it's a strong one. I'd love to
Okay.
see Ethan on the Trundle. We saw, of course, that iconic backdoor to secure Arcadia. Their spot was done by Trundle running into the base and mashing up 2 towers fast as you like. I think the Volibear for me, that's a personal favorite. It's been coming back into the sort of
let's get
meta
the draft.
presence. It's just below
Let's
the
find
pool.
out.
Let's get it.
Let's find out. Into draft we go. Let's see what the spice is. What are they cooking with? Is it a bit of turmeric? Is it a bit of chili powder? What's going on? What's going on?
Salt
What's
and
Hey,
pepper
I've
vibes
already
right
eaten
now.
my dinner. I'm so hungry again. What are you doing?
Okay, that's our challenge. At the end of the draft, we've got to pick what spice it correlates with.
I need
yeah.
to Google spices right now.
Come on, Jay. Come on, Jay.
I know some.
Katarina ban? What's this?
All right, what are the top 25 spices? I've got them. I'm ready. I'm ready now.
These nigga BuzzFeed quiz
I'm
right
ready.
now. What spice are you?
My name is Arcadia. I like moonlit walks at the end of the season. What spice am I, BuzzFeed?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Ziggs
Shout out to
ban.
those. Shout out to those quizzes. But yeah, Ziggs ban. So far, the bans are looking pretty normal, right? So far, the bans are pretty normal, which I'm not loving because I wanted the crazy picks. If we're expecting crazy picks, why have we got normal bans?
Where's the
We're
TSM
gonna be
XD in the bands? We needed the TSM XD in the bands at least. At minimum.
KZD? Are we banning KZ Arcadia? He's not on Lions Creed, but we're close enough.
It's close. It's close. I will say that Darius is a pretty fair ban. Also, the Cassante, right? Like, Cassante is not a spicy pick. That is just a strong pick.
Yeah, it's just
Don't-
not allowed.
Don't be trying to do them things. Like, we have seen it do before. I do respect it. I think it's a bit of fun.
Yeah, it's enjoyable top lane pick. Flexible slightly. We'll see where that ends up going as Lions Creed. Now have that difficult choice. The Udyr's pretty good against some of the things like the Darius likes. Like, you know, you've got your Garens, your Fioras that just explode with physical damage. Lions Creed moving away, and they're setting up for Wombo combo. Lions Creed won a team fight.
Oh, this hover.
Oh,
That's the best hover, to be honest.
Yeah. Lock it in.
Let's be real
Lock it
here.
in.
That's the real
Right
pick
now.
that you want.
Yeah,
Also,
Jarvan
I
could
do
be
like
helping.
Ivan. I'm a big fan of Ivan. I think Ivan is quite cool. Like, I think he's just fun. Like, it's just like a good time. Like,
He's just a
when you're
goofy
playing
little
with
guy.
Ivan. Exactly, yeah.
they're just gonna pick 5 junglers. That's it, and they're running with it.
I would respect that. Oh, they've gone for the Dunlosi special. They're trying to get away with it. I see.
They're trying to get away with it. I mean, Senaton catch would be fun to see. You know, just whack it out. Special tech.
Have we had a
Pumpkin.
Jin all split? Is that our first one?
I think we've had. I want to
We've
say we've had
won.
one Jin, but I might be wrong. It could be a thing. Someone check that one out because that is actually
I'm
quite
going
interesting.
fast.
That is an interesting one. Nico though going to be picked up from Lions Creed. Lions Creed going for the more normal draft, right? They've gone for the Nico mid. They have the Jinx as well. The Jarvan coming through, which is just better Xin Zhao in my opinion. I'm still sticking to that one. Syndra going to be banned off as well. Rakan taken out of the equation. I do wonder what Lions Creed are going to go support-wise, because obviously they do have the Jinx. We're taking away some of those picks, right? Rakan's not there. We do still have Rel on the board, though, so it could feature. But there is also that slight inkling in my mind of, like, what if they go Nico support?
That
Golden
definitely takes it
Guardians
from,
angle.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Okay.
No,
Week
no, the
5 someone
Gwen.
played Jin.
Is that 100% Gwen presence today? If that gets locked in, by the way.
We've had it definitely in 2 games. I'm trying to think if we had it in game 1.
Yeah, I
think
didn't
we did.
catch game 1. I was on the way waiting for a week.
Yeah, I think we did. I think
100%
we did
presence
have it.
on
We
Gwen. I'm
had it
telling
top
you,
lane.
the UKL on Gwen. They just love it. They can't get off of Gwen. I don't know how I feel about that. Like,
We just
I
love
think
running
Gwen
with
is like
scissors
this.
down here in the UK and Ireland, and that's cool. Let's chill.
Yeah.
Blank's Jin, the only other person to play at Kuma Kuma on Lion's Creed. So yeah, there's a little bit of champion interaction here. And please, let's not play Yumi.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Do it.
thinking as well.
Lock it in.
You want to see it?
No, I want to see a Zillion. If you really want to get a good spice rating from BuzzFeed, a Zillion is the angle here.
Okay, but I you know what, the Zoe is
Fruity.
interesting though. I will say Zoe, when played well, is one of the most disgusting and unfun champions to play against. It's hella fun to cast. It's awesome watching people just disappear. But I remember I used to cast like Roehampton, right? And I don't exactly remember the name of the player, but they had like a Zoe main on their team, and it was unreal what used to happen with that champion. It was just insane. But the final pick is going to be the Thresh there for the Heathen. I like the comp. I think Lions could have gone very standard. It's very what we kind of expect for League of Legends. It's standard 5v5 with the potential to go 4-1 with the Gwen on the side lanes. Arcadia, they cooked a little bit more. They've gone for the Udyr top. I like the switch up. The Graves, I'm not sure how it's going to do though in this matchup.
It's okay. It's a very even matchup. Like, I think Jarvan has that spice factor, right? He can just do whatever he wants, and if he can visit every lane by level 3 and get a kill, you know. And if he can do that,
Yep.
then he's chilling. But if Graves does his best Dunlucy cosplay and just farms, then
Which he didn't do in that
gets
game,
away
by the
with
way.
it.
Yeah, I love that
Unless
it
he
was
just
prepped
catching
up so
strays.
much about him just farming, and then in that game he actually didn't just farm. But either way, you said it earlier, and I'm going to commit to this now. We got to name the spices for the different draft. So if there's a possibility that you could bring draft back up, let's do it. But if we can't, then we'll just have to do it ourselves. Anyone? Well, we can start with Lions Creed. All right, what are we going with for their spice? Okay, like temporal. You can start the cooking.
It's celery salt for Lion's Creed. It is 1 degree removed from your normal garden sea salt, but it does taste
Okay.
nice. You know, we
Okay.
can throw a bit of extra. We can surprise our guests ever so slightly on this evening with something they already know.
I was gonna say a bit of Cajun spice, right, for me, because the thing is, I
No,
like this
man.
draft. I
You're
like
way
this
too
draft as
hot,
well.
bro.
No, but I think this draft is like very solid. Like I'm saying, I can
it's
have
warm.
this draft daily. You know what I mean? Like this is a good draft. It goes well. It's gonna be a nice meal. It's not the craziest, but it is a solid. It always will work out. And
Are you
that's
saying
how I'm
the
feeling.
spice increases as it burns through the late game with Jinx Thresh? Is that where we're
in, I
going?
feel
As you
like you
continue
can-
to crunch through.
I don't think Cajun's that hot. Like, am
No,
I
but
griefing? Like,
Eh,
I think it's all right, but it's not like up there. You know what I mean?
for sure.
Oh,
Okay, what about you, Kabir? What's
I gotta give it
Creed?
time. I'm giving it time.
Okay.
It's
That's the vibe.
like the name. We've seen this draft time and time again. So I'm here all day, guys. I'm here all day.
Okay, all right. So what are we saying for Arcadia? Where are we going with Arcadia?
I'm gonna go sumac. I'm a fan of sumac for Arcadia. For the uninitiated, that's that slight lemony flavor at the back of your chicken tikka masala. It's a nice blend of salty things. It's a lovely desert dark red, and it's just that little bit special. It makes you feel at home. It's not quite normal when you have it on its own outside of those big sauces. It has a completely different effect on the dish, and it's just a little twisty, just a little different. We've seen Bard, we've seen Jin. Have you seen them together in the same place with a Zoe mid this split? I dare you to say yes.
Okay, Kabir, what are you saying for Arcadia? What's the spice?
Similar vibe, similar rationale, but I'm going oregano. You know?
Okay.
You
Okay.
got the nice pizza. You top it over with oregano, bit of chili flakes, and you get that perfect slice. That's where I'm going with this. I think
Okay.
you have the right elements. Will they work? We don't know yet. It's like pineapple
Okay.
pizza.
I don't know where to go with this one because I won't lie, I don't do loads of cooking. Like that's not my forte. It's not my strong suit, right? I do a lot of eating, not a lot of cooking. But like, That's kind of my situation. So I want something that is like a bit different, because it's a little bit different, but then it also has some pretty classic moments, right? I'm thinking something like Smoke Paprika, right, which I feel like is a little bit different from regular Paprika. I feel like this comp is a classic solo queue. You know what I mean? This is what I would expect to play myself, not necessarily what I would expect to see in a 5. So it is that little bit different, but it still has some like flavors that you already know. That's what I'm going with.
Would you say it's lemon and herb from our favorite restaurant, Jay?
Nah, it's not lemon and herb. It's not lemon and herb. It's not. It's a bit spicy in that. It's at least medium, right? It's at least medium. We've seen it before. You know what's going on. But it is a little bit more than just normal, right? But either way, that is what we're going to say. That's our spice ratio for these teams, breaking down the draft a different way. But we're going to throw it over to Milky Zero and Rail. Maybe they can give us a bit about their spices on these drafts.
Ready. Stand.
You know, I had this entire cool intro planned, Rail, but after hearing about food, I'm throwing that draft away. Ooh, frog. That's not food, unless you're from a certain part of the world, and then you just have no taste. But J-Real was giving some talk about spices, but I think J-Real wasn't really keeping it real. I, as Milky Cereal, of course have the most expert opinions on food. So we're not going to go. We're not going to go with spices. We're going to go with cereals. Lion's Creed, it's a Weetabix, right? It's boring, but it'll get you through the day.
It's boring and simple. Whereas you got Arcadia, which is your cookie crisp.
Yes, it's the Cocoa Pops.
It's giving you that extra bit of flavor in there, and that's we like a bit of that extra flavor every now and then. We don't want to just be boring.
But if you have it too often, it will give you diabetes.
Well, we just went down a bit of a darker route from there.
I don't know where else I'm going to take it. Too much sugar. It's not good for you, kids. Don't do it.
Neither is Lethal Tempo and Udyr.
Oh
not
my
good for you
God.
kids.
Does someone want to drop a message to Middlecott? Let him know that Udyr's here.
I mean, you go Lethal Tempo on some jungle builds, but top, you mainly want that grass. But we'll let Synapse cook.
Oh,
Synapse likes to have his wild takes, especially with his LeBlanc top, which didn't end up working out for him this split, and still brings out a different size of flavor with the Udyr.
You know, there's something about that Udyr skin with how he flaps, like, his fake wings. That, well, I don't know if they're fake, but it reminds me of, you know Eddie the Eagle?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did.
So,
I had to think for a second, then I was like, who?
Yeah. So, for any people who don't know who Eddie the Eagle is, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I kind of know it through references, but he was an Olympic athlete who didn't really get to go to the Olympics, so he kept training by practicing on the back of a moving car or something, and then eventually he got to go to the Olympics, and he was called Eddie the Eagle.
I feel like you've read way too much into this. I feel like
there was a movie about it.
You've watched a movie, you've got a book, there's a poster in your room as well. You're just the embodiment of Eddie the Eagle in your part-time.
When I grow up, I want to be just like Eddie. I think it was for snowboarding or some... I don't know. Anyway, kids, go and check out about Eddie the Eagle. It's a cool story. Speaking of birds, we don't actually have any other birds on the map. So, yeah, we're going into lane and a bit of trading happening all around the map.
It's interesting to see the Zoe brought out. I think there's a little hidden meaning behind this, because I know Brixton's wife, Lena, loves playing Zoe. Maybe this is tribute, especially with a kill.
Double kill in the mid lane. Well, 1-for-1, but it is first blood going the way of Brixton on the Zoe. That was a bit off class, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's wife buff, man. Like, you're picking her champion, and you're playing it in an official game. Wife buff, has to be.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Doomby wins Worlds with wife buff. Arcane Teddy, best top laner in the split with wife buff. Brixton wins lane with the Zoe, wife buff.
Fortunately, not been able to win the split with Arcadia. Hasn't turned out the way they wanted it to, but...
You can't overuse the wife buff, okay? You have to use it in, like, small doses, so it still has its effect.
Yeah, very, very true. To be honest, something we're not really talked about is the Jhin. Like, this is a champion what you don't see that often in competitive 5v5. You see it more in like a solo queue environment. Just because when teams start to pick tanks, it gets to a point where you're just like, Jhin, hello, damage, question mark? Until he gets to probably about 4 or 5 items, maybe even 6 in some games, depending on how many tanks you got. Just isn't able to deal with them as well. But there isn't too many tanks, and there isn't a Gwen anymore.
There isn't a Gwen. Gwen's been sent back to the fountain. It's another kill for the side of Arcadia, and T-Time says, hey, look, Choi, I'm on your side of the jungle. Yummy, yummy Krugs. And then Lionscream say, hey, I'm pulling my top laner back in. Get out. And T-Time says, no, I'm coming back in. We're gonna fight, we're gonna dance, we're gonna party. Flag and Drag gets the knock up. And T-Time, it might be T-Time for Lionscreen over the wall. And Choi says, thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't think Choi is that much of a fan of T at all. He's just completely poured it down the sink and said, get out of my bloody jungle. He's had enough of your antics. To be honest,
don't know what we
Milky,
saw in the top lane.
This is the quietest we've seen action around bot lane. It probably all split because it's not very often you see early ganks towards the top. And I think this game has the earliest gank towards the top. I'm not even going to lie.
We said that this game was going to be the Fiesta. Both teams are going to be playing in the relegation series. They cannot escape it. This is a case of, playing for pride. Sadly for Arcadia, they don't have Pride Stalker playing, so they can't stalk the pride out of Lion's Creed.
Let's see if this Graves Mr. T-Time can redeem himself. Sure, he went back to base, popped the kettle on, re-steaming himself, and is ready for action again. I just want to see him keep going in a jungle to him, to be honest. I want to see how aggressive he is willing to be in this game.
You know what the previous play that we saw on the top lane was, right? That was tea time. He prepared tea for his guest, right? And then he poured the water before adding the tea bag. So Choi did what any respectable person would do, which is take the mug and throw it in his face. Yeah.
I've got a better angle.
Right.
He put the milk in first.
Oh, no, Red.
So
Can't say that on broadcast.
Choi was not having any of that. Poured it straight on sink, wasted tea. It's not even worth redoing tea at that point. You've ruined it.
Choi is base. That's all we can say. And the base jungler is now taking the Drake as well, as Sanad just looks to get a bit of damage onto the outer tower. Picks up a nice tower play. Now decides, hey, you know what? There's a wave here. Let me proxy farm.
Yeah, I can't lie, Synapse is actually bullying Cormac a little bit. Started off well, but Brixton is actually perfectly safe, but he is getting collapsed on by 3 members. There's nowhere to run. You're very limited.
There's a lot of movement speed coming through. There is no way out for Brixton. He gets a fair bit of damage down, but in the end, he does get caught, and it's the second kill of the game for the Jarvan.
Yeah, Choi quietly having a very good game to start this early game. We'll have to see if they can transition this into the mid game for Lions Creed, and that's sort of where some of the issues have been most of the split, is transitioning any of these leads into mid game and trying to see it out from there. The pseudo pick for the top side of Arcadia is working wonders for them, and T-Time isn't able to find Ben.
There's a really nice flash. Now the magical journey's coming through. Sleepy Trouble Bubble lands, and the follow-up from Arcadia. Never mind, the paddle star does not land. And the Heathen, well, calls all of Arcadia Heathen as he walks out to safety. Meanwhile, junglers are doing, I want to say jungle things, but these aren't jungle things that are meant to be happening as the Trouble Bubble lands, but the Flag and Drag is buffered well. Brixton? He flashed for that.
He did indeed. Didn't actually find the target. Cormac is getting a bit angry with the 2 days. He's not having any of these shenanigans. Meanwhile, Synapse just walked away scot-free.
Yeah, Chad Deer just sidestepping the needlework and running while having a good time. And I think Brixton is stepping too far forward. Choi wants himself a little bit of Zoe. And while the Sleepy Trouble Bubble will land the heal to buy a bit of movement speed, maybe the turnaround. As the Bard is showing up, but it doesn't matter. Ben is able to get the kill. Lions Creed Academy having, well, I want to say a decent early game, but they're actually down by about 1,000 gold.
Yeah, they're down mainly just because of farm at the moment. A lot of pressure being thrown up towards his top side, surprisingly. This is an Udyr lane. You do not need to waste as much time up here, especially when Synapse is doing well on trades. They're feeding the Udyr. They're all in for this split push game.
I didn't even notice when the Rift Herald had been taken. Synapse is so incredibly low. Rel, this has been an incredibly aggressive game. How are we only on 6 kills at 9 minutes?
I wish I had an answer. I wish I had an answer to why no action has happened bot lane either. But as of right now, I'm all out of ideas. I think I need to go make tea for myself because it's just not there and there's no time for the Zoe.
Leave the poor Zoe alone, Choi! This is dirty!
I feel like we cursed it a bit. We said about wife buff.
Mm-hmm.
It must be wife nerf because it's just not working. The Zoe started off good and he's been picked off multiple times now. 4 deaths for Brixton and might be a reason we'd never seen this Zoe before.
Yep, and now, well, the turnaround, they're looking for the play on to Bent, and Bent is able to get out of that play. I thought I saw a flash being used, but no flashes have just gone on to call. As what's happening in the bottom lane, Galaxy over the wall, can't land the Q, will eventually die. Choi is all over the place on this Jarvan.
And that is the first bot lane gank, and it is at nearly 11 minutes. 10 minutes 30 to be exact. If this was solo queue in high rank, you'd be getting spam pinged, you'd be getting reported, you'd be like, what's going on? Why haven't you ganked my lane yet?
Yeah, well,
it's only just happened.
It would be such a solo queue thing. You know, you see your Jarvan 3-0-1 doing things across the map, and you're like, my jungler didn't come to my lane, therefore report him. Times 9.
I mean, I'd like this game as a top laner. If I'm getting the Grave Street, I'd be more than happy here.
Oh, that's a nice sleep trouble bubble landing onto Kumakum. The damage comes through, but they just need one more auto. Brixton not in range. But what about the curtain call? 1, 2 for the side of Arcadia.
In getting the picks on the end of that from the curtain call. They needed something to start happening. I guess that's a way to start it. Jhin now has a bounty and is up on CS, so can the Jhin be the carry? At the same point, Tea Time not having a bad game either.
All I know, Rail, is we've been caster cursing the heck out of this game. You know, we talked about wife buff, Brixton then starts dying and getting permagank. We talk about how nothing's happened in the bot lane. We then get about 5 kills in the bottom lane in the space of a couple of minutes. It is still Arcadia, though, with a goal lead as Lions Creed looking to secure themselves this second drink of the game.
Okay, but if we're caster cursing it,
right?
Let's caster curse something funny. How about Udyr getting a quadra kill or triple kill?
Udyr? You mean Nudyr, right?
Yes, Mr. Synapse.
No, Sleepy Trouble. You know these paddle stars, Brixton, they have not been good, and you will be punished by getting murdered.
It's not looking like a good time for him. Every time he's got the setup, he's just been baited.
Honestly, if Brixton's wife is watching this, you have the permission of the UKEL caster team to say to your hubby that you are by far and away the better Zoe. I feel really bad saying that about Brixton. Like, I don't know. I've just seen about 4 paddle stars miss. I'm like, nope, not having it.
You've just put the man in the ground. Like, if he comes back to watch this, he's going to be offended.
Rail, how can I put him in the ground? Choi has already put him about 12 feet under.
I feel like 12's been a bit nice at this point because not been able to really play mid lane here because he's just been permanently ganked by Choi. Choi isn't stopping.
Choi is not stopping whatsoever. He's had some glucose. Brixton! What is this? He gets the kill and we don't get to see it? I'm sad.
I'm loving this caster curse. I'm actually loving it. As soon as we say something about Brixton, he gets a kill. soon as we talk about other lanes, Brixton dies. Like,
Okay, but there is genuinely one thing we can't cast.
there's a replay.
That was a fast-forwarded replay and a half. I feel like I didn't actually get a replay. It was like, our observers were like, you get to see him getting the kill, but you don't actually get to see him getting the kill.
I
But
guess
I
it'll do,
appreciate
because on the bot side, Kumikum
Oh,
has
God.
been taken down.
So, as I was saying, there is one thing in this game that we can't cast a curse because they're just so OP right now, and that's Choi. Like, I cannot see a world in which Choi starts running it down or, like, starts not being incredibly aggressive.
Now, Choi has been quietly one of the strongest points on this Lions Creed team since coming in. Despite playing Jarvan nearly every game, he has been the deciding factor. He's been the person looking for these engages, trying to make plays, even when behind, trying to make things happen for his team. So he does deserve a lot of credit, but right now, again, this is just a battle for pride, because they both will be in that relegation battle.
Absolutely. Well, I do have one thing to say about this game in terms of, like, my predictions. And this is the like... Ooh, Ethan. This is what I wanted to say at the start of the game, but, you know, I got rudely interrupted by J-Real's amazing idea to compare this game to food and spices. Brixton getting caught out, and now the turnaround for Arcadia. Super Mega Death Rocket tanked by T-Time. Lots of damage coming through. T-Time gets the kill on to the Heathen as out comes the Gerta Ball. Choi is going to tank this one up beautifully for Bent.
Yeah, and that Nico clone also tanking up one of the bullets, denying the Jin any access, but T-Time, you've seen the damage come out from him from the Yomu's Ghost Blade. It is pretty disgusting, and this is why Graves is better right now. He has like 3 meta builds which he can go for.
Oh,
And
that was
goodbye,
dirty.
Kumikum.
Brixton is starting to pop off, and Choi is gonna be aggressive. The Tempered Fate is beautiful, but Black will die nonetheless. Choi still alive, gets a nice shield, good play, and there is the follow-up from Choi. Picks up the shutdown as well.
Yeah, Blank unfortunately can't put a scratch on Choi. So as soon as he was trapped in there, he was dead to rights. Choi is 7-0-1. If I was Choi in this game, with the way this is going and with how squishy the enemy team is, I would have just went at Eclipse angle at this point. Like, you could just play one-shot Jarvan and
Right.
pretty much kill multiple people here.
Yep.
And actually, interesting enough, good thing we panned to Udyr, because this isn't the traditional AP Udyr what we've been seeing. This is the full split push Udyr. It's going 24, probably will go Hullbreaker. Is this going to help him against 3 people, though?
Where's that play? There comes the play. He gets the slow, but Udyr just cannot be slowed. Choi, though, is looking for the play, but Lions Creed are just going to have to back away from this one.
They will get a trade into mid tower while spending the time chasing that Udyr as well. So we'll get a trade. Interesting enough, Cormac hasn't even touched top tower yet because Udyr's been pushing them waves. Jinx caught by a trouble bubble, but not going to lead to anything.
I will say, Brixton's Trouble Bubbles, amazing. The Paddle Stars before, a bit questionable. Paddle Stars have been good over the last few minutes, though. And now it is Arcadia looking towards this Drake. Lions Creed have 2 Drakes. They would love to go on to Soul Point, but I don't think they can get there. But then again, we are talking about Choi. Never mind. It's Bent in disguise. The Nico damage, it comes through, but there is no follow-up for the side of Lions Creed.
Yeah, there's no follow-ups, and they're not able to get a kill, but they do get a kill elsewhere.
Oh,
They take
Cataclysm
down
coming through
Brixton.
from Choi, able to get 1 kill, and there's just kills happening all across the map. Don't really know what, as Kumikum shows up, Lancers and T-Time with so much damage, but here is Choi, the front line for Kumikum, and in the end it's actually the Heathen who... How? He was dead. And he didn't
Don't question
ignite.
it, Milky. It just happens. That's
Okay.
the only thing you can say
Yep.
at this point, because there's a lot of questions you could ask for this game, but it's all just happening at once. The game is a very hectic game.
If
And,
any
I
of
mean-
those questions can be answered, I want to know how the dead Thresh got a kill without Ignite. That That is number one on my list.
Hey man, them souls are just that powerful, apparently.
Well, Cormac and Troy, I don't know if they're going to be powerful enough to defeat the Udyr that is running Trouble Bubble. Will not be able to land, and the Lantern will take Heathen, or the Lantern will be able to take Lion's Creed out to safety. The gold a little bit closer now, about 2,000 between the two sides. As ooh, that almost landed from Galaxy.
So when Udyr gets to... it's gone out of my mind, the split push item, Hullbreaker.
Oh,
As soon
Hullbreaker.
as
Yeah,
Udyr
we were
gets to
talking about that one
Hullbreaker,
before, weren't we?
which he's just got, funny
Oh
enough.
dear. Yep.
He can actually do really well in the split push, especially 1v2, 1v3. Very slippery. Has flash for Cataclysm as well. And does have a lot of max HP damage. So can burst through Jarvan's HP, despite how much of it he's got.
We'll see how oppressive Synapse can be on the side lanes with this Hullbreaker. I'd say, we'll see whether that Hullbreaker can sink the ship of Lion's Creed, but right now, Lion's Creed are the team behind. They are not on the ship. They are currently right now with a life jacket on, trying desperately not to drown in the ocean, as here comes Synapse with that Hullbreaker just smacking down Cormac. Cormac trying to turn this one around with a needlework, and Synapse just kind of laughs at him.
And that's just Synapse just saying we want the smoke. He's saying we want to fight any chance I can see it. I'm hopping over on this blast code and we're going to rumble.
Without the jungle.
Without the jungle.
It is kind of
Well,
weird
fun-
that... Yeah, go on.
I was going to say, well, funny enough, Udyr's not in the jungle.
No,
He's completely in the top lane this game. And obviously just playing that split push role for his team. Looking pretty strong, looking at his farm as well. 196 CS. So far, we haven't seen a single thing from Cormac. He's been delegated to just stick where Udyr is.
And it's kind of crazy as well, considering how much aggression we saw on the top side of the map to start off this game. Lion's Creed able to get a tower on the top side of the map, as I thought Synapse was bullying Cormac, but it turns out it has gone the other way around, as Cormac just waiting to get some items, waiting to get to a point where he's strong enough to really duel against Synapse.
Yeah, I feel like Synapse kind of baited the Gwen pick. Gwen probably thought he's playing the traditional AP tank Udyr top. The one where you go Demonic Embrace into more of a tanky build.
Oh, there's a teleport
the way-
coming through. The play for the side of Lion's Creed. They're looking for tea time, locked down by the Cataclysm. And Choi is well and truly on a rampage. A 9th kill. The Tangle Barbs land into the Pop Blossom, and Lion's Creed get 2 in the fight.
And then we have to just start looking at the gates because Udyr is trying to open up the gates. He's trying to work his way into their base and just be that distraction. The only sad part about this for Arcadia is if they had a different type of AD carry with this comp, they can threaten the Baron a lot harder with Udyr split pushing. But because they don't, it becomes a bit more limited. But Jhin could look for the curtain call to stop this with Zoe's assistance.
Synapse is just running through. This is what you usually see from a side, and he doesn't run through. He makes sure he hits all of the inhibitor towers before piecing out. He's looking towards the Baron. Here is the curtain call. Here is the play for the side of Arcadia. Kumakum going a bit low. Synapse cannot get into the bait. He could flash Brixton from one side, and in goes Synapse. Gets the kill onto Kumakum. The Baron's been slayed by Lion's Creed, but it is Arcadia who win the fight.
And it's just Synapse dabbing on him at the end of that. He just flashed over the wall and said, we want the brawl. He wants the fight, like I said, and nearly getting an extra pick for their trouble, just getting out with a Baron recall.
Just about in time. A couple of very sketchy, very badly timed Baron calls, but they get out with their lives. Heathen now making the play, brings in the Pop Blossom, and down goes Brixton.
There's only one thing you can say to that, and that's literally just buy Felicia, because there was no way you was going to be saved there. The perfect delivery into the Nico. There's no saving you at that point, and poor Brixton. Every time he's tried making something on his own. There's times where he's made the solo play, but he's just getting jumped on by multiple members.
Synapse. I hate the fact that Synapse is the main focus of this game, but the observers are 100% correct. It is all about this Olaf. The 9-1 Jarvan, absolutely not. The 3-8 Zoe, hell nah. We want to see all of the Chad deer in the side lane. Cormac, no, buddy. Oh, he's trying to turn this one around with the Needlewalk, getting out a bit of damage. Here is Joy. They're bringing in all the members for this play. And there is enough damage. Super Mega Death Rocket comes in as well, and Cormac gets the shutdown.
He's breaking ankles, but it's not enough. It doesn't have Flash to get out of the Cataclysm. Otherwise, I generally believe Synapse would have got out there. He's just trying to be a menace. He's also, I'll be honest, he's slightly redeeming himself for these early LeBlanc games and just being a constant nuisance.
Wait,
He's been
LeBlanc games?
Yeah, he played LeBlanc top.
Oh, God.
Split push with Shiv. It's very weird. It works. Not anymore because they gutted it. But hey,
Right.
we're not talking about that because we're talking about the gates. And Synapse is just going to be that Tryndamere. He's going to be that person you can kill as many times as you want. You can run it as many times as you want.
Yeah.
He's just going to constantly be in them side lanes trying to pressure.
Oh, Troy looking for a potential play. Misses the flag and drag. The death sentence will land onto Team Time. No follow-up, though, for Lion's Creed. A Synapse is on the back line, and asleep is Troy. Wakes up, still alive. Synapse is on the run. Good zap from Kuma to stop Synapse from running in, but Cormac able to get one kill. Gets a second kill as well. The Gwen is finally online. They're looking to break no way out of the fight. 3 kills for Lion's Creed, and they don't drop a single member.
Meanwhile, we're just going to start taking waves behind them. You can't siege with no minions, and Synapse is just being the constant nuisance, like I said earlier. They just always behind
You know,
them.
I like how we've just had a fight where Lion's Creed have handedly won, but the focus is on Synapse. Synapse right now is the definition of that guy who goes into a solo queue game and does not care if his team are winning or losing. He's just there to have a good old time.
Listen, Milky, this is just Synapse's main character arc. You have to just respect it and just listen and watch while he tries to make work on the side lane. But his team are starting to lose towers. It's very difficult for them to clear waves. They don't really have a champion to do that for them. So they're not really able to hold on that well. Starting to send more members towards Azuda now. It's starting to be 2 nearly every time. So will it be enough is the question.
I'm just wondering if we're getting to the point where Synapse is a little bit scared of Cormac. I know Cormac doesn't have Needlework right now, so Synapse is definitely not scared, but still, Cormac doing a fair bit of damage onto Synapse, and Kubikub is here. Heathen is here as well, and he's brought Bentalog. It's a 4v1, and no Chadir can survive that.
Unfortunately, getting a bit too kill hungry for Cormac. Wants to send a message to Cormac, but is not able to because Cormac is not alone.
And sadly for Arcadia, there are no objectives on the other side of the map to really go for. The Drake will be spawning in 1 minute's time, and at some point, I don't know when, but Lion's Creed have a gold lead. I think it was probably from the Baron power play, but they are now 1,000 gold ahead.
If you think about it right now, this is Infernal Soul for Arcadia. They've quietly been picking up these dragons. Infernal Soul is pretty big, especially when you've got the likes of Graves Burst, Jin Burst, Zoe Burst. All these champions what can do a quick rotation and get a big chunk of damage out. Infernal becomes very, very important for them and can be disgusting. Gwen, however, is at 3 items. This is where Gwen gets disgustingly scary. Level 17. Yes, he's been dealing with Rudy the entire game. Hasn't gone the way he wanted it to, but still is quietly in the game. Very, very strong and very scary to deal with this comp of Arcadia.
Bit disjointed here from Lion's Creed. Troy going over the wall. Kuma forced to dash away with the Gale Force. Lion's Creed Academy just trying to push Arcadia out of the river, trying to get some priority in the mid lane. And they're going to head towards the Drake, but Synapse doesn't care. He's just looking to get this inhibitor tower.
Of course he is. The whole breakup being the empowerment.
The Drake has been secured, and the inhibitor tower has been secured as well. Synapse is making his way out. The Zap's not gonna land. He's piecing out. He's already dabbing as well. Bent really, really wants this kill, but he ain't gonna get it.
Can't catch the deer. The deer's too fast, but they get the dragon for their troubles. It delays Infernal Soul for Arcadia, and the next big objective is available. Lions Creed looking the stronger of the two, so they can just walk in and command presence.
Well, here comes the Pop Blossom flashing forward. Will find some damage. The Death Sentence lands as well. It's a really nice play from Lions Creed. They'll be able to pick up 2 kills, and Synapse decides, you know what? It's time to cancel the back. We're going to start pushing in the top lane once again as Lions Creed start up the Baron Nashor, and there should be no contest from Arcadia.
Yeah, I don't see a way to get in unless they go for a crazy steal.
Oh, Brixton. Able to
Brixton
flash.
is in a lot of trouble.
A lot of trouble might be an understatement, as Synapse was able to get the mid lane inhibitor. Of course he was, and he's going to be able to back without being spotted either. Oh, wait. Oh, he wants some jigs! Flash from Kubiku. He's trying to get out. Cormac's trying to slow him down, but Synapse has got the kill. What an absolute Chad. Oh, no.
He did flash for it, though.
He wanted the ward. There is no cataclysm. Oh, the death sentence lands. Synapse. He was almost out. It was almost amazing. But Bent is now unstoppable.
He is unstoppable, and talking of unstoppable is Choi. 10, 1, and 10. Key factor in this entire game was Arcadia has just been having a lot of fun this game, which I can respect.
Yep.
It's been a tough split. Hasn't gone the way they wanted it to. They've had some really close games as well. And I don't blame them for having a game to sort of relax and have fun. Like, especially letting Synapse run right on Azude, but Kubiku is not the target you need right now.
Yeah, true. I mean, then again, you kind of see a Jinx and you're like, killed the Jinx. It's fun when you can do, you know, the faker moment of, ha, this is an ADC trying to play the game. How dare he? And then you just blow him up.
Poor Kubiku. Just trying to play the game, like you said. Just trying to exist.
I don't feel bad for Kumakum. He's playing ADC. He deserves it.
I mean, that is fact. They
Yeah.
do find something new to complain about every season.
They absolutely do.
Just saying.
Yeah. I mean, you know, play Ezreal. Actually, please don't play Ezreal. So much damage from Cormac as here comes Lions Creed with the play, and well, Choi might get sacrificed here. Can he drag his way out? He can indeed, now turning towards Brixton. He's going to ult his way out, and Choi says, oh, I'll take a flag and drag. Oh, hey, there's a little lantern for me as well, but Galaxy are locking down the Heathen, who saved his jungler and will now have to die, and Synapse is on the hunt. Out comes the Pop Blossom. Is there enough damage? Flag and drag comes through. Blooming Burst, not enough. Choi will die anyway, and Arcadia are on the push.
And that almost was a triple kill. If they delay the backs of Nico, if they stop the backs... No, never mind. Nico's already got it off. I was going to say, they can actually end here if they play this correctly.
They can. Synapse is just going to run Ben down, and Ben can't get out of the play. He's going to go golden. He has no flash. He has no shield. He has no life, and Lions Creed have no base. Arcadia, sorry, it's not Arcadia. Synapse wins the game.
I have no words. I mean, I'll start off by saying top gap, because, you know, Synapse got to have fun, and we'll respect him for that. We'll let him have that. And we'll also talk about Brixton running it down a little bit, but we'll get to that in a short while, probably with the analyst desk. Man, what a game, Milky.
What a game indeed. I guess in the end, Cocoa Pops comes out on top of Weetabix for this particular one. I'd go with the spices that Jerial and the analyst desk said, but I honestly can't remember what they went with. I think Temporal was saying some fancy words for lemon. But yeah, that was a game. It was a pleasure to be on the cast with you, Rail, and thank you to all of our viewers for tuning in. That brings the regular split to a close. We'll be having the playoffs starting next week, I believe, on Monday. But before anything else, we're going to hand over to our analyst desk to, good luck, guys, break down that game.
Pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on flip 14 got a lens on it. I pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on flick, 14 by the rims on. I pull up in it, 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 pull up, never with the team got
Lena, I've got one word. Actually, I've got two. Actually, it's three. It's the UKEL, of course! You're going to give up everything to be here and play!
Oh, shout out to Lena, friend of the show. And yeah, Brixton not helping you pack for holidays, instead losing, then winning League of Legends games.
At least he won. Like, that's all I'll say. Like, if you did lose, rip, because like, yeah, you could have just helped on the packing, but you won, so it's worth it. It's worth it. You can now say, look, I had to put the pride on the line.
Absolutely.
Oh, I thought you were about to say something. All right, with that being said, okay, we're moving on. We're moving on to the next portion. That is breaking down that game, because, wow, that was not what I expected. To be honest, if someone had said that's how the game is going to go at the start of this day, I would have been like, nah, like, that's not going to happen. But either way, let's get into it, right? Let's kick it off with the 13-minute mark, right? Because I feel like this game was pretty crazy, just all in all. Like, there was not really much, like, normality to it. But Temporal, talk to me about this one.
Yeah, this kind of shows off a lot of where this game is at. Like, Brixton's having fun on his Zoe. They get a pick in mid. There is follow-up, which we'll see come out of Fog of War in just a moment. You get the setup, you get the ignite, you go forwards, you're going to kill Bent, you're going to kill him. Excellent. I think I picked the wrong clip to show here, because in the one I thought I selected, but I've got the time wrong there. 3 members of Lions Creed come out of the Fog of War and destroy the Zoe, which is a classic Zoe moment. But the Trickster in the mid lane, ever able to show off how strong she is at just picking people out. And we saw moments of that being super effective.
No, indeed we did. And Kabir, this one is for you, right? We heard it in the green room. We're going to play the second VT. You said 20-minute Barons, they just ain't it. And it's not once, but twice been proven on the show today. 20-minute Barons don't seem to end in good things. We'll roll the VT. But tell the people at home, why have we got to stop doing these 20-minute Barons?
Alright, well, okay, how do I put this in a way where I don't sound so... If you can't end the game with the Baron, don't touch it. Rule of thumb. If you're not going to end the game, or if you're not going to take about 25 towers, there's no point. It's a glorified money insertion. It's a pyramid scheme. Look.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Strong opinions to call the Baron a scam. Very strong opinions. I think you're right. You do have to attack infrastructure with it. Normally 2 towers, at least 2 T2s for a 20-minute Baron. The measure of success as we see Brixton's victim in Bent just get away. Huge shout out to Synapse flashing over that wall. Could have maybe gone a bit quicker and to secure the objective. But Flash in the dark was what Arcadia needed to bite back at that objective.
It really kind of, like, that clip really just kind of shows you what was to come. As let's play the last team fight, right? Let's play the end of the game, because I feel like Synapse was just getting stronger and stronger, and this Udyr was becoming major issues for the side of Lions Creed. Like, really, they had to send so many people in.
And, like, cue the Yakety Sax, because this Udyr was all over the map. There was like loads of Baron control from Lions Creed. There was like decent setup across the map, and this guy was just in all the lanes, sweeping everything up for the first minute of Baron. Lions Creed couldn't touch a minion. Then this setup with the flash forwards, Galaxy chaining a bunch of damage in, it leaves Lions Creed a little split. And at this stage, I was live commentating this in the green room. I was like, oh, Synapse is a good position, doesn't double tap the E, takes the ultimate, takes a bunch of damage, the rest of Arcadia arrive, and I'm like, their bot lane's still in the river, they're still in a decent position, but once they acquire the minion wave, that's when Arcadia send it all the way up mid.
It's giving Trick 2G Goad It kind of vibes. You know what I mean? Like, that's what is happening here. It's just like, He's just running around. He's unstoppable. Like, yeah, the health bar goes to half, but there's so much left for him to die, right? Like, he's just not going to go down. There is nothing you can do in this game. And then they pulled out the win. So congratulations to Arcadia. You end the season on a win. Admittedly, unfortunately for them, it isn't going to lead to them getting to playoffs, which is our next set of the agenda. Let's talk about the playoffs. It kicks off on Monday. The matches haven't been decided. We do, however, have a top 4. I will talk to you about the top 4 when I find my Word document. Oh no, we have it here. I don't even need to find my Word document. Here we go. So the top 4 has been confirmed. It is going to be Tempest, Venomcrest, Ruddy, and DMG. They will be in the upper bracket. It will then be the lower bracket of Belfast Storm and Vertex. How it works is essentially Tempest is going to pick who they want out of the 3 and 4, and then Venomcrest will play the other one. That will be decided very soon. Obviously, after the first 2 matches are done, the losers will go down to then take on the losers bracket. So with that being said, there will be more info. I'm sure CJ will do a lovely breakdown on Monday when he brings in the show of the playoffs and lets you know how it is all going to go. But if you want to make sure that you're tuned in, follow on Twitter the UKEL, make sure you stay tuned into the Twitch and be there on Monday, and it'll be all there for your eyes to see. But that is it. Season is done. Playoffs is looming. There's still more League of Legends. We are not done just yet, so make sure you stay around and keep in touch. With it being said,
I gotta interject because there was a beautiful flow to end of show there. Jay, we've cast together. We've been on broadcast together 4 times this week. It's a pleasure to be back. You've absolutely smurfed it. Kabir, lovely to meet you. First time we're together on camera, and it's been so special to have the 4 nations back after an extended break to celebrate our local scene. And I think we're going to see playoffs for Denmark, Sweden, Finland coming up soon. Please check out the tournament organizers as well on social media. Stay glued here because the end of our autumn season is going to look so special as we get ready for a fresh year of local NLC region talent.
It's going to be a banger. Stay tuned. But shout out to Synergy quickly for obviously setting this all up. Shout out to the UKEL and 4 Nations for having this, and obviously shout out to Project Gap for putting on the shows. Shout out to Lou and Casual Cutie on our production as well for keeping us on today. And with the replay, it came through one way, and to be fair, it's been a dub. So with that being said, that is going to be all from us. That is the end of the regular season. We'll see you in playoffs.